6:55. Pei Qian opened the door to the courtyard. Zhou Mili was holding a walking stick and carrying a small pole on her shoulder. There was a sack of melon seeds on one end of the pole. The little girl in black was chatting with the stone lion at the door. One was chattering while the other was silent. Zhou Mili heard the door creak open and quickly turned to look at Pei Qian. Just as she was about to ask, Pei Qian signaled her not to speak and then turned to look at the ridge in the distance. The martial arts grandmaster, who was in his prime, stood on the ridge of a magnificent building at the top of a mountain. Since he had been discovered, he wanted to leave this place and return to the palace to report the situation to the young emperor. In fact, he did not know much. His Majesty was only afraid of the young girl who had ascended to the sky and scattered the sea of clouds, so he hurriedly ordered him to come and investigate. He came too late. He saw the girl return like an arrow nailed into the earth. However, compared to the trembling of the capital and the great movement of the dragon vein, when the girl landed, it was completely different. She landed silently like a feather landing on the ground. This made the martial arts grandmaster feel terrified. She had reached the peak of perfection and could be said to have reached the realm of perfection. After the death of the great devil Ding Ying Yuzhini, who turned to practice magic, disappeared. It was rumored that he had secretly ascended. Zhou Fei from the Chunqiao Palace and imperial tutor Zhong Qiu had left one after another. Many top masters such as Lu Zhou of the Bird's Eye Peak, especially Lu Tai, who appeared out of nowhere, unified the forces of the devil's cult in less than 10 years, and finally challenged Yuzhini, disappeared. After that, there were no top masters in Jianghu for many years. Could the girl in front of him be a legendary person who had achieved the Tao of retaining her looks? Was she the banished immortal who descended from the sky and traveled here? Although Jianghu was short nowadays, the fairy aura on the mountain was getting stronger and stronger. Unexpectedly, the girl jumped over the wall and the ridge of the roof in a few steps. In the blink of an eye, she was on the ridge of the roof opposite the middle-aged guru. The two of them faced each other. Pei Qian was standing slightly lower. The girl withdrew her fist and saluted. She spoke in the official language of the Nanyuan Kingdom. Pei Qian, a disciple of the Luopa Mountain from the Nanyuan Kingdom. What can I do for you? The middle-aged martial artist with the saber at his waist retracted his awkward expression and returned the greeting with cupped fists. I am Dong Xianxia. I am currently a consecrator of the Wei clan and the instructor of the Imperial Army's saber techniques. Dong Xianxia smiled and said, I wouldn't dare to advise you. I'm only here to patrol. Since Miss Pei is cultivating here, I can return to my mission with peace of mind. His Majesty the Emperor had issued a secret order. No matter where they were, as long as they met a cultivator from the Luopa Mountain, the Nanyuan Kingdom had to be respectful. The previous emperor of the Wei family, Wei Liang, was in the prime of his life, but unexpectedly he abdicated the throne in favor of his eldest son. After the new emperor Wei Yan ascended the throne, he promoted the imperial examinations. He granted amnesty to the fishermen of the 3 surnames, the music families of western Shaanxi and the beggars of Yuzhou. He removed their lowly status and allowed their children to participate in the imperial examinations. Then there was the military selection. Disciples of the border and military camps, as well as 3 generations of Jianghu disciples with clean identities, were all eligible to participate in the selection. The imperial edict clearly stated that the military selection was set up to promote capable generals and trusted aides to serve the country. The third thing was to build a mountain and water temple. The Ministry of Rites was tasked to read through the local records of various states and counties. They would select loyal and virtuous officials and build golden bodies for them. They hoped that after death, they would become heroic spirits and continue to protect the local customs. In addition, the Nanyuan Kingdom's Wei Emperor began to secretly support and rope in cultivators to help suppress the demons and monsters that emerged from all over the country and prevent them from harming the country. Otherwise, even if the heroes of Jianghu were skilled in martial arts, they would be powerless in the face of these strange existences that they had never dealt with before. However, Dong Xianxia was one of the best of the newest grandmasters in Jianghu. He was in his 40s and had broken through the bottleneck of martial arts a few years ago. After traveling, he suppressed several fierce demons and monsters along the way and became famous. That was why the new emperor, Wei Yan, chose him and made him one of the Nanyuan Kingdom's martial artists. Dong Xianxia now knew that His Majesty the Emperor was the true Grand Master of martial arts and had profound attainments. Pei Qian smiled and asked, Senior Dong isn't from Nanyuan? Otherwise he should be able to recognize the peak martial arts that she had deliberately revealed, which originated from the old imperial tutor of Nanyuan Kingdom. However, it could be seen that this Dong Zhongxiao might not be the Nanyuan Kingdom's emperor's true confidant. Dong Zhongxiao nodded and said, I am from Songsui Kingdom. I just arrived in Nanyuan Kingdom not long ago. Pei Qian turned his head to look elsewhere and frowned. What's the point of hiding? The previous punch had caused a bit of a commotion. The experts of Nanyuan Kingdom had come to spy on them. Bearing the identity of the imperial court, it was their duty, so Pei Qian treated them with courtesy. However, the one other than Dong Zhongshu mistakenly thought that she did not notice after she appeared. Not only did he not stop, he even took advantage of her and secretly used a technique to condense a few tiny water droplets around Pei Qian and Dong Zhongshu, as if to eavesdrop on their conversation. Pei Qian and Dong Zhongxiao bid farewell. Dong Zhongxiao was slightly surprised. It seemed that he really was not a banished immortal from a greater world. The tiles around Pei Qian almost did not move, but the layer of dust above the tiles suddenly dispersed. In the next moment, Dong Zhongshu had already disappeared from Pei Qian's sight. Pei Qian was already squatting beside the raised eaves of a roof not far from Dong Zhongxiao. She stared at a young man who was sitting cross-legged and making gestures with both hands. He was wearing a rare robe in lotus root-blessed land. He wore a jasper laurel on his head and a white jade dagger on his waist. The young man smiled and stood up. Wang Guangjing, a guest of the prince's mansion. Greetings to Miss Pei. Pei Qian asked, Immortal Master Wang from the prince's mansion? Didn't you and the other two experts leave the capital under the imperial order to reopen the Dragon Pool water rock pit? Nowadays the capital of the Nanyuan Kingdom was mixed with good and bad people. There were many immortal masters and Daoists fishing for fame. However, there were also some immortals who really set foot on cultivation. They were either in beautiful places, first come first served. They quickly seized the general trend and established a sect, or they were all attached to the emperors and monarchs of the three kingdoms and took the immortal money that everyone saw for the first time. These things were recorded in detail in Luopa Mountain. Yuanshu would copy a copy every few days and send it to Jisei Peak's ancestral hall for filing. The original copy was stored with the old chef. Luopa Mountain secretly built 2 channels to collect information in lotus root-blessed land. One was built by Master Zhong himself. The old Emperor Wei Liang and the new Emperor Wei Yan knew about it because it was one of the terms of the contract signed between Luopa Mountain and the Nanyuan Kingdom. The other was far away in Songlai Kingdom and was run by Zhu Lian. Although Pei Qian didn't understand these imperial affairs, he knew that the relationship between the father and son of the new emperor and the old emperor was not as harmonious as it seemed. Otherwise, the old emperor would not be so close to his second son Wei Yun. The new Emperor Wei Yan would not let his younger brother Wei Yun be the magistrate of the capital and let a powerful old official who favored Prince Wei Yun be the minister of strategy of the country. If it weren't for the fact that the minister of rights, who would be in charge of the mountains and rivers, was the young emperor's confidant, Pei Qian would have thought that the old emperor was still in charge of the Nanyuan Kingdom. Wang Guangjing was slightly surprised and said with a guilty face, Before leaving, I was in a hurry to break through and made a mistake in cultivation. I had to rest in the capital. When Dong Zhongxiao left, he glanced at this side from afar with a heavy heart. That Prince Wei Yun was definitely not someone to be trifled with. With the support of the retired emperor, he had recruited a large number of cultivators. If that female martial artist with the surname Pei was recruited as a consecrator by the prince's residence, wouldn't it implicate the undercurrents in the Nanyuan Kingdom's capital? Dong Zhongshu quickly rushed back to a hidden residence adjacent to the palace. It was once the imperial tutor's cultivation ground. When Dong Zhongshu saw the incognito man, he was shocked and quickly landed. He cupped his fists and said softly, Your Majesty. Emperor Wei Yan carefully listened to Dong Zhongshu's words and said with a smile, A wild snake dares to talk nonsense in front of a flood dragon? That small pond in Prince Wei Yun's residence could not withstand the water of a flood dragon that was used to seeing rivers. How could he treat his guests then? Beside Wei Yan stood a slender and graceful lady. She was his younger sister, Wei Zhen. Wei Zhen asked softly, Since that young lady came from Luopa Mountain, what is her relationship with Sword Immortal Qin? Brother, why don't we ask? Wei Yan reminded, This is a national matter. Don't mess around. Wei Jin felt a little regretful. She was now half a cultivator and yearned for the world where Luopa Mountain was located. She had been looking through the secret archives of the palace and yearned for it more and more. Pei Qian listened to Wang Guangjing's sarcastic words. Her expression was normal, but she felt a little amused. Although Pei Qian's mind and body had been deliberately defeated by herself in the past, she had always been a short and dark girl. However, when it came to people's hearts, even when she had just left the blessed land of lotus flowers, Pei Qian was really not a child. Otherwise, the two constables in the border town of the Great Spring Empire would not have been fooled by her nonsense and sent her back to Junyang's inn with courtesy. Later, even Li Huai and his two friends from the academy still thought that Pei Qian was the princess in distress. Pei Qian declined Wang Guangjing's invitation and wanted to go back to the house to meet Xiaomi. Unexpectedly, Wang Guangjing did not give up and kept pestering her. He mentioned Prince Wei Yun, saying that his prince was the most polite to the wise and especially to the martial arts. Even if Pei Qian did not want to go to the prince's mansion, it did not matter. The prince could visit in person. As long as Pei Qian nodded, the prince would definitely come. Pei Qian's head hurt. He did not speak nicely. He was either using his backer to scare her or talking sarcastically. Why did Wei Yun find such a silly guest? Was he helping the prince's mansion to recruit people or to drive them away? Pei Qian immediately thought about it. Although this Wang Guangjing was full of lies, it was not a mistake for him to go into seclusion. Instead, he had succeeded and successfully entered the cave realm. He could be considered as one of the earliest batch of Qi refinement warriors in the 5 middle realms in the Lotus Root Blessed Land. He could indeed be considered as half an immortal. At present, the spirit energy in the Blessed Land was getting more and more abundant. More and more people were climbing the mountains and cultivating Dao. However, there were still very few people who could enter the 5 middle realms. Each and every one of them was precious. The key was to take a quick step forward. The next time the Qi refinement warriors with the best qualifications stopped would be when the Lotus Root Blessed Land encountered the bottleneck of a middle-level Blessed Land. As for when the Lotus Flower Blessed Land could become a high-class Blessed Land, the old chef said that even if they could afford the Guyu money, they were not in a hurry. Moreover, the Luopa Mountain did not have the money. At that time, everyone in the courtyard was looking at Qin Lingjun, who had not traveled far to the North Continent. Jing Dafeng was still guarding the door. Everyone looked at Wei Pai. Jing Dafeng teased at that time, "You have to talk slowly. You have to earn money quickly." Wei Pai smiled and said, "If all of you continue to be like this, I will flip the chessboard." At this moment, Pei Qian suddenly remembered the old chef's reminder before they left. Do not learn from your master. You have your own path to walk. If you are too similar to your master, he will always be worried about you. In his eyes, you will always be a child who needs his support. Pei Qian raised his eyebrows and felt that it made sense. He looked at Wang Guangjing again. Pei Qian no longer had the aura he had when he was talking to Dong Zhongxia. He said directly, "Don't have any ideas about my Luopa Mountain. I will not meddle in the Wei family's affairs. You are a guest of the Wang residence. Leave quickly and cultivate your Dao. Remember, my principles are only to say one thing. Fathers say something nice, listen well. In the future, if you have ill intentions and want to use tricks to test me." Pei Qian raised a fist and shook it gently. "I am afraid you won't be able to take this punch." Wang Guangjing pretended to be helpless and said, "I heard that Sword Immortal Qin is the most reasonable person in his life. Miss Pei is half a native and half a banished immortal. Master said that using righteousness to disgust good people is not much different from using power to bully others." Pei Qian stomped her feet and appeared in front of Wang Guangjing in an instant. The latter could not dodge in time and was shocked. The girl's fist was inches away from Wang Guangjing's forehead. Pei Qian said, "Why aren't you leaving? Do you like to lie down and enjoy being carried away?" Wang Guangjing's white jade short sword, which looked like a paperweight, glowed. Pei Qian did not even look at it. "Do you really want to fight with a sword? Do you know how many sword cultivators and sword immortals I have seen?" Wang Guangjing took a step back and said with a smile, "Since Miss Pei is unwilling to accept the Wang residence's good intentions, then forget it. The mountains are high and the rivers are far away. We are all cultivators. Who knows, we might have a chance to become friends in the future." Pei Qian withdrew his fist and glanced at the scene in Wang Guangjing's heart lake. His aura changed again as he said in a deep voice, Grandpa Cui said that if a martial artist uses his fist, he should decisively use his fist if he can beat a bad person's guts out. Wang Guangjing smiled bitterly. Miss Pei, why are you so aggressive? Do you want me to kowtow and admit my mistake? Have I been disrespectful from beginning to end? Pei Qian was a little conflicted. She was afraid that her thoughts and observations were not wrong, but she did not control her strength and did something wrong. It was the same as Pei Qian's dilemma in front of the Jade Liquid River Temple. Instead, it was not as straightforward as Qin Lingjun. All of a sudden, Pei Qian looked up. A gray robe flew over and floated down. He held Wang Guangjing's head and twisted his wrist, causing the latter to spin all the way to the street. Zhou Lian's back was facing Wang Guangjing on the street. He raised his hand and casually waved it behind him. Wang Guangjing, who had not yet steadied himself, felt as if his head had been hammered. He flew backward and slid for dozens of feet on the street. His eyes rolled back and he fainted on the spot. Julian laughed. There's no such thing as guarding against thieves for 1,000 days. A rat's poop can spoil a pot of porridge. Julian leaned back slightly and looked elsewhere. There were cultivators lurking in the dark, ready to save Wang Guangjing. Julian asked, "Do people from the prince's residence like to bring chicken poop and dog poop home?" That Wei Yun had not been quiet for a long time. As for the old emperor Wei Liang, he had the temperament of an emperor. Even if he wanted to cultivate, he had never truly seen the vast world. After becoming the retired emperor, he had taken off his dragon robe. However, he had not yet completed his cultivation, so he kept playing tricks. Of course, he also had the thought of bargaining with Luopa Mountain. If not for the kindness of the current emperor Wei Yan, this lotus root-blessed land would soon be in a mess. At that time, the ones who would be the most upset would only be the teacher Zhong Qiu and Chao Qinglang. Pei Qian sent a telepathic message and asked in confusion, "Old chef, why did you change your face?" Zhu Lian said helplessly, "The wind on the mountain is strong, it blew away." Zhu Lian turned to look at the young immortal who was dozing off on the street and remained silent. Pei Qian suddenly asked a question. "Old chef, will you not be free in Luopa Mountain?" Zhu Lian sighed. "You have indeed grown up to be able to ask such a question. I thought you would only ask me this when you returned home." Pei Qian smiled. "I'm just asking casually. You can tell me the answer later." Zhu Lian said slowly, "The freedom to punch may not be great. But in life, the freedom to speak without restraint, the freedom to cook, the freedom to earn money and how to spend it, the freedom to flip through books, the freedom to look up and enjoy the scenery, the freedom to play chess with a good friend, the freedom to watch the younger generation grow day by day. Which one of these isn't freedom?" Pei Qian was not used to talking about old people who were not old chef, so he quickly changed the topic and asked, "What about Wang Guangjing who pretended to be dead?" Zhu Lian said, "Yu Lu and Xianxia have already asked for leave from the Maoshan Mountain Master of the Academy. In the next 2 years they will travel to the Lotus Root Blessed Land together. When the time comes, we can borrow people from Wei Yun and let Wang Guangjing lead the way. With Yu Lu, cultivating the heart will not be a big problem." Pei Qian asked curiously, "Li Huai did not join in the fun?" Zhu Lian shook his head. According to Brother Feng Feng, if Li Huai were to join in, the cultivators in the Lotus Root Blessed Land would not have any great opportunities. Pei Qian had an idea, but he did not dare to say it. Zhu Lian asked, "Do you want to go to the Lion Peak of the North Continent to find Li Huai's father?" Pei Qian nodded. "Senior Gu is no longer in this world, but Uncle Li's fist technique is still very good and he taught Master before. I want to go there to practice. Li Huai also wants to go there to see his parents and sister." Zhu Lian thought for a moment. "Okay." Pei Qian sat on the edge of the roof and was a little disappointed. But Master should have agreed to this kind of thing. Zhu Lian squatted beside him and comforted him softly. If young Master was here, he would definitely agree. On the street, a little girl carrying 2 bags of melon seeds ran over. Zhu Lian did not know whether to laugh or cry. "You want to eat melon seeds like rice?" Pei Qian leaped forward and landed on the street. As Zhou Mili ran over, she carefully walked around Wang Guangjing who was lying on the ground. She kept her back to the unconscious Wang Guangjing. "I didn't look at you and you didn't see me." Everyone was in the Jianghu and everyone minded their own business. After walking past the sleepy man, Zhou Mili immediately quickened her pace. She stood still with the 2 sacks dangling on the shoulder pole. She reached out to hold the 2 sacks and asked softly, "Old chef, I saw Pei Qian chatting with someone from afar." Why did you attack him? That's a sneak attack. You shouldn't attack him next time. Otherwise it won't be good if word gets out. I'll eat some melon seeds first and muster up my courage to shout a few times to wake him up. Can you come again? Zhou Xian imitated the little girl's words and nodded with a smile. Yes, I like him. Zhou Lian's attack was very light, so Wang Guangjing had already woken up when Zhou Mili passed by. At this moment his ears were sharp and he heard the little girl's words that sounded very conscientious but were actually not reasonable at all. This young immortal, who was both a guest and a behind-the-scenes military advisor in the prince's mansion, almost shed tears. Pei Qian pinched Zhou Mili's cheek and pulled. Zhou Mili immediately tilted her head and stood on tiptoe. She gently patted Pei Qian's finger and said vaguely, "That's necessary. That's necessary." Zhou Lian stamped his foot. Wang Guangjing's whole body bounced up and he no longer dared to pretend to be asleep. After standing still, he said in a trembling voice, "Greetings, old immortal." Zhou Lian nodded with a kind expression and patted with his hand. Wang Guangjing fell directly to the end of the street. Zhou Lian smiled. After this punch he should be timid. Zhou Lian looked around and said to himself, "It's a pity that when we met in the early years, Ding Ying was still a little boy. When I finally came back he was gone. Otherwise I could have taught him how to be a junior." He was not a martial arts madman talking nonsense. Actually, Ding Ying's later actions were more or less the same as Zhou Lian's. Earlier, Zhou Lian had already fought against 9 people in the Generational Pact. At that time, Zhou Lian had killed more than half of the grandmasters on the world's top 10 list. The reason why Zhou Lian did not kill Ding Ying was because he thought that his chances of ascending were slim. At that moment he felt that ascension was not very meaningful, so he purposely gave Ding Ying, who was barely pleasing to the eye, a good head and the corresponding martial arts fate. It could be said that Ding Ying's later achievements in martial arts and the growth of his temperament were half due to Zhou Lian. And when Zhou Lian was still alive. In this world there was only one first in literature and no second in martial arts. Pei Qian said, "Let's go back." Zhou Lian nodded and said, "Let's finish a sack of sunflower seeds first. Otherwise Nuanshu will probably nag you for buying too much." After returning to the house, Pei Qian asked about how to break through the bottleneck of level 6 and how to treat martial arts fate in the North Continent. Zhou Mili reminded Pei Qian and even asked about the bottleneck of level 7 and level 8. Pei Qian glared at her and said, "Can't you eat hot tofu if you're impatient?" Zhou Mili was a little confused. No matter how hot the tofu was, it could be eaten in one bite. Zhou Lian still told Pei Qian some things to take note of. After that, Zhou Lian quickly returned to Luopa Mountain. Pei Qian said that he had to finish a few things, so he went to Chao Qinglong's ancestral house and helped clean it up with Xiaomi. After that she brought Zhou Mili to Baihe Temple's night market. She fiercely ate the numbing and scalding food that her Shifu had mentioned. She immediately ordered 2 casseroles for Zhou Mili. After eating her fill, she glanced at the official's family's library from afar. She told Zhou Mili that compared to the Zhilon building in Wanshu's hometown, this building was much shorter than Zhou Mili's head. Later, Pei Qian went to see the girl of the same age who had become a young girl earlier than him. A few years ago she had married a scholar who had passed the Jinshi exam and had a smooth career. When the woman's family took a carriage to a temple in the capital to burn incense and pray for blessings, Pei Qian followed from afar and didn't show up. In the end, Pei Qian helped master and went to Zhuangyuan Alley. In the early years, there was a story of a poor scholar who was going to take the exam and a woman with a pipa in her arms. The lovers didn't get married. After asking the shopkeeper of the local bookstore, Pei Qian learned that the scholar had taken the exam twice in a row but still failed to pass the exam. He cried bitterly and seemed to have completely given up and returned to his hometown to open a school. Pei Qian didn't know if the scholar would meet the girl he liked again in this life. Who knew? On the last day of leaving Nanyuan country, Pei Qian went to the roof at night. Zhou Mili also followed. A young thin girl and a young girl were lying on the roof together, looking at the full moon. Zhou Mili was eating melon seeds and asked casually, "Why is it that the more you practice, the less you dare to use your fist?" Pei Qian said, "Master treats other people's life and death like porcelain that will break with a knock." Master didn't say this, but I've always seen it. Zhou Mili nodded vigorously. "Very good. Then don't be in a hurry to use your fist." "Pei Qian, let's not be in a hurry." Pei Qian said with a smile, "What are you talking about? You don't practice boxing." It's good that you don't practice boxing. In fact, it's very hard. Look, Master told me not to practice boxing too early. The only time I didn't listen to Master, I suffered a lot. So you must listen to Master. Zhou Mili secretly moved her hand away from the melon seeds and said some sad words. Pei Qian reached out and grabbed nothing. The little girl laughed and quickly moved her hand back. Pei Qian. Looking at the sky, he smiled and scratched his head. He originally thought that he could see Grandpa Cui once when he reached the highest place to use his fist. Gu Kan and Lu Qiqing traveled north with Chai Bofu, who had fallen 2 realms in a row. Lu Qiqing stopped at the border of the 2 provinces. Gu Kan traveled alone. Lu Qiqing and brother Long Bo strolled in a bustling city of Qi province. Lu Qiqing wanted to see the beauties at the foot of the mountain. Chai Bofu, who was young and had a white head, didn't even care about the camouflage. He was healing himself all the way. He had no choice. He accidentally said something wrong and was slapped by Lu Qiqing. He almost couldn't defend the Dragon Gate territory. Gu Kan, who seemed to be ready to dig a hole and bury him at any time, was beside him. Count Long, who was a cultivator at the bottleneck of the nascent Soul Realm and had wrestled with many top figures of the Aquarius continent, seemed to have returned to the bleak days of the lower 5 realms. When Lu Qiqing and Chai Bofu returned to the Immortal Inn, Lu Qiqing, who was walking with a swagger, was struck by lightning. He asked Chai Bofu to get away. Chai Bofu immediately went out to shop alone and didn't even dare to stay in the inn. Lu Qiqing directly put away the pink Taoist robe and only dared to show up in the appearance of the original owner of this body. He gently knocked on the door. There were 2 people playing chess in the courtyard, but they ignored him. Lu Qiqing braced himself and opened the door. He silently walked behind a man in white and looked down. The person playing chess with the man in white was an old Taoist in a green robe with a solemn face. The man in white smiled and said, "Cui Dong, this is a good move. If Gu Kan can become my disciple, I won't care about your superfluous act of saving a good-for-nothing. If he can become my junior brother, I will agree to your request." Cui Dong nodded and said, "Then it's a promise." Cui Dong moved the chess piece in his hand first, but he didn't put it on the chessboard. Therefore the chessboard was always empty. Lu Qiqing held his breath and concentrated. The man in white didn't look at the chessboard. He smiled and said, "You helped White Emperor City find a good disciple and invited that person to play chess with you. How should I thank you? No wonder my master told me that the reason why he chose you as his disciple was that he liked your ability to stir up a hornet's nest. He wanted to make me feel less bored as your senior brother." Lu Qiqing's mouth was dry and his face was stiff. The man in white got up and said, "Don't play anymore. This chessboard is a broken chessboard where capable people do more work. Cui Dong asked for it. Don't try to drag me down with you. The Dali dynasty can't bear the consequences." Cui Dong sighed and put the chess piece back into the box. He got up and said, "Then I won't see you off." The man in white nodded and disappeared in a flash. Lu Qiqing wiped the sweat from his forehead. Cui Dong put away the chessboard in the box. He glanced at Lu Qiqing and said with a smile, "Even I am not as good as you in seeking death." Lu Qiqing smiled bitterly and said, "I didn't expect that I would encounter so many what-ifs." Cui Dong smiled and said, "Not many, just 3. Lu Qiqing was indeed helpless. Cui Dong said casually, "If you die, you don't have to die and you don't have to worry about accidents." Lu Qiqing bowed and said, "Congratulations to Imperial Tutor for breaking through the realm." Cui Dong said, "Congratulating an old man who has lived for 99 years is also seeking death." Lu Qiqing began to act shamelessly. "With my senior brother here, I am not afraid of anything." Cui Dong said, "I just need to say something to let your senior brother kill you." Lu Qiqing immediately bowed again and said pitifully, "Imperial Tutor, please tell me something about a scholar. I am most willing to listen to this now." Cui Dong said, "Then listen to my advice. When Gu Kan arrives at White Emperor City, no matter what happens in the future, you just need to protect him from death. Don't do nothing and don't do too much." Lu Qiqing still wanted to ask this real master about the mysteries of heaven, but Cui Dong had disappeared. Lu Qiqing sighed. The old Cliff Academy in the capital of Dali had been sealed off by the imperial court for many years. It was deserted, overgrown with weeds and foxes and rabbits. A snow-white rainbow light descended from the sky. It completely ignored the great array of mountains and rivers in the capital of Dali. It even seemed that it did not take the scholarly sage who was guarding the sky screen seriously. After the man in white appeared, he glanced at the imitated Baek Okkyung building that was ready to move. The Baek Okkyung building that had been activated seemed to have received an imperial edict at the last minute. The man, who did not like to leave White Emperor City, walked slowly inside. When flowers grow, they become evil weeds. Before Gukin returned home, there were 2 pairs of master and servant, a total of 4 people. 3 of them were returning home. The vassal of Dolly, Song Jisin, and the servant girl GQ from Mud Bottle Alley. Ma Kuxuan from Apricot Blossom Alley. As for Ma Kuxuan's servant girl Xu Dian, she seemed redundant along the way. And Song Jisin was disgusted by Ma Kuxuan, who pretended to be a bodyguard all the way. The ferry docked at the Oxhorn Mountain. Ma Kuxuan took Xu Dian to the river god temple of Longshu River. Song Jisin and GQ went to Mud Bottle Alley. But GQ left the house alone in the night. She looked at the clean yard next door and the Spring Festival couplets and walked out of the alley. After she left the alley, Song Jisin took a small stool to the yard in the dead of night. But he did not sit down. He stood on the other side of the yellow mud wall that seemed to be getting shorter and shorter, looking at the neighbor's yard. GQ went to the iron lock well first. She reached out and scooped up a handful of water, weighed it in her hand and poured it back into the well. Then she walked out of the town. Near Li Huai's house, she looked at the hill called Jinju Mountain and frowned. Buried there was the body of the real dragon that was refined and defeated by the saints of the 3 sects and 1 family. Jinju Mountain. Wangzhu. Jinju was the real body of Wangzhu. On the other hand, Wangzhu's current physique was transformed from the true dragon Li Zhu, and it couldn't be considered her true body. Someone still needed to add the finishing touch before he could rightfully take back that true body. Only then could she restore the real dragon's identity. At that time, all the luck of the flood dragon in the world would be gathered on her alone. Helping her break through the bottleneck of the gathering vitality realm was nothing. It was not difficult to break through the bottleneck of the pure jade realm. As long as she stabilized the immortal realm, her combat power was comparable to half of the ascendant realm. The writer and the person who added the finishing touch was the peasant boy who signed a contract with her in the early years. After GQ left the iron lock well, the first person she saw in the snow and cold season was Qin Pingan. However, at that time Qin Pingan's soul was too weak, and his luck was so thin that it made one's hair stand on end. She didn't want to be implicated by him, so she chose the neighboring prince of the great Li, Song Jisin, as her master. Why was the 4-legged snake that was thrown to the yard next door by Song Jisin and would run back by itself? Why was it so despised and still unwilling to stay at Qin Pingan's house? It was also one of the 5 opportunities of the Great Tao. Qin Pingan gave the little loach to Gukin. Gukin not only accepted it, but also caught it without any problem. Logically speaking, Song Jisin had been thrown away several times, so it should be Qin Pingan's opportunity. However, how could the 4-legged snake with horns on its forehead be on the same level as Wangzhu? Like Wangzhu, it recognized Qin Pingan as its master. The master-servant relationship between Wangzhu and Song Jisin next door was just Wangzhu's camouflage. Later, Song Jisin changed the name to GQ, which was a great trick. The 2 words GQ originally belonged to the supervisor, Song Yuzhang. In fact, it was given to Song Yuzhang by Cui Dong. Then Song Jisin coincidentally saw it and knew about it. Unconsciously, he remembered it in his heart and kept it echoing. Finally, he helped Wangzhu to name it GQ. The 2 words GQ were related to the illusion of chiseling the wall to steal light. The plaque hanging in the main hall of the house in Mud Bottle Alley, Huayan Palace, was written by the late Emperor of Dali. They were all very particular. Therefore, during those years, GQ was able to slowly absorb the dragon energy of the Dali dynasty. Therefore, Song Jisin missed out on the dragon throne. It was not without reason that he was only a vassal and not an emperor. Heaven's will and destiny were in the unseen world. When GQ met Lu Qin, who was looking for her in Mud Bottle Alley, GQ subconsciously mentioned Qin Pingan instead of Song Jisin. GQ stood where she was and looked at the Jinju Mountain in silence for a long time. Song Jisin walked to her side. GQ told him the inside story in her mind. There was no point in dragging this out any longer. He might even become enemies with Song Jisin. Unexpectedly, Song Jisin smiled and said, "I don't mind." Wangzhu blinked and said, "I don't mind either." Song Jisin was speechless. Then he felt a dull pain in his heart. The fifth world. The old scholar was above the sea of clouds, looking at the magnificent mountains and rivers. He said, "The poor scholar moves. Moving books is like moving mountains. Only those who have books on the shelves are rich." The scholar standing beside him was empty-handed. He did not have a sword in his hand because there was a sword light in the middle of the world far away. The scholar said, "The great rivers and mountains are going to be slaughtered again." The old scholar smiled and said, "Saints do not hurt things. Those who do not hurt things cannot hurt things." The scholar shook his head and said, "Saints are like that. How many saints are there?" The old scholar also shook his head and said, "As far as I can see, there are saints everywhere. It can be seen that your fighting skills are better but your vision is lower." The scholar was speechless. There were only the two of them in this world. This boast was not false. He was indeed an old scholar who did not take advantage of others. These words were said by the old scholar himself. He was not slandered by others. The old scholar was silent for a moment. Suddenly he became spirited and said, "Since you have nothing to do, why don't I tell you more about my isolated disciple?" The scholar took a deep breath. He was going to talk again. It wasn't that he was impatient, but no matter how patient he was, he couldn't withstand the old scholar's nagging. He turned his head and said helplessly, "Can you stop talking about this?" The old scholar sighed and said, "It's a regret in life." The scholar sighed in relief. Using the sword was not as tiring as listening to the old scholar's nagging. The old scholar suddenly said, "If I don't talk about it, why don't you? This is a very novel idea. First set a small goal. For example, 1 second. Remember, the scholar's residence. 656. In the scorching summer, the old locust tree that was holding up a big shade umbrella was gone. The iron lock well was privately enclosed. The sweet well water that the old people yearned for could no longer be drunk. There were fewer crickets in the immortal tomb. The old porcelain mountain that creaked when one stepped on it could no longer be climbed up. Fortunately, there were still peach blossoms in the peach leaf alley in spring. The deep red color was lovely and the light red color was also lovely. In life there were gatherings and parting. Fortunately, there were gatherings and gatherings. Today there were many people who had returned home after leaving their hometown gathered at the old school. Before returning to the academy, Li Huai, Lin Shuyi, Dong Shuijing, and Shi Chuanjia had made an appointment to return to the school together today. There was not much to talk about and they just went there to have a look and sit. Dong Shuijing asked someone to find the county magistrate to get the key to open the door. Normally, people did not know Dong Shuijing's ability, nor did they know Dong Bonqing's name. However, the glutinous rice wine that Dong Shuijing sold had long been sold to the capital of Dali. It was said that even the celestial fairies in the white clouds would carry this wine. This was a rolling source of wealth that everyone could see. The 4 schoolmates and friends who used to study here, Li Huai and Dong Shuijing, carried water all the way here. The carrying pole, bucket and cloth were all taken from Li Huai's ancestral house. Shi Jiachuan held a basket and put it all in it. Lin Shi was a young master of a rich family. He did not have to worry about clothes, so he did not have the opportunity to do such work. Today he also wanted to carry water. However, Dong Shuijing laughed and said, "I am more familiar with the place near Li Huai's house to fetch water." Therefore Lin Shi, who was empty-handed, chatted with Shi Chuanjia, who was close to him all the way. Both of their families had moved to the capital of Dali. Lin Shi's father had been promoted to an official in the capital, while the Shi family was just rich. In the eyes of the locals in the capital, they were just rich people who came from outside the capital. They reeked of mud and blood. In the early years of the Shi family's business, things did not go well. When they were cheated, they could not find a place to complain. There were some things that Shi Chuanjia wanted to say. Previously, there were too many people at the shop in Dragon Rider Alley, so even if she was joking, she couldn't say too much. Now that there was only Lin Shi around, Shi Chuanjia openly mocked and complained about Lin Shi. She said that her family was bumping around in the capital and that they couldn't find a temple even if they carried a pig's head, so she went to find Lin Shi's father. She didn't think that she would be rejected at the door. She only entered the house to drink tea and reminisce about old times, and that was it. Lin Shi's father made it clear that he wasn't willing to help. As a married woman, Shi Chuanjia was no longer the carefree little girl with ponytails. However, she was willing to talk about this openly because she was willing to treat Lin Shi as a friend. How the elders interacted with each other was their business. After Shi Chuanjia left the school and the academy, she became a housewife who took care of her husband and children. He cherished those years of schooling even more. She was able to complain to others face to face because she didn't have any resentment in her heart. Lin Shi also didn't hide anything for his father and family. He said, "Don't you know what my father's personality is like and what my family's situation is like? Back then, who dared to come to my house to play? Back then, was Baoping bold? How many times have you seen her come to my house?" Lin Shi's father was even weirder. When he worked in the construction supervision office, he was all by himself. When he returned home, he was all by himself. When he was with his concubine-born son Lin Shi, he was almost harsh, but he was also another person. That man was all too clear with almost everyone he interacted with. Because he was efficient in his work, he had a good reputation in the construction supervision office and got along well with several construction supervision officials. Therefore, other than the praise of his colleagues in the construction supervision office, Lin Shi as the head of the family or as a father, seemed somewhat harsh and heartless. When he traveled to the academy of the Great Sui Kingdom, the letter he sent to Lin Shi was always concise and to the point, as if he was calculating accounts. No matter how famous Lin Shi was now in the Great Sui Kingdom, even in the officialdom of Dali, that man didn't seem to have such a son. He never wrote to Lin Shi to ask him to come home and visit when he was free. Shi Chuanjia remembered something and joked, "Lin Shi, even my friends have heard of you. How capable must you be able to spread your deeds to the capital of Dali? They say that you will definitely become a sage of the academy. Even a gentleman dares to think about it. You are a successful immortal on the mountain and you are also good-looking." Speaking of this, Shi Chuanjia turned sideways and looked at Lin Shi, who was dressed in a green robe. "Oh, you are really handsome. I couldn't see it at all in the past. You always have a straight face like a little teacher. You are not likable." Lin Shi said, "If you have the ability to say this, say it in front of Bianwen Mao." Shi Chuanjia smiled and said, "I didn't say that you are better looking than my husband." Lin Shi shook his head and said nothing. Shi Chuanjia was a little emotional. At that time, Yu and Li Huai were the only ones who had the latest books in the school. They were the same for a year. Li Huai didn't like to flip books. He would feel sleepy as soon as he read. "You were the most careful when flipping books." Lin Shi smiled and said, "You still remember such a small thing?" Shi Chuanjia asked in return, "If not these, what should I remember?" Lin Shi nodded and said, "It's a good habit." Lin Shi hesitated and said, "In the future, if something happens in the capital, I will ask Bianwen Mao for help." Shi Chuanjia was stunned and then laughed loudly. She pointed at Lin Shi and said, "Since you were young, you spoke the least and had the most complicated thoughts. Why would Lin Shi need to ask Bianwen Mao for help?" This kind of thing of helping others and building a ladder was probably Lin Shi's unique gentleness and kindness. Over at the school, Li Huai was cleaning while loudly reciting the beginning of an article about his family's teachings. "Rise at dawn, sweep the courtyard." Thinking back to the past, every morning Mr. Qi would start cleaning the school early. He would always do these things himself and didn't need Zhao Yao to do it. Dong Shuijing smiled and said, "It has to be clean inside and out." Shi Chuanjia wiped the table. Hearing this, she waved the rag in her hand and said, "Close the door after fainting." Nearby Lin Shi smiled. "I will personally check." Lin Shi wiped the windowsill carefully. Studying at the foot of the mountain, cultivating on the mountain, cultivating the body and the mind. Was this not the same? Shi Chuanjia's husband, Bianwen Mao, had also returned to Huaihuang County. The town belonged to the prefectural government. Bianwen Mao had sent a letter of invitation to visit the prefectural government of Baoshi, Fuyu. Fuyu was also the son of an aristocratic family of the capital with quite the status. The Bian family and the Fu family had some ties. They both belonged to the Dali faction. However, the Bian family still paled in comparison to the Fu family. However, the Fu family was not as wealthy as the Chao and Yuan surnames. They were not a surname of the pillar of Xianxia after all. Fu Yu had once been the secretary of the first district magistrate of Longquan, Wu Yuan. He was very well hidden. After the Longquan commandery was elevated to the Dragon province, it governed the 4 commanderies of Qingxi, Baoshi, Sanjiang and Burning Incense. The prefectural government of Qingxi had been promoted on the spot, while the governors of the other 3 commanderies were all officials of the capital. They came from both aristocratic and frigid clans. Baoshi Commandery had been taken over by Fu Yu. Bian Wenmao was willing to submit to the governor's estate of Baoshi, but he was afraid to visit the government office of Qingxi Commandery. This was due to the prestige of the surname of the pillar of Xianxia. In reality, although Fu Yu was of the same rank as the grandson of the Yuan family, both governors of a commandery, whenever he visited the provincial governor's residence in the provincial capital to discuss matters, even the provincial governor, Wei Li, found it difficult to deal with Governor Yuan. It was not just Governor Yuan's background. Governor Yuan's personal integrity and methods of governance were key as well. Yu Lu and Xianxia visited the Yuan family's ancestral estate first before hurrying over to the school. They chose 2 empty seats. The 2 of them had once been students from the old Cliff Academy in Dali, except they were not as close to Mr. Qi as Li Huai and Xianxia. They had migrated here as descendants of the Lu family, but they had only seen Cui Dongshan. They had not seen Mr. Qi, who had founded the Cliff Academy and the school in the small town. Very coincidentally, Song Jisun and his maidservant GQ were also revisiting this place today. They did not go to the school and take their seats. Aside from Zhao Yao, Song Jisun basically had no contact with Lin Shui and the others at the school. Song Jisun took GQ to the back courtyard. He sat by the stone table where Mr. Qi had taught him how to play chess with Zhao Yao. GQ stood outside the wooden door to the north like usual. Song Jisun was dejected. He extended his hand and brushed it across the table. He did not know if Zhao Yao, who had lost to him in chess, was still safe in a foreign land. Song Jisun turned his head and looked at GQ, who was bending a willow branch. She stood on her tiptoes and gently shook the branch. Song Jisun looked at her side profile, which he liked even more. He could not hate her, was unwilling and could not bear to part with her. She turned her head as if she had completely forgotten that day's open discussion. She became the maidservant who depended on Song Jisun for survival again. She let go of his hand and smiled sweetly. "Young master, do you want to play chess?" Song Jisun shook his head slightly. Other than Li Huai and Song Jisun, there were also 2 unexpected big shots from the officialdom who had graced them with their presence. The diligent and pragmatic county chief Yuan and the unruly supervisor Chao. Neither of them brought their retinue. One did not bring his retinue on purpose and the other did not bring his retinue at all. In fact, the 2 of them were of the same age as Xianxia State. They were both students of the old Cliff Academy in Dali's capital city. However, they were similar to the crown prince of the fallen country, Yu Lu. They had never seen Mr. Qi with their own eyes, let alone listen to Mr. Qi's teachings. Supervisor Chao leaned against the window with a vermilion wine gourd hanging from his waist. It was made of ordinary material. The wine gourd had accompanied him for many years since he came to the town. It was shiny from being rubbed and had a pleasant texture. It was Supervisor Chao's beloved item and he would not exchange it for anything else. Seeing the county chief who had taken off his official robe and put on a green robe, Supervisor Chao said in surprise, "County Chief Yuan is a busy man. Every day you spin like a top, your feet never leave the ground and your butt never touches the chair. You don't get dizzy, but others look like they're drunk. A trip to Huaihuang County will delay a lot of official business." County Chief Yuan's expression was indifferent. "Talking to you will delay things." The surnames of Dali, Yuan and Chao were the most famous surnames of Xianxia State in the entire Aquarius continent. The reason was simple. Half of the door gods on the map of the continent were their ancestors. In the Confucian Temple on Old Porcelain Mountain and the Martial Temple in the Immortal's graveyard in Huaihuang County, the ancestors of the 2 families were molded into golden bodies and enjoyed incense as companions to the gods. Supervisor Chao took off the wine gourd hanging from his waist and took a sip. He narrowed his eyes as if every time he drank his life would be complete. County Chief Yuan stood upright, and the difference between him and the mischievous Supervisor Chao was like heaven and earth. This descendant of the Yuan family, who had an excellent reputation in Dali's officialdom, said, "I wonder if Supervisor Yuan will sober up a little every time he wanders home drunk and sees the portrait of his ancestors on the door." Supervisor Chao was famous for not putting on airs. He was addicted to alcohol and did not like to drink too much. He only drank in small sips. Therefore he seemed to be drinking all day long. The road of life was the road to buy alcohol. He would stop halfway and chat with anyone. Fortunately, the address was the Kiln Supervision Office in the small town. It was a quiet yamen that did not care about anything. Nominally, It was under the direct jurisdiction of the Ministry of Rights, and the capital's Ministry of Personnel had no right to interfere. In fact, whether the Ministry of Rights could control the Longquan Kiln Supervision Office or not, everyone in Dali's officialdom was as clear as a mirror. Supervisor Chow had specifically instructed the assistant officer that all the officials in the Yamen must have a good or extremely good performance evaluation. If they only had a good performance, it would be extremely good if they were given some good wine. If last year's wine was extremely good, if they did not give some wine, this year's wine would not be extremely good. The Kiln Supervision Office's officialdom rules were that simple. It was so effortless that all the officials, regardless of whether they were clean or turbid, would be dumbstruck, and then their faces would light up with joy. Such an easy-to-deal-with chief official was hard to find. Supervisor Chow himself did not take the title of an official seriously. Over time, the small town's common people realized that this young official was not pretending to be approachable, so they also did not take it seriously. Huang Ernyang dared to laugh and scold him. She was the kind of person who had moved to the provincial capital. She also dared to address Supervisor Chow as her brother at the drinking table. When she returned to the provincial capital, she told everyone that she and Supervisor Chow were good buddies. Even those big kids who wore open crotch pants liked to play with the idle Supervisor Chow. If they complained to their father, it would most likely be useless. If they complained to their mother, as long as the woman was a bit shrewish, she would dare to tear off Supervisor Chow's clothes. Supervisor Chow had long been fluent in the small town's dialect. If he spoke in Dali's official language, he would feel uncomfortable. Supervisor Chow glanced sideways at his familiar peer and replied, "I wonder if County Chief Yuan, who scrupulously abides by etiquette, would kneel and kowtow every time he saw the portrait of the door god." If the two of them had not come to the small town to gain experience, County Chief Yuan Jingding, who had just started his career in officialdom, would never have spoken to the other party. Supervisor Chao Gingxin would most likely have taken the initiative to talk to Yuan Jingding, but he would never have been able to speak in such a graceful manner. Yuan Jingding was silent for a moment. "If you don't attend to your proper duties, will you have the face to go to Lower Street in the future?" Chao Gingxin shook the wine pot in his hand and said with a smile, "Use your face to walk." Lord Yuan's words are very humorous. Next time, if anyone in the capital dares to say that Lord Yuan's only flaw is that he is not humorous enough, I will give him 2 big slaps on the face if I meet him on the road. Yuan Jingding continued to ask, "Do you still remember Guan Yiran and Lu Xuanmei? If I remember correctly, when they were young, these 2 sons of General Seeds liked to follow you around." Although their ranks were still not very high, it was enough for them to sit on equal footing with Yuan Jingding and Chao Gingxin. The key was the trend in officialdom later. It seemed that those 2 sons of General Seeds had broken through a big bottleneck. That was the change in status between civil and military officials. Chao Gingxin smiled and said, "Lord Yuan, since you don't know who I am, don't say things that make you think you know me." Yuan Jingding pretended to be surprised. "Oh, may I ask who you are?" Chao Gingxin drank a mouthful of wine. "Before drinking I am drunkard Chao. After drinking I am drunkard Chao." Yuan Jingding smiled. "Sure enough, you are a hindrance." Chao Gingxin shook his head and said, "I am here to see Mr. Qi's direct disciples, especially to ask Dong Xiong for some glutinous rice wine that does not require credit. Yuan Darren is different. He is here to seek friendship with the prince. The difference between us is obvious. I am stepping on the mud of the shabby alley, even my boots are dirty. Yuan Darren is the bronze mirror above the high-hanging door, noble character and unquestionable integrity, open and above board." Yuan Jingding frowned. "After all these years you only learned how to talk?" Chao Gingxin asked back, "Then have you learned it?" Yuan Jingding said in a deep voice, "It's not child's play." Chao Gingxin hung up the small wine pot and cupped his fists to beg for mercy. "Lord Yuan, you only care about your own ability. Don't worry about whether a lazy person like me can make progress." Yuan Jingding sighed in his heart. He didn't like this person's style. But deep in his heart, Yuan Jingding still hoped that this son of the Chao family could be a little more careful in his official career. Of course, Yuan Jingding mainly did it for himself. Whether it was the officialdom, the literary world, or Jianghu on the mountain, the world was so strange. Everyone who wanted to watch the fun liked the fight between rivals and was willing to pay more attention to it. It was not a good thing for someone to be alone early on and leave others behind. The kiln supervision office's responsibility was actually very big. Yuan Jingding was very envious. One was to guard against thieves and also to catch thieves. The small town's 4 families and 10 clans, Song, Zhao, Lu, Li, Qin, Shi, and so on, all had the power to supervise. On the surface, this office only supervised the production of imperial porcelain, but in reality, it could manage everything. The Yang family's shop, North Peak Cloud Mountain, Linlu Academy, Dragon Spring Sword Sect, Luapa Mountain, all the Immortal Mountains to the west of the small town, the school opened by the Qin family of the Dragon Tail Creek, the large and small civil and martial temples in the county, the City God Pavilion, City God Temple, Tiefu River, Tongdan River, Xihua River, Yuye River, Red Candle Town, the officials of the border, the noble families and the lowly ones. Even if it was a cultivator, as long as Supervisor Chow wanted to investigate, he could investigate. Dolly's Ministry of Justice and Ministry of Rights would not and did not dare to pursue the matter. It was just that this Supervisor Chow appointed by the late emperor seemed to have chosen not to care about anything. Yuan Jingding was happy and worried. He was happy that his neighbor, who was originally going to be Dolly's mortal enemy in the future, was so useless. He was worried that the ambitious young emperor found this Chao Gingxin to be an eyesore. If he ran out of patience one day, he would not even give face to the Chao family and just replace him with someone else. In the future, after Yuan Jingding was promoted to the provincial governor of the Dragon Province, he would become a great official of the border who truly possessed great power. However, he would instead become restricted. After all, the lessons of the past were still fresh in his mind. The new supervisor definitely would not be easy to talk to. Near the school, Ma Kuxuan and the maidservant Xu Dian stood there. They exchanged glances with Chao Gingxin and Yuan Jingding, but neither of them had any intentions of greeting each other. They were never on the same side. Ma Kuxuan said, "When my grandmother was still alive, she liked to curse people very much. She would just curse them to their faces. If she dared not curse them to their faces, she would curse them behind their backs. Out of the people she knew, there were only 3 people she did not curse. Mr. Qi of the school was one of them. My grandmother said that Mr. Qi was a truly good person." The corner of Ma Kuxuan's lips twitched. He crossed his arms over his chest and leaned back, leaning against a yellow, muddy wall. "In my hometown, people like to shoot their mouths off." Ma Kuxuan smiled before saying something strange. "That's what I deserve." Xu Dian did not understand at all. It was probably a local proverb. Xu Dian only knew one thing. The dialect of the town was mostly flat, which was why it did not have any inflections. It was rare for Ma Kuxuan to say something so harmless to her. Instead, it seemed like he was engaging in some small talk for the first time. He explained with a smile, "It means that when you listen to other people's words, it's like you're carrying a burden. Can you bear that burden?" A young man walked out of his ancestral home in Mud Bottle Alley. When he passed by Qin Pinggan's ancestral home, he paused for quite a while. Gukin originally planned on directly going to the provincial capital, but after thinking about it, she still decided to go to the school. At the crossing of Oxhorn Mountain, a tall, large man who was returning to his hometown for the first time alighted from a cross-continent ferry from Old Dragon City to the North Continent. Wan Xiu greeted him with a smile. "Hello, I'm Lu Xianyang." Lu Xianyang strode over with a resplendent smile. "Miss Wan." Wan Xiu nodded and tossed over a sword tablet. With this, he would be able to travel through the Dragon Province on the wind. In reality, Lu Xianyang would become a direct disciple of the ancestral hall of the Dragon Spring Sword Sect in a few more years. Lu Xianyang had only lent it to the Melochin clan of the South Swirling Continent for 20 years. Lu Xianyang accepted the sword tablet and bade farewell. He directly rode the wind to his ancestral home before visiting a grave near the dragon kiln. In the end, he returned to the town. He blocked the entrance to Mud Bottle Alley and gave Gukin a beating. Gukin did not fight back. A woman in red who was hurrying through the sea of clouds changed her mind too. Calculating the time, she did not go to the capital of Dolly. Instead, she took a detour back to her hometown. Lowering her head, she saw that she had arrived at the school. Wan Xiu had gone to the shop in Dragon Rider Alley to suppress the new year, eating pastries along the way. She also made her way to the school. As a result, the school, which was already bustling with activity, became even more crowded. Bian Wenmao left the governor's estate and took a carriage to the street near the school. He lifted the curtains and looked over. To his surprise, he discovered that Supervisor Chao and Governor Yuan were actually standing together. Bian Wenmao weighed the pros and cons. Since the two descendants of the Pillar of State were both present, there was no need for him to exchange pleasantries with them. He lowered the curtains and reminded the driver to move the carriage. As for the other people near the school, Bian Wenmao either knew them and had already interacted with them before, or they were unfamiliar, so he ignored them. Bian Wenmao only waited for Xianxia to leave the school before returning to the capital of Dali with her. A guy who seemed like a frail scholar had actually gone back on his word. He brought his brother Longbow carefully with him, strolling around the town. In the end, he was drawn over by the activity over at the school. Lu Qiqing gritted his teeth and silently told himself that he was just going to look around and not cause any trouble. Even if a random kid on the side of the road in this palm-sized place jumped up and slapped him in the face for no reason, he would still welcome him with a smile. So Lu Qiqing and his brother Longbow saw this scene. The people over at the school began to disperse almost at the same time. So at a certain moment, everyone fell into the sight of the pedestrians on the street. The woman in cyan with a ponytail, Wan Xiu. The one in red cotton-padded jacket, Li Baoping. Li Huai Lin Shui Dong Shuijing. Yilu thank you. Ma Kushuan. Song Jisun GQ. Lu Xianying Guken. Those people more or less glanced at Lu Qiqing, who was standing on the side of the road. Especially Guken, who had a playful smile. Lu Qiqing's scalp was numb and his intestines were green with regret. I shouldn't have come. I shouldn't have come. If there was no one around, he would have slapped his brother Longbow in the face. I'm so stupid, but you don't even know how to persuade me. How can you be my best friend? Chai Bofu had lost his realm, but his vision was still there. However, he was more stubborn than Lu Qiqing. My life is worthless now. Take it away. Lu Qiqing humbly asked for advice. Brother Longbow, if you make a living here, how many days can you live? Chai Bofu was speechless. However, those people were getting farther and farther away from the school and closer to the street. Chai Bofu felt more and more suffocated. Lu Qiqing stopped talking in his mind and said to his brother Longbow with a smile, Xiao, do you know that Qin Pingon and I are best friends? Chai Bofu thought for a moment and nodded, me too. 657. The disciples of the Yang family shop, Li Er Jing Dafeng Su family shop and Shiling Mountain had all left one after another. Old Yang was happy to be idle. Xianxia, who was guarding the shop in front, did not understand the human language. Old Yang was too lazy to say a word. Of course, Xianxia did not want to have anything to do with that old bastard. That old bastard really thought of himself as someone important. If not for the Yang family ancestors' nostalgia, how much money could the shop earn in a year with such a poor business? If Xianxia was in charge, he would have settled the score long ago. Wei Pai and Wan Tong came to visit almost at the same time. Mountain Lord Bei Yu and the presiding saint had arrived quietly. Wan Tong was more casual. He sat on a bench under the eaves and drank. Xiu had brought some good wine home this time. Normally she could not bear to drink it. Wei Pai stood beside the bench with a serious expression. Many saints had sat on the bench beside him before. Old Yang sat on the steps outside the main house opposite. White fog was everywhere. Wan Tong put away the wine pot and said directly, if Xiu did not go to the school, I would not have come. Old Yang laughed. I can't control her. Wan Tong, you have yourself to blame. Wan Tong nodded. With such an answer, as long as it was not Old Yang's scheme, it was enough. Wei Pai's mood became heavier. Without a natural ally like Wan Tong, he, as a mere mountain lord, was under a lot of pressure. To be honest, dealing with this old senior was not easy. Old Yang knocked his pipe on the steps and said, the city lord of White Emperor City is in the capital of Dali. He's looking over here. Maybe in the blink of an eye he will visit here. Wan Tong frowned. Wei Pai asked, what about the imperial tutor? Old Yang laughed. If you guessed that embroidered tiger's thoughts, will it be easy for you as a mountain lord to do things in the future? I don't think so. Since it is so, what is there to think about? Back then, when the Black Pearl Grotto heaven was destroyed, the various fortuitous encounters scattered and left with the people. It was as if a piece of porcelain had fallen from the top of the table and smashed to the ground. Pieces of porcelain, big and small, fell in all directions. The 5 greatest blessings of the Great Tao came from the fire dragon bracelet on the wrist of Saint Wan Qiong's only daughter, Wan Xiu. Gukan had taken little Loach from Qin Pingon a long time ago and kept it in her own water tank. After Lu Jimao had taken it away from the town, little Loach had taken on a large amount of nourishment at Book Slip Lake and transformed into a human form. It was named Charcoal Snow. Beside Song Jisin and the maidservant GQ was the four-legged snake with horns on its forehead. The prince of the Great Sui Kingdom, Zhou Xian, bought the golden carp from Li Air. It was a buy-one-get-one free deal and it came with a high-quality Dragon King basket. There was also Zhao Yao, Qi Jingchuan's errand boy, who had left the town early on an ox cart. Back then, other than the wooden dragon, the boy had also secretly hidden the Chun character seal, which his teacher had given him as a parting gift. On the surface, it seemed that only Zhao Yao was not in his hometown. However, Cui Dong's plan was destined to not miss out on this. The mountain alliance between the Great Sui Kingdom's Gao family and the Song clan was a chess game. Zhou Xian, as a hostage, had been studying at the Deer Academy in the Cloud Forest for many years under the protection of the ancestor of the Gao family in Guiyang. The golden carp had been kept in the mountains and streams all these years. The Dali imperial court had obviously secretly instructed the three mountain gods, Long Shuhe, Tiefu Jiang and Song Yuzhang, not to leak this matter to the outside world. Book Slip Lake was another chess game. Gu Ken was in the game and Wan Xiu followed the cultivators of Dali all the way to the south to kill a young man who had great martial arts luck but was taken away from Dali. Wan Xiu also almost fell into the game. After the incident at Book Slip Lake, Gu Ken's mother was scared out of her wits and chose to move back to her hometown. In the end, she settled down in the provincial capital and once again lived a life of luxury. There were 3 reasons. First, Qin Pingan's suggestion was seconded by Gu Ken. The woman herself also had lingering fears of the local customs of Book Slip Lake. Second, Gu Ken's father became a god after his death. First, he accumulated merits in the mansion of the ghost and wedding clothes. Later, he was promoted to a famous mountain god in the old mountains of Dali. Once he returned home, he would be much more stable. Third, Gu Ken hoped that his mother would stay away from trouble. From the bottom of his heart, Gu Ken did not trust his master Lu Jimao, the head of the true state sect Lu Laoqing. As for Song Jisin, from the beginning to the end, when had he ever left the chessboard? When had he ever not been a chess piece? How could Zhao Yao be an exception and truly escape from Cui Dong's plan? Wan Xiu left. However, Wei Pai was still unwilling to return to Mount Padding Cloud. This gathering came too abruptly and strangely. Now that the young mountain master had traveled to the Great Wall of Sword Qi and Zheng Dafeng was not at Luopa Mountain, Wei Pai was afraid that Zheng Dafeng would change his mind and not go to Lotus Root Blessed Land. This was all arranged by this old senior. Now, the backbone of Luopa Mountain was actually only Zhu Lian. He, Wei Pai, would always be a guest in the Hall of Ancestral Masters on Jisei Peak without a seat. Old Yang smiled and said, Wei Shanjun, is it necessary to repay the kindness of creation in the early years like this? Wei Pai smiled bitterly and said, I'll have to trouble the old senior to tell me sincerely that this matter is not directed at Luopa Mountain. Then I will not disturb senior's peace. Old Yang thought for a while. There are some implications, but it is not directed at Luopa Mountain. There is no need for Cui Dong to do this. Besides, even if you don't trust Cui Dong, you should at least trust Cui Dong. Wei Pai's expression was helpless. He really did not trust the strange white-clothed youth. Old Yang finally said, then you should at least trust the 3 portraits hanging in the Hall of Ancestral Masters on Jisei Peak. Wei Pai seemed to have eaten a calming pill all of a sudden. He was suddenly enlightened and bowed in thanks. Old Yang said, living in the mountains and rivers and white clouds for a long time, you seem to be a carefree immortal. In fact, the clouds and water are all obstructions. Wei Shanjun, you must be aware. Wei Pai once again clasped his hands and smiled. The beautiful scenery of the world is both an obstruction and an eyesore. Don't take advantage of it and then pretend to be innocent. Old Yang smiled and said, Wei Shanjun, you have a good temperament. Very casual. Wei Pai was slightly relieved and bade farewell. Old Yang muttered to himself, what a good way to return what you borrow. It won't be difficult to borrow again. Everything Cui Dong's plan was to help GQ use a natural method to obtain a complete true dragon's luck without violating the rules. He had to make sure that the saints of the 3 sects and 1 family could not find any fault with it. Song Jisin had deep feelings for this maidservant who had depended on him for survival. Song Jisun would definitely be willing to pay for the opportunity of a four-legged snake. He might even think that it was too little. Wuxia would not care about the gains and losses of a fire dragon at all. If she could do something for the Dragon Spring Sword sect, Wuxia would not hesitate. After Guqin grew rapidly in the Book Lake, she understood the true power of the word rules, and naturally learned how to do business. Moreover, the life and death of her parents in the future was still Guqin's weakness. Prince Zhou Xian had studied in Dali's Linlu Academy for many years. For the sake of the Gao family's mountains and rivers, even if he had to hand over a golden carp, he would still be willing to do so. As for Zhao Yao, since he could not even protect the Chun seal back then, how could he protect the wooden dragon now? It was difficult. Among the juniors in the town, the only one who was truly away from the chessboard was Chen Pingon. It was not as simple as him being far away from the Great Wall of Sword Qi. However, Cui Dong also had the ability to drag Chen Pingon back into the chessboard. The premise was that Chen Pingon still had a chance to return to his hometown. It was just that he did not know if Chen Pingon would be the chess piece or the player. Or perhaps he simply replaced him. Cui Yao? In front of the medicine shop, Yang Hua saw an old Confucian scholar cross the threshold. Yang Hua smiled and asked, "Sir, do you want to see a doctor or buy some herbs? Did you bring the prescription?" With such a glib tongue, how good could the business of the Yang family shop be? The old man did not mind. He smiled and said, "I can cure myself if I'm sick. I'm just looking around." Yang Hua was a little unhappy. He said casually, "Herbs are precious to begin with. Nowadays it's getting harder and harder to pick herbs in the mountains. So just look around. Don't mess around." The old Confucian nodded. The old Confucian looked around and was about to walk to the backyard. Yang Hua was anxious. This old man really did not treat him as an outsider. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, the old Confucian lifted the curtain and went to the backyard. Yang Hua hesitated and cursed in his heart. It would be better if he fought with that old Yang. These two old things, one did not know how to make money and the other was not willing to pay. It would be best if they injured their muscles and bones for 100 days. Old Yang smiled and said, "What a rare guest." Cui Dong stood near the bench and did not sit down. He smiled and said, "Since the guest is the host, the only thing I can do is to stop being an eyesore here." Old Yang said, "You are certain that Chen Pingon will not be able to return to the Aquarius continent for the time being?" Unable to add the finishing touch to the lady, Dali will have to take a step back and use his trump card? Cui Dong nodded and said, "That's a small matter." In the past, the contract that Wang Zhu and Chen Pingon signed was extremely unstable. If Chen Pingon's luck was not good and he died midway, although Wang Zhu would lose her restraints and could turn to sign a new contract with Song Jisun, but in the process she would lose a lot of her luck. Therefore, in those years, Wang Zhu, who had not fully awakened her spiritual wisdom, treated Chen Pingon's life and death. Many of Wang Zhu's actions were contradictory. For the sake of the overall situation, she hoped that Chen Pingon would grow up healthily. As master and servant, they would prosper together. But in Mud Bottle Alley as neighbors, she also hoped that Chen Pingon would die young. That way, she would be able to make up her mind early and focus on seizing Dali's dragon vein and the fate of the Song clan. She spent many years like this awkwardly. She did not dare to act rashly and break the rules to kill Chen Pingon. After all, she was afraid of being suppressed by the saint. She also did not want to waste her time with a pitiful worm whose natal porcelain was shattered. She was even more unwilling to pray for the mercy of the heavens and earth. The relationship between Song Jisun and Chen Pingon, who were of the same age, also became a mess. From the moment Chen Pingon's longevity bridge was broken, Wang Zhu actually had the intention to kill him. Therefore, the deal between Song Jisun and Fu Nanhua was filled with killing intent. But what happened later made Wang Zhu restrain herself a lot and did not dare to act rashly. To ask a true dragon to be merciful and pity others was like asking Emperor Dali to be a morally perfect person. But whether it was Ruan Ting or Wei Pai who visited this place previously, they did not see or think far ahead. Now that the situation was here, the opportunity would not come again. Cui Dong had to let Wang Zhu condense the true dragon's fate in advance and try to recover to the peak. But Cui Dong did not just arrange for everyone to gather at the small town school. Old Yang smiled and said, "As a guest you have to pay attention when visiting. As a host you have to treat your guests well. The more neighbors like this, the better." Cui Dong said, According to the agreement, as long as I am alive, I will not let the battle between fire and water repeat the same mistake in the vast world. Old Yang asked, what if you die? Does Cui Dongshan count as you? Will the agreement between you and me still be in effect? Cui Dong smiled and said, Senior, you have to ask him. Old Yang clicked his tongue and said, scholars who wholeheartedly do business are really shrewd. Cui Dong said, I hope you will keep your promise. Old Yang nodded and said, of course, fairness in business has always been my foundation. Wan Xiu was born in the Wind Snow Temple, but followed her father to the Pearl Grotto Heaven to cultivate. Li Luxing was in the Pearl Grotto Heaven, but followed his parents to the Lion Peak of the North Continent. Both sides would occasionally meet, but they would not be neighbors for long. Around Wan Xiu, there was Li Baoping, who hit it off, and Pei Qian, the first disciple of the Luopa Mountain. Lu Xianyang, the direct disciple of the Dragon Spring Sword sect, and Gu Qin, who did not have many friends left in the world. The Lu dynasty belonged to the fire element, and the crown prince of the fallen country, Yu Lu, who carried the martial fate of the country, carried the gratitude of many people. Beside Li Lu, there was his younger brother Li Huai. The true dragon GQ was naturally close to the water. Then Song Jisun's choice was very obvious. Ma Kushuan firstly was willing to follow GQ, and secondly his grandmother was promoted from the Dragon Whisker River Granny to the River God. Lin Shui and Dong Shuijing, the knife man, both liked Li Lu. When it came to major issues, both sides were still in their embryonic stages. Everyone had their own concerns, and if small matters accumulated, who could stay out of it in the end? Then between both sides, there would need to be someone who was willing to be reasonable and could convince the masses. Qin Pingon. When Cui Dong played chess, he did not treat the chess pieces as puppets. Cui Dong never felt that the life and death of people were in his hands, and that playing with people's fates in his hands was not a great ability, nor was it something to be happy about. Instead, he needed to quietly pave the way for those chess pieces, so that the path of the chess pieces' great Tao might be crooked, but in the end, they would still appear at the crucial position at a certain moment. If he coveted the great Tao of immortality, Cui Dong would not have betrayed the line of the sage of literature. If he coveted authority, the position of the Grand Chancellor of the Academia and the Vice-Hierarch of the Confucian Temple of Middle-earth could be easily obtained. How difficult would it be for him, Cui Dong, to obtain it? Old Yang exhaled a cloud of smoke that enveloped the medicine shop and asked, how's that matter? Cui Dong revealed a rare look of helplessness. I can't trust him and he can't accept it, so I can only separate my soul and spirit. I observed Cui Dongshan quietly. In a day he has at least 2 thoughts and at most 70,000 thoughts. If it were Cui Dongshan quietly observing, I would have at least 3 thoughts and at most 80,000 thoughts. Both of us have our own strengths and weaknesses. Old Yang asked, have you smoothed out those fundamental connections? Cui Dong shook his head and said, the dispute is not small. There are fundamental differences between our 2 sides regarding the 3 levels of conversion, and the order is almost completely reversed. It's very troublesome. Old Yang smiled and asked, why didn't you ask me about it on purpose? Cui Dong smiled and said, in terms of age and state you're the senior and I'm the junior. But in terms of scheming we're of the same generation. Old Yang shook his head and said, there's no need to be humble, you're the senior. Cui Dong gave a fist salute and smiled, I don't dare to be honest, I accept it with fear. The line of the sage of literature from the teacher to the disciple seemed to be very good at it. Old Yang laughed involuntarily. After a moment of silence he sighed and said, the old scholar has a good eye for taking in disciples. His first disciple's layout is as bright as the stars. His left and right sword techniques are like the bright moon hanging in the sky. Qi Jingchun is the most knowledgeable, but he has always been down to earth, guarding the human world. The Book Lake Real Estate sect was related to the Jade Gui sect of the Tongya continent. The Skeleton Beach was the continent crossing ferries of the Hemp sect, and their business was not small. Mo clan's big son, Shang clan's old ancestor, and many others who were still hiding behind the scenes had been invited to the gambling table by Cui Dong. Now the White Emperor City Master had come to the Aquarius continent. Cui Dong sat on the bench and placed his hands on his knees as he mocked himself. It's just that they didn't end up well. Old Yang smiled and said, cultivating the Tao and having a long life is important for one's life, but writing and learning are bad for one's life. Cui Dong smiled and said, senior's words are comforting. Lu Qiqing brought old brother Long Bo to travel with Gu Kan to the continent's capital. Huaihuang County was now well connected and there were many big and small roads. As soon as the young people in the school dispersed, they went their separate ways and returned to their own homes. The overwhelming pressure in Chai Bofu's heart was suddenly reduced, and he couldn't explain it clearly. Lu Qiqing sensed the change in Chai Bofu's state of mind and patted the white-haired youth's shoulder. "Old brother Long Bo, I didn't expect you to be so intelligent." Chai Bofu said, "Thank you, senior, for your auspicious words." Shi Chuanjia got on the carriage and returned to Dali's capital with her husband, Bian Wenmao. Li Baoping said that she would find a horse to ride and would catch up with the carriage soon. Li Huai, Lin Shui, and the others followed Mao Xiaodong back to the Great Sui Kingdom Academy. Chao Gingxin and Dong Shuijing went to Huang Ernyang's wine shop to drink. County Governor Yuan Jingding went with Song Jisin and the servant girl GQ. They found an excuse to go to Old Porcelain Mountain's Confucian Temple to pray. Ma Kushuan brought Xu Dian to the Immortal Graveyard's Martial Temple to take a look. Lu Xianyang followed Wan Xiu to the Mountain of the Dragon Spring Sword Sect. He was not a direct disciple, so he did not need to go to the ancestral hall to pray. However, Wan Xiu seemed to have been waiting for Lu Xianyang to say that he wanted to go to Luopa Mountain first. Lu Xianyang felt that it was reasonable for her to suggest that they go to the Dragon Spring Sword Sect first before going to Luopa Mountain. Then the two of them who were riding the wind saw Li Baoping walking towards the mountain. Zhang Zhizhen and Jiang Chu from the Great Wall of Sword Qi climbed Luopa Mountain under the secret escort of sword cultivator Cui Wei. Chief Butler Zhu Lian had mentioned that he wanted the two of them to help out at the shop in Dragon Riding Alley. Zhang Jiazhen and Jiang Chu thought that they should come here first to ask Elder Zhu about some things to take note of. Cui Wei also had his own plans and needed Zhu Lian's approval. Pei Qian was returning to Luopa Mountain from Lotus Root Blessed Land with Xiaomi. He was happy to see Zhang Jiazhen and Jiang Chu. At least when he saw Chen Wanshu, who had a sack of melon seeds, he stopped nagging about her and Xiaomi. He had to entertain the two youths who were already considered family. Xiaomi was sly. Previously, Wanshu complained that she bought too many melon seeds and the price was not good enough. Xiaomi did not complain and just pretended to be loyal but kept glancing at Pei Qian. What was the meaning of this? Yuan Lai had a good relationship with Zhang Jiazhen and Jiang Chu, so they went up the mountain together. As for that silly Yuan Bao, he was probably sparring with the silly Tsin Yuanji at the top of the mountain again. Li Baoping came to Luopa Mountain to borrow that horse. Her martial uncle had brought it back from Bookslip Lake and had been raising it in Luopa Mountain all these years. Her martial uncle was always so nostalgic. When Pei Qian heard that Sister Baoping had arrived at the mountain gate, he immediately ran over with Xiaomi, who was rubbing her ears. More than 100 steps away, Pei Qian stomped on the ground and leaped up high. He floated down and stood in front of Li Baoping. Zhou Xiaomi carried a Shaojin pole on her shoulder and held a walking stick in her hand. She imitated him and suddenly stopped, squatted slightly and shouted softly. However, she did not expect to use too much strength and ended up squeaking in midair. She directly crashed towards the mountain gate at the foot of the mountain. Pei Qian reached out and grabbed her back to his side. The little girl in black stood up shakily and laughed. Li Baoping pinched Xiaomi's cheeks when she saw Pei Qian's quick reaction. Then she bent down and patted Xiaomi's cheeks with both of her hands. She pinched Xiaomi's cheeks lightly, and the black-clothed little girl's thin yellow eyebrows immediately rose and fell, making her look very comical. Under Yuan Lai's lead, Zhang Jiazhen and Jiang Chu went to the mountain temple. It was an ancestral temple with almost no incense. Sun Yuanji and Yuan Bao were, as Pei Qian had guessed, exchanging punches in the square. The three youths were sitting side by the railing in the distance. Zhang Jiazhen only took a glance at the two slender and elegant elder sisters when they retracted their fists and left them alone. She turned her head and looked at the mountains and rivers outside Luopa Mountain. Coincidentally, there was a large flock of birds flying by. It was like a snow-white river hanging in the air, swaying and flowing slowly. When Zhang Jiazhen was working as a waiter at the Great Wall of Sword Qi wine shop, she had asked Mr. Chen a question in private. Mr. Chen's knowledge was so great. Was Mr. Chen's knowledge personally taught by the sage of literature from the beginning? The storyteller who had finished telling the story of the mountains and rivers and carried a wooden stool and a bamboo stick walked side by side with the youth in the streets. He smiled and shook his head, saying that it was not like that. In the beginning there was a school in my hometown. The teacher's surname was Mr. Qi. Mr. Qi said that the truth was in the book but the person was outside the book. If you have the chance to go to my hometown in the future, you can go to that school. If you really want to study, there is a new school. The teacher's knowledge is also not small. At that time Zhang Jiazhen muttered those words about the truth in books. Mr. Qin raised his hand slightly and pointed into the distance. He smiled and said to a child who had never studied before, these words to his ears were like a mountain of gold and silver appearing out of thin air. The road was a little far but he could see it. Carry a chopper, carry a hoe, carry a wicker basket and earn big money. All of a sudden it gave people hope. It was as if there was finally some hope that there would be a day when they would not have to worry about food and clothing. In fact, the youth remembered many of Mr. Chen's words that had nothing to do with the truth. There were also many poor people in the world. The so-called good life was to be able to put up new door gods and spring couplets every year. The so-called well-off family was to have extra money to buy a lot of door gods and spring couplets. However, there were only so many places to put door gods and spring couplets in a house. It was not that one did not have money and could only covet but could not afford to buy them. When the youth finally arrived at Mr. Chen's hometown, Mr. Chen was still far away in the youth's hometown. On the second floor of the bamboo building, Li Baoping brought the young girl, Pei Qian, and the two young girls, Qin Wanshu and Zhou Mili, to lean against the railing and look at the scenery. The tall ones did not need to stand on their feet. The shortest one, Zhou Mili, was hanging on the railing. It was as if in the next moment, they might suddenly see a returnee with a walking stick and a bamboo box on his back. Then when he looked up he would smile and wave at them. Pei Qian asked softly, "Today the moon shines on the river. Tomorrow the stars shine on the plains. Then will master return home the day after tomorrow?" Li Baoping said, "Youngest uncle seems to be busy working for someone else. From the first day he left his hometown he has not stopped. It's good to stay at the Great Wall of Sword Qi for a few more days. Just treat it as a rest." Qin Wanshu smiled and said, "I heard that there is a wine shop there, melon seeds and a big bowl of Yangchun noodles." Zhou Mili swung her feet in the air and nodded vigorously. Yangchun noodles are delicious. The bigger the bowl the better. At the wine shop of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Qin Pingon, who had left the city for the second time and returned to the city, had changed into a clean set of clothes and was sitting at the table. He ordered a pot of wine and ate a bowl of Yangchun noodles alone. Although he had told the child's father not to add chopped green onions, he still added a small handful of chopped green onions in the end. It was rare for the second shopkeeper to come here, so the bowl was not big. However, the portion of Yangchun noodles was enough, and it was more appropriate to add more chopped green onions. The two children, Feng Kangel and Taoban, were sitting at the table next to him. They looked at the second shopkeeper's back as he bent over to drink. Qin Pingon turned his head and raised the empty bowl in his hand. He smiled and said, "One more bowl. Remember not to add chopped green onions. It's not necessary." 658. Gukan arrived at the gate of the mansion in the provincial city. There were two white jade lions made by Immortals squatting at the gate. They were so majestic that even a starving beggar would not have the courage to go near the gate to beg. Gukan was not in a hurry to knock on the door. Lu Qiqing and Chai Bofu had to stand on the street and drink the northwest wind. Gukan walked up the spotless steps and reached out to pull the door knocker with an animal head. She stopped her fingers and paused for a moment. It was the golden painted pepper door knocker that could only be used at the gate of the Duke's mansion. Gukan sighed in her heart. She should not have overstepped her authority like this. Even if there was a peace and quiet plaque at home, it was not a big problem. The provincial governor's office in the provincial city should have received secret information from the Kiln Affair Supervision Department, so they did not make a fuss about this matter with this house. However, she still had to tell her mother about this kind of thing. There was no need to be so extravagant in front of the house, which could easily cause problems. Gukan knocked on the door knocker and took a step back. A luxuriously dressed doorman opened the door. Seeing Gukan in ordinary clothes, he looked unhappy and frowned. He asked, "Which family in the city are you? Are you a servant in the government office?" Gukan was stunned for a moment. Then she remembered that her appearance had changed a little. The doorman was not an old man in the verdant canyon island. It was normal that he did not recognize her. The personal maidservants that her mother took with her when she left the Book Lake had also cultivated well these years. They had become chi cultivators in the middle 5 states. Their realms were not high, but they would not get involved in the chores of the mansion. Regarding their cultivation, Gukin had given detailed instructions in the letters she exchanged with her mother in the early years. She also helped them to choose several treasures on the mountain. They only needed to cultivate step by step, refine the natal item and break through the realms. The gatekeeper quickly glanced at the two people at the bottom of the stairs behind the young man. One was a weak scholar and the other was a young man with white hair. He immediately thought that he had figured out the family background of these three people. The gatekeeper was a pure martial artist who had concealed his strength. He was in the 5 states, which was indeed a good skill in ordinary Jianghu. In any small vassal state he was more than qualified to establish a school. Being a gatekeeper and a guard was a condescending act. Perhaps it was because money made the world go round, or he was a coward who had caused trouble and came here to seek refuge. The worst result was that he had ulterior motives and was casting a long line to catch a big fish. He had colluded with the cultivators in the mountains and lakes and coveted the rich property of this mansion. Gukin had been used to Jianghu over the years and had seen a lot of Jianghu scams. He had even deliberately watched from afar. From the beginning to the end he had witnessed 2 Jianghu games. A rich but heartless family was ruined. Gukin showed up when the bandits got their share of the booty and asked them for some advice. The bandits were secretive and did not speak frankly, so Gukin asked Zheng Yi to perform magic and take over the nest. The other family seemed to have a good family background, so Gukin casually helped them out. Gukin smiled and said, "My name is Gukan. This is my home." The gatekeeper's expression immediately changed. He bowed and made way. "Greetings, young master. I'll go and report to madam." Gukin stepped over the threshold and waved his hand. "No need. It's just a few steps away. You don't have to report." The gatekeeper smiled flatteringly. "At first glance, I almost mistook you for Sage Junzi from the academy." The gatekeeper had already figured out the family background of this family. The head of the family was a Daoist who had been traveling for many years and had not returned. This matter was not mentioned in detail in the residence. It was estimated that the family was shady. The young master was a scholar who was studying abroad. Therefore there was only a wealthy woman who was dressed in gold and jade. Every time the madam mentioned her son she was very proud. If not for the fact that the 2 personal maids of the madam were chi cultivators, they would have already taken action. Such a huge sum of money could not be spent in a few lifetimes. So in the past year, they had specially invited a friend from the Jianghu to join them and let him spend time on one of the maids. Gukin smiled and said, "Good taste." Lu Qiqing nodded and said, "It's really good." Chai Bofu glanced at the pure martial artist. Pitiful, really pitiful. There were so many ways to get rich, but he just had to run into this family. A nest of foxes who thought they were smart, running into a dragon's pool and a tiger's den. If they were not looking for death, what were they? Lu Qiqing slapped Chai Bofu's head. "Brother Longbo, what's wrong? You're not saying anything. Do you think our young Master Gu is not worthy of being a gentleman?" Chai Bofu felt as if he had been struck by lightning. All the Qi residences trembled. The Dragon Gate territory that had been stabilized with great difficulty was in imminent danger. Chai Bofu quickly said, "Young Master Gu is worthy. He is worthy." Ordinary villains would shout a few words to scare people before making a move. But this eccentric senior beside him would make a move first and talk reason later. However, after interacting with him for a long time, Chai Bofu's heart became even more determined. He had to become a certified disciple of the Central Divine Continent's White Emperor City. The gatekeeper closed the door and suddenly felt a chill on the back of his neck. It turned out that the slender Gukin had stretched out his hand and grabbed the man's neck, pressing his head against the door. Blood had already seeped out between Gukan's fingers. It was clear how ruthless he was. He asked softly, "You don't have to worry about being laughed at by outsiders when you close the door. Tell me, inside and outside, how many people are there? Who is the one with the highest cultivation?" Gukin suddenly withdrew his hand and turned around. He looked into the distance with a smile, showing his back to the pure martial artist. A woman quickly ran over. She stepped on the hem of her skirt several times. Seeing Gukan, whom she had not seen for many years, she immediately burst into tears. She had endured hardships to live, enjoyed happiness and earned money. In the end, it was all for this heartless little bastard who only knew how to send letters home. Gukin quickly walked over. The madam hugged her son and began to sob. Gukin gently patted his mother's back. His expression was as calm as ever as he smiled at the two maidservants who were given all the glory and wealth that belonged to him. The two young women only exchanged a glance with Gu Qian before immediately lowering their heads. Their hands and feet were cold as if they had fallen into an icy cavern. The woman let go of Gu Qian and wiped away her tears. She began to carefully examine her son. At first she was gratified, but who knew how much Gu Qian had suffered outside by himself. The woman covered her mouth and began to sob. She blamed herself in her heart. She blamed that damned man who had mysteriously become the mountain god. She blamed that Qin Pingon for abandoning Gu Qian and killing that charcoal snow. She blamed the heavens for not having eyes. Why did they let Gu Qian suffer so much? After Gu Qian and his mother went to the hall to reminisce, he stepped into his own study for the first time. Lu Qiqing brought brother Longbo to stroll around the mansion. Gu Qian called over the two servant girls and the gatekeeper who had not dared to fight to the death. Gu Qian moved a chair to the window. He put his elbow on the armrest and rested his chin on one hand. He asked, "A tall tree attracts the wind. It's inevitable. I won't ask the two of you for this matter. After all, my mother also had her faults. It's just that it's not good to forget one's roots. Does my mother know that outsiders have infiltrated the mansion to set up a trap?" The two servant girls had already knelt on the ground. One servant girl was at a loss. The other servant girl nodded and said, "I told the madam." The madam said to just treat it as a way to relieve boredom. Gu Qian hesitated for a moment before asking, "Did my father arrange a backup plan?" The servant girl said sternly, "The master is extremely worried about the madam's safety. Not only did he contact the master of the Xingwang pavilion, but he even used an ability on the door god of a courtyard. There's an elderly 7th realm martial artist in the estate. He was once from the frontier army, and his hometown is in the territory of the old mountains of Dali. As a result, he got to know the master and was invited here by the master. He's now living in seclusion, taking on the role of a guard. He's been keeping an eye on the people at the gatekeeper the entire time." The gatekeeper's mind blanked out. A cultivator, who could befriend the Xingwang of the Dragon Province and make a 7th realm grandmaster take on the role of a guard? Why was he being scolded by that narrow-minded woman for being a useless ghost? Gu Qian was helpless. What relationship? What 7th realm martial artist in Dali? They were all recorded down. The imperial government was keeping a close eye on him. He was probably in existence on par with the mountain god of the fallen mountain Song Yuzhang. Protecting the Gu estate was true, but it was more of an open surveillance. The father of the mountain god that Gu Qian had no impression of would obviously not tell her about this and make her worry for nothing. Gu Qian looked at the pure martial artist who was still thinking about how to survive and said without rhyme or reason, "The person behind all this might really be a master. As for you, forget about it. You probably still don't know who's behind all this and whether they're behind it or not." Gu Qian muttered to herself, "Men die for wealth and birds die for food. Why are there so many idiots in the world?" A smiling voice rang out. "Isn't that a good thing? In a game of chess, how can you talk about making the first move if you throw pieces around carelessly? Only the younger, smarter people can rise above their peers and surpass those who come after them." Gu Qian stood up sternly. There was no one else in the room, but Gu Qian remained polite, clasping her fist and bowing. A man in white appeared beside Gu Qian. "Pack up. Come to White Emperor City with me. Before you set off, go to Yellow Lake Mountain with Lu Qiqing first and see the old Daoist priest called Jiaqing in this life. If he's willing to show up, you'll be my junior brother. If he doesn't want to see you, you can just be my unofficial disciple." The man in white held a scroll in his hand. It was a tattered mountain search map. He handed it to Gu Qian. "Take this and go to Yellow Lake Mountain." Before coming to this mansion, the man had taken this map from Lin Shi. As a return gift, he had helped Lin Shi complete the Cloud Gem book from White Emperor City and gifted him the second volumes. Although Lin Shi was a student of the academy, he had been very fast on the path of cultivation. He had reached the cave realm very quickly in his early years and had specialized in the first volume of the Cloud Gem book, which was the 5 lower realms. The thunder technique recorded in the secret book was the authentic 5 thunders technique, but that wasn't the greatest essence of the Cloud Gem book. The fundamental purpose of the Cloud Gem book was to open up the great Tao and cultivate without hindrance. The person who wrote this book was the city lord of White Emperor City, who had experienced the thunder technique of Mount Longhu. He had personally edited and perfected many of the complicated branches and leaves. Where was the highest cloud in the world? Naturally, it was White Emperor City. As for why the first volume of the Daoist book had fallen into Lin Shi's hands, it was naturally Alliance's handiwork. When scholars borrowed books, they didn't return them. Therefore, when Lin Shi saw this book at first glance, it could be said that his Dao fate was extremely good. Since it was a gift from Alliance, White Emperor City didn't care about Lin Shi's unintentional act of stealing from others on the mountain. However, Lin Shi was still unwilling to say anything about the origin of the mountain search map after he had announced his name. This was the reason why the city lord of White Emperor City was willing to gift the last volume of the Cloud Gem book. If he had given the second volume, Lin Shi should have been reduced to a chess piece and suffered a calamity. Gu Qian was expressionless after hearing this, but his heart was shaken. He knew that Jiaqing, Luopa Mountain's honorary consecrator, a blind old Daoist who was lucky enough to eat and drink in Dragon Rider Alley, had taken in 2 obedient disciples. The lame young man Zhao Dengao was a demon and Tianjiu. Blood was the best talisman material. It was said that Jiaqing had moved to Yellow Lake Mountain a few years ago to cultivate. Luopa Mountain actually had such a person hibernating, but Zhu Lian and Wei Pai didn't recognize him at all? If I didn't come here, no one in Luopa Mountain would know that there was such a person in their lifetime. That Jiaqing would be Jiaqing until he died. Perhaps in the middle of Jiaqing's cultivation he would logically go to the 5th world. Whichever day I die, I'll change my skin. This cycle goes on and on, I'll never get tired. The white-clothed man smiled and said, "There's no need to think too much. It's just that he's always been playing around. After he put away his sword in his early years, he completely changed. He was good at deceiving himself and didn't like to bully others. He died many times on the mountain and at the foot of the mountain, but I didn't see him protect himself once. In the vast world there are 9 continents. They will stay for hundreds of years. Moreover, although I am his disciple in name, White Emperor City was founded by me. It has nothing to do with him." Gu Qian suddenly said, "Then I don't need to visit Yellow Lake Mountain. I won't disturb senior's cultivation. I'll just follow the city lord to the central divine continent." The white-clothed man smiled and said, "If you can say that, then you really should go and see him." Gu Qian asked, "How should we deal with the 3 people in the room?" 2 maidservants and a gatekeeper. The 3 of them didn't move at all. The white-robed man glanced at the 3 of them and stretched out his hand. The 3 of them, including the pure martial artist, were forced to leave their Yin spirits. They were in a daze and were in a daze. Their feet left the ground and they slowly swayed to the white-robed man before stopping in front of him. He stretched out his hand and casually tapped the space between their eyebrows twice. The 3 Yin spirits returned to their bodies one after another. Gu Qian focused his gaze and realized that the space between the 3 people's eyebrows was the starting point for threads to spread out. Then the 3 of them suddenly woke up. As a pure martial artist, the gatekeeper suddenly burst into tears and knelt on the ground. "Young master." A maidservant kowtowed with all her strength. "This servant greets the sect master." The other maidservant prostrated on the ground and said in grief, "Master, please forgive us." The white-clothed man flicked his sleeve and the 3 of them fainted on the spot. He explained with a smile, "It's like you've been sleeping for a long time. When you wake up you're still the same person. You've just deleted some of your life experience." Sweat seeped out of Gu Qian's forehead. This was the demonic method of White Emperor City. It wasn't until this moment that he understood why Lu Qiqing would be so respectful whenever this person was mentioned. The other party could casually make a person no longer the same person, but still firmly believe that it was them. Then what were all the grudges and the so-called cultivation of the great Dao worth? The white-clothed man smiled. "Life and death are the most important things? Then what is life and death? I just understood that there were people who didn't want me to leave White Emperor City." He finally said, "That old man came to Pearl Grotto Heaven not to completely sever karma, but just to stroll around? Master finally has a bit of a master's demeanor. He finally surprised me once." Beside a thatched cottage on Yellow Lake Mountain. In the depths of the mountain. The blind old Daoist walked out of the thatched cottage during a break in cultivation and sighed. After his good brother Qin Lingjun left, there was no one to accompany him to chat about the mountain. It was really lonely. The so-called cultivation was actually just an excuse for him to move. He was no longer holed up in the straw shop in Riding Dragon Alley. In any case, he was closer to Luopa Mountain. In the future he would return to Riding Dragon Alley. With this, his status as an honorary consecrator would become more and more solid. If the shopkeeper of the shop next door saw him in the future, would he dare to look down on him? Wouldn't he be inferior to him? Jiaqing suddenly felt a little frightened. He vaguely sensed ripples in front of him. It seemed that guests had arrived. Jiaqing immediately braced himself and said loudly, "Two guests, it's not very appropriate for you to come uninvited and not greet me." Lu Qiqing's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Sometimes when looking at people, one's skin, soul, aura, and so on could be hidden from others' eyes and ears, causing others to be unable to recognize them when they were close. Only some subtle traces, as long as one looked deeply, would be obvious. For example, the blind old Daoist standing posture, the degree of bending his fingers when he made a gesture, and so on. In addition, the eldest senior brother did not say the reason and just threw him and Gu Can here. Lu Qiqing immediately thought of the most unlikely, if. He prostrated himself on the ground and said in a trembling voice, "Disciple greets master." Jiaqing felt a little guilty. Where did this wild disciple come from? Lu Qiqing's head was on the ground and he said in an extremely wrong tone, "Master, eldest senior brother bullied me miserably. First, because of a small matter, he expelled me from White Emperor City. Then he let me be chased by the great celestial master of Longhu Mountain with a sword. As a result, poor disciple has been trapped in this small Aquarius continent for 1,000 years with no one caring about him. Master, you must uphold justice." Lu Qiqing was really not messing around. His master had always doted on him as his last disciple. Many senior brothers and sisters had deep hostility towards him because of this. The old Daoist almost jumped up and cursed. What White Emperor City? What great celestial master of Longhu Mountain? Is there a fellow Daoist like you in the world? Your words are so unreliable. If Jiaqing was really your master, I would be blind to take you as my disciple. Jiaqing was suddenly stunned. I was really blind. Gu Can admired Lu Qiqing's shamelessness. When he met an expert, he brought up his senior brother, the mayor of White Emperor City. When he met his eldest senior brother, he began to bring up his master. Gu Can raised the mountain search painting in his hand and said in a deep voice, "Senior, return it to its rightful owner." Jiaqing naturally opened his eyes and saw the scroll. He sighed and said, "I really didn't turn the page to take in such a big disciple." Then Jiaqing was stunned again. He shook his head slightly. What kind of weird thought was that? The old Daoist blinked hard. The world was clear and everything was in his eyes. Back then he cultivated the strange thunder method of his own mountain. It was an unorthodox method and the price was great. First, his organs were injured and then his eyes were blinded. He had not been able to see for many years. After a moment of absent-mindedness, the old Daoist, Jiaqing, shrank back. His mind was focused like a mustard seed and he fell into a deep sleep. The old man lowered his head and tugged at his Daoist robe. Then he turned his head and glanced at the Scholar Square of Huaihuang County. Then he shifted his gaze and saw the Pearl Mountain and all the dragon kills. The old man's expression was complicated. Then he ignored Lu Qiqing and Gu Can and began to ponder. The old man opened his palm and stared at the lines on his palm for a moment. Finally he muttered, "This life is just a small dream. When I wake up, Lu Qin has wronged me a lot." The old man took a step forward. The blind old Daoist, Jiaqing, stood in the same place and was still sleeping. The old man regained his true appearance. He was a tall and thin old man. One could vaguely see that when he was young, he must have been a handsome man with an extraordinary temperament. The old man's cultivation path was like a dazzling shooting star in the vast world. Compared to the long river of time, he rose quickly and fell even faster. Even the city lord of White Emperor City was his first disciple. The number of people in the world who knew of such a big matter could be counted on one's fingers. The old man was Jiaqing, but he was far from being Jiaqing. It was just Jiaqing behind him. In the future he would only be Jiaqing. In his life he would only do one thing and the entire world would know of it. When the long sword was wielded, the flood dragon was slain. Only the last true dragon was left in the world. An old almanac of the vast world had several pages torn off just because one person attacked with his sword. When the old man appeared, the huge python that had once lost to Gu Can and the little loach in the Yellow Mountain Lake seemed to have been suppressed by the heavens. It suddenly sank to the bottom of the lake. It trembled in fear and wanted nothing more than to smash its head into the roots of the mountain. The old man glanced at Gukan and reached out to take the scroll. He put it in his sleeve and patted Gukan's shoulder. Then he nodded and smiled. You have a strong foundation. Good seedling. Then I will accept you as my disciple on behalf of my master. Lu Qiqing sat on the ground blankly as if he had been struck by lightning. He no longer howled. It shouldn't be like this. It shouldn't be like this. Once Gukan had this identity, perhaps he, Lu Qiqing, would be one step ahead of Brother Longbow in the next moment. The white-clothed man appeared out of thin air. The old man squinted and said, I am now half a cripple. I can't beat you, the first disciple. After all, we are still master and disciple in name. But are you not convinced? Do you want to deceive your master and destroy your ancestors? It's the same as swordsmanship. I didn't teach you this. The white-clothed man was silent, but there was a faint murderous intent. He didn't expect the old man to go overboard. He didn't care about the murderous intent of a white emperor city lord at all. Instead he asked, What are you waiting for? Call me young martial uncle. The white-clothed man didn't care about the seniority between master and disciple. He only asked, Are you sure it's for Gukan's good? Gukan knelt on the ground and lowered his head, saying in a low voice, Gukan greets Grandmaster. The old man laughed heartily. He turned into a sword light and instantly flew thousands of miles away. He wanted to go to the North Continent and find his good brother Qin Lingjun to play with. However, the next time they met he wouldn't know him and Qin Lingjun wouldn't know him either. The white-clothed man looked up at the sword light heading north and said with a smile, You have to treat your last disciple better. Lu Qiqing heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Gukan was only his junior. Otherwise, with his high seniority, with Gukan's temper of not caring about old friendships, he would do anything that went against his conscience. Lin Shuyi sat in his ancestral residence. No matter how he held his breath and concentrated, he still felt uneasy. He could only go to the ancestral hall in Dali's capital city where the deity position had been moved. Only then did he feel more at ease. Lin Shuyi took out 3 incense sticks and worshipped his ancestors from afar. After doing this, he turned and walked to the ancestral hall's door. Just as he closed the door, he found an old Confucian standing beside him. Lin Shuyi was smart. He immediately bowed and said, Lin Shuyi of Cliff Academy greets Grandmaster. Cui Dong smiled and said, I'm no longer in the unified branch of the literary sage school. I don't deserve this greeting. Lin Shuyi straightened his back and bowed respectfully again. Dali's Lin's disciple greets Imperial Tutor. Cui sure nodded. In the early years, your performance on the road to study was extremely outstanding. Lin Shuyi was the first to notice that Alliance was unusual and the first to get the opportunity. It was very difficult. This time you let that person do things within the rules. It's all because of your steady study, good preparation and good fortune. Cui Dong took Lin Shuyi for a walk in the empty house and let the young man walk side by side with him. There was no need to be too restrained. Cui Dong said, Your father has some difficulties and will not take the initiative to tell you more in this life. Back then he was the first to tell Qin Pingan's father about the inside story of the natal porcelain. Of course he was kind. He even told Qin Pingan's father about the consequences. The two of them felt like old friends at first sight. Although their statuses were different, they were close friends. Therefore your father helped that man clean up the mess. Otherwise Qin Pingan would not have been able to survive. Therefore Qin Pingan later gave you the mountain search painting on the way to study. There is some karma in the unseen world. It's just that your father, with good intentions, did not want you to be too involved with Qin Pingan. He didn't want you to be swept away by the general trend and die young before you grew up. Therefore he was very indifferent about you going to the Great Sui Kingdom Academy to study. Lin Shuyi was stunned. Cui Dong said, Unbelievable? Then think about it carefully. Would a man who was the deputy of 3 supervisor of kills be simple? Would he really care so much about the reputation of being a son of a concubine? Then do you know that before the present supervisor Chao rushed to Huai Huang town, after leaving the previous emperor's imperial study, the only person he went to ask for advice was your father in the capital, who did not show himself. How did your classmate Shi Chuanjia's family get through the crisis in the end? The Shi family themselves did not know and still had some resentment. Do you think your father would mind? Cui Dong put one hand behind his back and 2 fingers of the other hand closed together as if he was holding something. Shi Chuanjia is nostalgic, so you are nostalgic. You are nostalgic, so all your classmates are nostalgic with you. Bian Wenmao has high standards but low abilities, but he sincerely treats his wife, Xianxia, who comes from a poor background. Bian Wenmao is understood by you. This Hanlin scholar from Dali's capital, if he encounters any difficulties in the future, you are willing to help. You choose to help even if you are not experienced enough and make some mistakes. How could your father sit idly by and do nothing? But don't forget, if you are like this, then everyone else will be like this. What kind of cultivation base will attract what kind of karma? This thing called realm is usually very useful, but it is the least useful at critical moments. Lin Shi, let me ask you, are you still willing to meddle in other people's business? Cui Dong gently pushed 2 fingers as if he had cleaned up those meridians. Lin Shi thought for a moment, then answered, things have already come to this and they are close at hand. It is better to take care of things one by one. Lin Shi sighed. In the future, don't meddle too much. Cui Dong smiled knowingly. Your father's unreasonable and shameless behavior was not in vain. He had me give you such a good name. Lin Shi suddenly stopped and bowed again. Gathering his courage, he asked in a trembling voice, may I ask, Martial Uncle, why did you stand idly by and let Sir die alone? This question really made Lin Shi feel aggrieved, and he had to get it out of his mouth. Even if he angered this imperial tutor who was unwilling to acknowledge his status as martial uncle, Lin Shi still had to ask him today. Cui Dong didn't mind. He clearly wasn't angry that this young man didn't know what was good for him. Instead, he was somewhat gratified. He said, if you speak of great principles, you don't have to pay a great price. What's so valuable about that? If you can't speak of it, then what's the point of studying? Of course I won't give in. If you don't study, you won't be able to do this kind of stupid thing. It's just that books are divided into inside and outside. With Confucian teachings, where isn't there an open book of sages? Cui Dong lightly patted the young man's shoulder and laughed. That's why in life, you should curse half-baked scholars more and curse less sages. Cui Dong looked around. In the early years when you were traveling to study, Qin Pingon traveled with you and remembered your terrible impression of your father. So even though Qin Pingon later had enough confidence to dig up old scores, including many old almanacs about the Ma family in Apricot Blossom Lane, Lord Lin of the Kiln Supervision Department stopped. Because he trusted you, he was afraid of those rumors, and he didn't trust the hearts of people he hadn't seen with his own eyes. He was most afraid that once the inside story was revealed, it would cause his friend Lin Shi to be drenched in blood. This is called once bitten, twice shy. After suffering at Bookslip Lake, he really didn't want to go through it again in his hometown. Cui Dong laughed. Although it was Qin Pingon who thought wrongly, it's a good thing. Otherwise, with his temper, once he got serious, even if he found out the truth, he could relax and smoothly bypass you and your father. Luopa Mountain would have been badly beaten by the Song clan. Then he would definitely still stay in his hometown to investigate this matter, making enemies everywhere and greatly damaging his vitality. Naturally, he wouldn't be able to be the hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The Su family of Qingfeng City, Xingyang Mountain, and many other forces would spare no effort to hit Luopa Mountain when they were down. Cui Dong said, you don't have to go back to Cliff Academy for the time being. Ask Li Baoping, Li Huai and the others again. Who still has the Qi character from the early years. Together with yours, collect all the ones that still have it. Then go find Cui Dongshan and give all the Qi characters to him. After that, go to Bookslip Lake and pick up the bamboo slips that Qin Pingon threw into the lake. Lin Shi didn't understand the reason but still nodded and agreed. Cui Dong looked up at the magnificent sword light that flashed and disappeared. It was easy to invite the devil in but difficult to send it away. Finally it left. The matter of the Great Li dynasty excavating great desecration was like a raging fire. The tycoon Gongsun Guanyuan, together with his younger brother Lu Xuanmei, had suddenly become the newest influential figures in Great Li that no one dared to approach. As for the former county chief of Qinghuan country, Lu Qingfeng, who had appeared out of nowhere, once the liveliness of the Great Li capital's officialdom had passed, and in addition to some deliberate arrangements behind the scenes, Lu Qingfeng quickly became uninteresting. He came from a scholarly family in a remote country and was not a Qi cultivator. He was destined not to live long. In his early years in Qinghuan country, his political achievements were good, but his reputation was bad. Therefore he sat in this position. He had a bright future, but it was difficult to have a great future. After all, he was not an official in Dali's capital. As for how he could suddenly rise to the top and gain power, only God knew. In Dali's capital, there were speculations that this person was a puppet supported by the Yunlin Jiang family. After all, the estuary of the latest great blasphemy was in front of the Jiang family's door. An extremely handsome young man in white squatted in the ridge of the field, watching a fight between local clans in the distance with great interest. Beside him squatted a thin child with a dull expression. Lu Qingfeng sat on the ridge of the field. His squire Wang Yifu and the young man Lu Suo stood in the distance. Lu Suo was not afraid of the strange young man who he had dealt with in the early years. Other than being a little confused, there was nothing worth mentioning. However, Wang Yifu reminded Lu Suo not to get close to the young man. Lu Qingfeng turned to look at the young man who was chewing a weed and asked, "The excavation of the great blasphemy is nothing more than a step-by-step process. Mr. Cui, you don't have to watch here." Cui Dongshan was still looking at the other side. Many of the people fighting were uncles and nephews. They were fighting for real. After the fight they would still be relatives. They might even have to fork out money to buy medicine for the other party. They were all sincere and came from the bottom of their hearts. Hearing Lu Qingfeng's question, he did not look away and said casually, "The great blasphemy is the reason." Lu Qingfeng nodded with a smile, indicating that he understood. A carriage stopped on the country road. Li Baozhen got out of the carriage and walked over. He bowed and said, "Mr. Cui." Cui Dongshan did not respond. Li Baozhen stood up and looked at Lu Qingfeng. He smiled and said, "Mr. Lu." Lu Qingfeng smiled and gestured for him to sit down. Li Baozhen sat beside Lu Qingfeng. Cui Dongshan turned his head and joked, "It's hard to meet each other. After all, it's Jianghu. I won't disturb you two from catching up. I'm going to have some fun." Cui Dongshan stood up, grabbed the child's collar and left with the wind. Cui Dongshan quietly landed in a city at the foot of a mountain hundreds of miles away. He and Brother Gao sat side by side in the shade of a tree. There were many people around. They watched a game of wild chess on the roadside for half an hour. It was not Go. The chessboard was simpler. Otherwise, how could it attract so many onlookers when the common people had not even touched half a book of Go? When the wild chess player who set up the game won a pile of copper coins and silver pieces, the crowd also dispersed. They planned to call it a day. This was called eating the whole world with one move. However, when he saw that the young man in white was still unwilling to move, he looked at him and saw that he was a young master from a rich family. He smiled and asked, "Do you like to play chess?" Cui Dongshan was eager to try. He rubbed his hands and said, "Yes, yes. I can even play Go, let alone Go. It's just that I left home in a hurry and did not bring many copper coins with me. I know something about your game. I'm sure I can beat you." The player smiled. This was one of the top 10 games in Jianghu, the earthworm luring the dragon. He was not afraid that others would see through it. The more the better. But he was afraid that the other party would think that there was no solution and would not be willing to take the bait. Cui Dongshan patted the head of the child next to him and said, "Hurry up and play Go to make money." The man laughed and closed the stall quickly. He was too lazy to be entangled with the boy. Cui Dongshan did not stop him. He moved little by little and squatted opposite the boy. Cui Dongshan stretched his neck and stared at the boy. Then he raised his hands and pulled the boy's cheeks. "How can I tell that you are a master of Go? I didn't tell that person your surname is Gao." The boy was expressionless. Cui Dongshan talked for a long time and felt bored. He stood up and wandered around the city with the boy. He met a young man who came out of the capital to pick up scraps. Most of them were apprentices who were trusted by the shopkeeper of the antique shop. They were sent from the capital to various places to search for rare treasures, antiques, calligraphy, and paintings. In this line of work, one had to have sharp eyes and a strong character. Otherwise, once they got a valuable treasure, they would run away and start their own business. Cui Dongshan followed that Jing Liuzi as he strolled around the street stall. Whatever that man weighed and quietly paid attention to, Cui Dongshan also weighed and measured and stared hard at it several times. That Jing Liuzi was so angry that he had no choice but to stop at a secluded place. He said helplessly, "You this youngster, if you lack money to spend, I'll give you some. You think it's fun but you want to destroy my job." Cui Dongshan looked at the young man's eyes and face and felt a little familiar. Cui Dongshan suddenly smiled and said, "Don't worry. I promise I won't make trouble." The young man was skeptical, but it was not good to chase him away. Fortunately, as he walked around, the young man was indeed quiet. However, this made the young man worried again. Could it be that the Jianghu was dangerous and the young man was here for him? There were many ways in Jianghu and it was impossible to guard against them. However, the boy casually bought a porcelain bowl and put it on the child's head. Then he said goodbye to him, saying that he was going to take his silly brother back to the school to eat. Otherwise, the teacher would be worried if the student did not return for a long time. The young Jing Liuzi felt relieved. The boy took the white bowl from the child's head and threw it to the young man. He smiled brightly and said, "I learned some new tricks for buying old things from you. There is no need to thank me. This bowl is for you." The young man wanted to refuse. It was just a broken bowl. Why would he want it? It also took up a lot of space. Besides, the boy was studying abroad and was dressed in rich clothes. When he took out money, he counted the copper coins one by one. He did not look like a rich person. But before the young man could say anything, the boy dragged the child's arm and ran away. He ran so fast. The child looked a little pitiful. The sun was setting in the west. On a yellow mud road outside the city, there was a village of houses squatting next to a river. Cui Dongshan said to himself, the teacher was influenced by something when he was young. He was a little afraid of helping people when he saw injustice on the road. In addition, my teacher always thought that he could be so thorough even though he did not study much. He thought that most of the experienced people in Jianghu should be like that. In fact, of course, it was my teacher who was harsh on the people in Jianghu. Doing something wrong out of kindness or having a bad heart, which is more terrible. There must be a choice. It's just that my teacher is precocious and works hard in everything. As a student, how can I bear to talk about these things? While Cui Dongshan was rambling to himself, Yizichen looked at Cui Dongshan. There was a child who came home from herding cows riding on the back of a cow. Cui Dongshan was not bad either. He rode on the child's back. Cui Dongshan shook his shoulders. The poor child staggered with his footsteps. Cui Dongshan said, "The clouds on the horizon, the willows on the roadside, the sound of apricot flower peddling in the streets." Then Cui Dongshan patted the child's cheeks with both hands. "Brother Gao, I am in the mood for poetry. Follow me." The child blinked his eyes. Cui Dongshan increased his strength and threatened, "Aren't you going to give me face?" The child said vaguely, "Smoke from the chimneys of the countryside, a shepherd boy riding a cow, the bamboo flute playing the song of peace." "Brother Gao, you are really a talent." Cui Dongshan wrapped one hand around the child's neck and used the other to pat the latter's head. He laughed and said, "What did I do to deserve to know you?" The shepherd boy riding the cow turned his head to look at the two. He was so frightened that he hurriedly made his mount speed up. Cui Dongshan covered the child's eyes with both hands. "Run with all your might." In the end, the child whose vision was blocked by Cui Dongshan swayed and ran forward. He ran all the way into the river. In mid-air, Cui Dongshan released his hands and waved his sleeves. Just as the two of them were about to fall into the water, the youth laughed loudly. "The wise love water. Dongshan is coming." 6:59. Lu Xianyang was really just going back to his hometown to take a look. After that, he took the dragon boat named Flipping Ink from Luapa Mountain. He couldn't go straight to Old Dragon City, so he had to transit at an Immortal ferry near Shui country in the middle of the Aquarius continent and go south along the Dragon Path. All the direct disciples of the ancestral hall on Pearl Hairpin Island had already moved from Book Slip Lake to the back of the anchovies. It was considered the earliest immortal force to form an alliance with Luapa Mountain. Her Highness Princess Royal, the current island master Lu Zhongruan, was temporarily in charge of the ferry. It was hard to be at ease without an Earth Immortal Realm cultivator on board. Wan Xiu saw Lu Xianyang off at the ferry of Oxhorn Mountain. The dragon boat was huge and looked like a mountain of gold and silver. Lu Xianyang sighed with emotion. Among the three of them, the one who wanted to make money the most was not Gu Kan but Qin Pingan. However, Qin Pingan was different from Gu Kan, who had already thought of how to spend her money. Qin Pingan was afraid of being poor. Only by being able to earn money every day, no matter how much it was, and even if it was just a copper coin more than yesterday, would he be able to make his unstable life become stable, and make his stable life even more stable. When he returned to his hometown this time, Lu Xianyang mostly visited the houses and chatted with those old neighbors who had stayed in the small town. The number of old people decreased year by year. The children who used to wear diapers grew up year by year. They all had their own marriages. Even if they saw Lu Xianying, they might not know him. Those people of his age were busy doing business in the provincial capital. Therefore, Lu Xianying didn't have many opportunities to talk with them. Moreover, it was destined to be less and less in the future. Lu Xianying was a bit surprised. Now when he chatted with the old people, Ma Kushuan, who had become an immortal in Apricot Blossom Lane, Qin Pingon, who had bought many mountains in his hometown, Song Jisin, who had inexplicably become a dragon's descendant, and Dong Shuijing, who was doing business with the officials in the city, were the most popular people in the town. Moreover, these old people who had survived the hardships seemed to especially like to praise the feng shui of Apricot Blossom Lane and Mud Bottle Lane, saying that they were no worse than Fulu Street and Peachleaf Lane. Lu Xianyang liked to listen to the old people talking about family affairs, especially those who were not familiar with Mud Bottle Alley. When they talked about Qin Pingon, they talked about him as if he was their junior who grew up every day, which made Lu Xianyang very happy. Indeed, Qin Pingon was good at dealing with people, especially with the elders, since he was a child. He usually did not talk much, but when he saw people on the road, he would take the initiative to greet them. He would never mess up the seniority. Even if the other party ignored him and did not give him a sideways glance, the next time they met, the teenager of Mud Bottle Alley would still respectfully greet them. Some fortunes and sudden riches depended on one's luck. There was no point in being envious. However, there were some things that relied on the accumulation of little bits and pieces over a long period of time. It seemed like it could be learned casually, but it also seemed like it couldn't be learned. Lu Xianyang waited for the dragon boat ferry to dock. He still needed to unload and load the goods. Nowadays, the dragon boat business was related to the linen sect and spring dew garden in the North Continent. This was something that many people in the small town could not imagine. Lu Xianyang suddenly asked with a smile, "The child named Xia Ling on the mountain looks quite strange." It had always been the custom of the small town to have a hidden meaning. Wan Xiu grunted and said, "Yes, he's just a child." Lu Xianyang was somewhat gloating. Wan Xiu said, "You can't control Gukin." Lu Xianyang nodded and said, "At most I beat him up, but Gukin didn't fight back. He can't change the fundamental nature of a slug. I've known this for a long time, so I didn't think about how to control him. This little bastard finally has some conscience and knows who is really good to him." Wan Xiu and Lu Xianyang were old friends. In fact, Lu Xianyang had entered the sword-forging shop by the Dragon Whisker River earlier than Qin Pingon. Moreover, he was an apprentice, not a temporary worker like Qin Pingon. Whether it was making porcelain, forging swords, or forging iron, it seemed that Lu Xianying was faster than Qin Pingon. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Lu Xianying was like paving the way. Whenever there was a path to follow, he liked to drag Qin Pingon along. In life, many people wanted their friends to live well, but they didn't necessarily want their friends to live better than them, especially much better. Lu Xianyang was not like this, and neither was Qin Pingon. This was probably why two people with very different temperaments could become true friends. Moreover, after both of their lives had undergone earth-shaking changes, they became even more friends. Wan Xiu held an embroidered handkerchief in one hand and picked up a peach blossom cake. She asked, "Didn't you go to Mud Bottle Alley to say hello to her and have a chat?" Lu Xianyang sighed. "The love of youth was so vivid. When I look back, it's a beautiful memory." When Lu Xianyang finished, Wan Xiu had finished eating a piece of cake. She picked up a piece of almond cake and said, "What did you talk about with my father?" "My father seemed quite happy." Lu Xianyang laughed and said, "Master Wan drank and I scolded Qin Pingon." Wan Xiu nodded. Lu Xianyang was not lying, but there was something important that he couldn't tell Wan Xiu. Back then Qin Pingon went out to sea. After he returned, he found Lu Xianyang and asked him to go back to his hometown and pass a message to the Song clan of the Aquarius continent. Lu Xianyang felt that it was more appropriate for Wan Tian, the chief consecrator of Dali and his future master, to argue with the young emperor. That was not a small matter. It was about the Mellow Scholar Qin supporting the Cliff Academy of the Great Sui Kingdom to return to the list of the 72 academies. However, the Mellow Scholar Qin was not familiar with the Linlu Academy built by Dali on Mount Biyun, so he wouldn't say anything to the Confucian Temple. Lu Xianyang was puzzled at that time, so he asked why the Mellow Scholar Qin of the quasi-sage lineage did this. Wasn't he worried that the quasi-sage lineage would criticize him? Lu Xianyang's worries were not without reason. The vice-hierarch of the Confucian Temple in the Central Plains was on par with Qin Pingon in terms of cultivation base and seniority. In short, Qin Pingon was a renowned mellow scholar and the pillar of the quasi-sage lineage. However, Qin Pingan's words and actions were still restricted by the quasi-sage lineage's orthodoxy. Qin Pingan seemed to be in a good mood at that time. He told Lu Xianyang that this was a deal between him and Qin Pingan. If Qin Pingan only relied on his identity as the last disciple of the quasi-sage lineage and dared to boast in front of Qin Pingan, then it would be unkind. Finally, on the stone cliff with the surging river under their feet, Qin Pingan patted Lu Xianyang's shoulder. The old man said something new to the young man. He said that scholars like us don't have to be ashamed to talk about benefits. We should be ambitious and practical. Scholars should walk out of the study room and walk beside the common people. We should talk about things that even those who haven't read books can understand. At that time Lu Xianyang had blurted out, "We scholars should not only be scholars." The old man was very pleased. He stroked his beard and smiled, saying that the mellow scholar Chen's style of study was quite good. Wan Xiu suddenly said, "I already said that I don't care too much. Then why did we take that underground river? It's not like there isn't a ferry that goes directly to Old Dragon City." She was Qin Pingan's neighbor and lived in Mud Bottle Alley, which was even worse than my family's ancestral home. She was also Song Mochai's maidservant. She carried water and cooked every day, so she felt that she was worthy of him no matter what. If you want to talk about how much I liked her, well, I did like her a lot, but it was not to the extent that I yearned for her every day. Everything was up to fate. Whether they were together or not, what else could it do? Wan Xiu asked, "What kind of place is the Great Wall of Sword Qi?" Lu Xianyang thought for a while and said, "It's a place where there are few things but many sword cultivators. Cultivation, life, and death don't seem to be a big deal at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. So there are also many drunkards there. After all, sword cultivators and sword immortals like to drink. Can even be said that the Great Wall of Sword Qi is the place where experts are least likely to be experts outside of my hometown." Wan Xiu nodded. Lu Xianyang's expression was awkward. After hesitating for a long time, he finally couldn't help but say, "Wan Xiu, we've known each other for a long time, right? We have a good relationship, right? But there are some things that I really can't say. Qin Pingan and you are both my friends. So I can only try my best not to say things that you might want to hear on certain matters." Wan Xiu raised her head and looked at Lu Xianyang. She shook her head and said, "I don't want to hear things that you think I want to hear. For example, things like Wan Xiu is better than Ning Yao and you and I are better friends than Ning Yao." Lu Xianyang felt relieved and smiled. "Miss Wan is Miss Wan after all." Wan Xiu said, "Other than being curious about the current state of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, I also want to know if he's doing well over there. If he's doing well over there because of Ning Yao, then I'll naturally be very happy to be his friend." Lu Xianyang was just about to follow Wan Xiu's words and say a few more words about how Qin Pingan was like a fish in water at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Lu Xianyang suddenly stopped and silently warned himself not to say too much. In a few years, Lu Xianyang would officially become a direct disciple of the Dragon Spring Sword Sect's ancestral hall when he returned to his hometown. Regarding this matter, after Lu Xianyang ascended the mountain, Wan Xiu explained it to the direct disciples and in-name disciples. It was just that Lu Xianyang's ranking in the ancestral hall was after the first disciple, Donggu, or directly after Xieling. Wan Xiu didn't say and Lu Xianyang didn't ask. It became an interesting topic for the in-name disciples of the Dragon Spring Sword Sect. Everyone in the sect was now familiar with the sect master's temper. As long as one was sincere in practicing the sword, there weren't many taboos. There were also many guesses about Lu Xianyang's cultivation realm. After all, there weren't many sword cultivators who were true Confucian disciples. Wan Xiu asked curiously, "Why are you still willing to return here and practice the sword cultivation in the Dragon Spring Sword Sect? My father actually can't teach you anything." Lu Xianyang said helplessly, "Qin Pingan is too good at taking care of others. He's not very good at taking care of himself. I'm too far away, so I'm worried. I'm worried about Qin Pingan." Wan Xiu softly muttered Lu Xianyang's heartfelt words. She laughed and kept the embroidered handkerchief in her sleeve. Her fingers that were stained with pastry crumbs gently twisted the corner of her sleeve. "Lu Xianyang, not everyone has the right to say such words. It might be fine in the past, but it will be very, very difficult in the future." Lu Xianyang chuckled and said, "I'm worried about Qin Pingan." Wan Xiu smiled and narrowed her eyes, playing dumb. Old Dragon City, Vassal Manor, study room. There were some orthodox history books of different dynasties on the study table. There were books of literature and calligraphy. There were no immortal items as decorations. There were 4 screens behind the study table. One was the map of Dali, one was the map of the Aquarius continent, and the other 2 were the maps of the immortal sects in the Tongyi continent and the North continent. Song Jisun, who had just returned from his hometown in the north, sat alone in the study room. He moved his chair and sat facing the 4 screens. Song Jisun's hands were wrapped around a small and exquisite heart-nourishing pot. He spun it gently. The small pot had the words Mountain Elf written on it. Song Jisun gently twisted the small teapot in his hand. This item had been lost and recovered. It could be considered as returning it to its rightful owner. It was just that the method used was not too glorious. However, Song Jisun did not care what Yu Nanhua thought. When Fu Nanhua entered Liju Grotto Heaven, he bought this small pot from Song Jisun with a bag of gold coins and an old dragon's rain pendant. This transaction was actually quite fair. Of course, Fu Nanhua still picked up a big bargain with his own ability. It was different from many magic treasures on the mountain, which only had a grade but were of little value to Earth immortals. This heart-nourishing lake was a rare magic treasure with a very high grade. It was most suitable for Earth immortals to cultivate their Daoist heart and moisten their Qi palace. Not only that, there was a small cave in the pot and it was also a small object. Therefore, when Fu Nanhua got it, he asked an expert to inspect it. He was overjoyed and treasured it very much. Yesterday, when Fu Nanhua was reminiscing with the young lord, Song Jisun mentioned this small pot. Today, Fu Nanhua asked someone to deliver it. Song Jisun was not really greedy for the heart-nourishing pot. It was just that when he returned to his hometown, the young lord, who seemed to be diligent in politics but was actually muddling along, unconsciously raised his ambition. He finally began to consider himself as the lord of Dali, Song Mu. Therefore, when the small pot fell into his hands again, Song Jisun loosened his hand and gently weighed it. This was the weight of the power at the foot of the mountain. Since ancient times, immortals had always looked down on nobles. However, the current Great Li dynasty was different. It had long suppressed, restrained, and intimidated all the forces on the continent to the point that they could not breathe. Even if you were a colossus like the Divine Grandeur sect or the True Boundary sect that had the word sect in their names and even had a great backer from another continent, when you arrived at the small court meeting in the imperial study of the Emperor of Great Li Song He, you still had to consider yourself as half a subject and act according to his wishes. You had to sit down and stand up obediently. Song Jisun casually tossed the priceless small pot and caught it with both hands. There were 2 secret files on the table behind him. They were the information that Song Jisun asked the bronze statue to collect. Song Jisun did not trust the spies of the Green Wave Pavilion at all. After all, the original owner of the Green Wave Pavilion was the Dali Empress. The current Empress Dowager was also Song Jisun's biological mother. Although the Green Wave Pavilion and the cow and horse pens belonged to the imperial tutor, Song Jisun knew very well that many of the old people in the Green Wave Pavilion who were not kicked out knew what to do. Between the Emperor, the Empress Dowager and the weak Lord Song Mu, even a fool knew how to choose. On the other hand, the Green Wave Pavilion was the exclusive spy agency of the Dali army. It only listened to the orders of the imperial uncle Song Zhangqiang. All along, even the imperial tutor Cui Dong did not interfere. Song Jisun turned his head and glanced at the 2 files. One was a list of the cultivators of the upper 5 realms in the North continent. It was very detailed. The other was a file about the young Cui Dong Shan. It was very simple. Venerable Huolong of the Lying Ground Peak. Li Yu of the Tai Xiao lineage had already passed away. Yingxian Peak's Yuanling Hall. There were also the 2 lineages of the White Cloud and Peach Mountain. Fortunately, one of them was only in the nascent soul realm. Otherwise, Venerable Huolong's lineage would be too terrifying. Heavenly Lord Xiesher. Skeleton Beach's Hemp Sect. Sect Master Zhu Quan. 2 old grandmasters. Ghost Valley's Jingguan City. Gaoqing. There were Taoist temples and temples hidden in the Peach Forest. The specific details were unknown for the time being. Floating Duckweed Sword Lake. Female Sword Immortal Li Kai. She had already traveled far to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Taihui Sword Sect. Sect Master Han Huizi. Old Grandmaster Huang Tong. New Jade Realm Sword Immortal Lu Jinglong. Han Huizi had also been in the Great Wall of Sword Qi for many years. The number 1 Sword Immortal of the North by Zhou Xian's mentor. Ape Chatter Mountain's Jiyu had died in battle. He exchanged his life with the 10th realm martial artist, Guyu. This was a great loss to the entire North Continent. Water Dragon Sect. North Sect's Sun Jia. South Sect's Xiao Jingji. Qianglin Sect's Sect Master. De Yuan Dynasty's Zhou Xian Bureau's Cloud Palace. Yang Family's Master. Qingliang Sect's He Xiaoyang. Huang Jing, an immortal realm wild cultivator whose fate was unknown. Other than that, there were many other existences similar to the Daoist temples and temples in the Peach Forest. There were also experts who rarely appeared in the world and quietly lived in seclusion. It was difficult for the Dali dynasty's spies to truly penetrate the hinterland of the North Continent and find out the truth that had been covered in dust for a long time. There were also some secret records of all living and dead sword immortals' trips to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. As for Cui Dongshan, he was only given a blank piece of paper by the balcony. However, there were 2 pieces of paper that had been transferred from the Ministry of Justice to this study. One of them briefly described where this person had appeared, stayed, and what he had said and done. He had spent the most time studying in the academy. He had first appeared in the Lizhu Grotto heaven that had yet to shatter. Later he had brought the young crown prince of the Lu family, Yu Lu, and the young girl who had changed her name to Xianxia to the academy of the Great Sui Kingdom. There he had a conflict with Kai Jingshan, a consecrator of the Gao family of the Great Sui Kingdom. A dazzling rain of Dharma treasures fell in the capital. Later he had pursued a nascent soul realm sword immortal from the Zhuang dynasty with Wan Xiu and successfully killed him on the border of the Zhuang dynasty. The ending of the first page of the Ministry of Justice's file was that this person had broken through the realm extremely quickly, had many Dharma treasures, and had an extremely strange temperament. The second page was densely packed with introductions of those Dharma treasures. Song Jisun retracted his gaze and turned his head to continue staring at the 4 screens. Nowadays there were all kinds of people who went in and out of the king's mansion. Many of them had hidden identities. If the other party did not take the initiative to reveal them, Song Jisun would never have guessed that there was the consecrator of the ancestral hall of the Tong Yi sect who had been hiding in the Aquarius continent for many years, and the business manager of the Qianglin sect of the North Continent in the Aquarius continent. At first Song Jisun was like a fool. He could only try his best to say some appropriate words. However, after reviewing the situation, Song Jisun suddenly realized that the words that he thought were appropriate were actually the most inappropriate. He reckoned that many otherworldly experts who did not hesitate to reveal their identity would feel that chatting with him, a young king, was simply playing the lute to a cow. This was because Song Jisun had never figured out what he wanted all this time. Change back to Song He's original name? Fight with his younger brother for the dragon throne? Song Jisun was not interested. Or it could be said that Song Jisun was afraid of repeating the same mistakes. Anyone who had read a few history books would know that when brothers of the emperor's family fought against each other, many people would die. Whether it was the current emperor or the empress dowager, they were all his close relatives. Song Jisun realized that his life had always been so sloppy. It was hard to love anyone purely and he could not hate anyone thoroughly. In the end he had to repay his debts one by one. Supervisor Song Yuzhong, neighbor Chen Pingon, made GQ. He could not go on like this. Song Jisun clenched the heart-nourishing pot in his hand and suddenly stood up. GQ, who was at the door of the study, had actually been quietly standing there for a long time. She then opened her mouth and said, "Young master, someone wants to see you. She has been waiting for a long time. She is the Yunlin Jiang family's daughter, Fu Nanhua's wife in name. And that lady looks a little plump. But it is an expert who used a camouflage technique. Her real appearance is all right." Song Jisun smiled and walked to the door. While walking beside her, Song Jisun asked softly, "Snake gall stones, gold essence, copper coins, how much do you need?" GQ's eyes lit up and smiled. "Young master, of course it is the same as the silver in the past. The more the better. But these resources are now under the strict control of the imperial court. The imperial treasury will not casually take them out." Song Jisun smiled. "Don't worry, it is just a small matter. I can make a deal with Nanyu Mountain Monarch and use Fan Junmao as a cover. I will try to get half of it for you." QQ seemed surprised. She secretly glanced at Song Jisun. Young master was somewhat different now. She continued to look around but did not reveal any secrets. There were only a few people in the Aquarius continent that could make her feel apprehensive. Coincidentally, there was one there and he was someone she did not want to provoke. After Song Jisun left the study, a white-clothed youth walked out from behind the 4 screens. There was also a wooden child who did not breathe from head to toe squatting at the corner of the room. Cui Dongshan held a folding fan in one hand and gently knocked on his back. He flipped his wrist and produced a brush. He drew circles on one of the screens. Using the resources of the North Continent, he helped to write the names of the cultivators of the upper 5 realms. Then he leaned on the table and flipped through the 3 pages that were related to him. First, on the 2 pages of the Ministry of Justice's files, he added the names of many unknown artifacts. Finally, on the blank page of the cow and horse pen he wrote, "Cui Dong is an old bastard. Ask him if you don't believe me." After he finished writing, he was quite satisfied. Cui Dongshan beckoned for Brother Gao to come to his side. He bent down and drew on the child's face with the brush. Then, without raising his head, he smiled. "Ma Kuxuan, you are used to not following the rules. One day you will suffer greatly." Ma Kuxuan appeared and leaned against the door of the study. "How much suffering? Death and Tao vanishing? Entanglement of karma? Lord Imperial Tutor, it's fine if others don't know. They are like frogs at the bottom of a well. But how can you not know that I am not afraid of this?" Cui Dongshan was still drawing a turtle on Brother Gao's face. "On the way here I saw a scholar who was full of righteousness. He had some ability to read people's minds and the general situation. Faced with the swords and spears of a troop of Dali cavalry, he pretended to be generous and was willing to die for his country. He almost tricked me into losing my reputation. I had someone put the saber back into its scabbard, and only used the hilt of the saber to break one of the scholar's fingers. I only exchanged a few words with that official. Life in this world is not only about life and death. Between life and death there are many calamities. As long as he could endure the pain of his 10 fingers being broken, he could rest assured that he would be able to live in that vassal state for the rest of his life. He could be the leader of the literary world when he was alive, and he could still be called Wenjin after he died. Guess what happened?" Ma Kuxuan frowned. Cui Dongshan finished painting and nodded his head. Every stroke was a stroke of genius. It was indeed the manifestation of a lifetime's skill. He then turned his head and smiled. "You said that you are not afraid of death. I believe you. However, you don't even understand the power of karma. You are like a frog at the bottom of a well. What right do you have to tell me that you are not afraid? Speaking of the Ma Lanhua incident, whose arrangement was it? I'm not trying to scare you. Just by relying on my high realm, how many people can kill me? Even if you reach the heavens in the future, I will still make you worry for thousands of years. So, be smart and save me some trouble. Otherwise, when the day comes when you are truly afraid, what good will it do for me?" One of the fundamental principles of the meritorious doctrine is to try not to let people make stupid mistakes. Those who seek benefits will obtain benefits. Ma Kuxuan nodded. "That makes sense." Cui Dongshan sat on a chair and twirled the fan in his hand. He laughed. "After a few days of not being beaten, I will beat up a poor beggar. Don't you think it is fun?" Ma Kuxuan laughed. "If you can beat up a poor beggar today, you might be able to beat up a rich man tomorrow. You have to have something to live for. Otherwise, you might as well be a beggar for the rest of your life." Cui Dongshan suddenly understood and nodded vigorously. "That makes sense." Ma Kuxuan cupped his fists. "I hope I can still listen to Imperial Tutor's teachings in the future." After Ma Kuxuan left, Cui Dongshan waved his fan leisurely. There were 4 large semi-cursive characters written on the fan. Cui Dongshan stretched out a finger and casually made a gesture. He seemed to be writing. He said complacently, 3 inches vertically, 1,000 feet high. A lion flying white, a rainbow soaring into the sky. Cui Dongshan turned his head and looked at the child standing silently beside the writing desk. "Which child is so handsome?" The child, whose face was covered in scribbles, suddenly said, "Teacher, I want to learn chess." Cui Dongshan rolled his eyes. "If I teach you martial arts and footwork, I'll starve to death. If I teach you how to play chess, what benefit do I have?" The child said, "I can play chess with you." Cui Dongshan shook his head and did not give an answer. He only said a few strange words that did not make sense. "The hairpin and the sword will eventually return. Carving the boat to seek the sword was not a fool. Worrying for nothing was not laughable." Cui Dongshan closed his eyes and rested. The child began to stare blankly. After an hour, Song Jisun returned to the study alone. GQ said she wanted to go out for a stroll. Song Jisun saw the white-clothed youth who had taken over the nest. He stopped and then continued walking. He picked a chair and sat down. He smiled. Teacher Cui really is not an outsider. Old Dragon City was not a place where cultivators could enter as if there was no one around. Cui Dongshan opened his eyes and asked, "You know who I am?" Song Jisun nodded. "I have some guesses." Cui Dongshan tapped his shoulder with his fan. "Brother Gao, tell him who I am. I'm afraid he'll guess wrongly." The child said methodically, "My teacher is Dongshan." Cui Dongshan closed his fan and suddenly burst into laughter. The whole chair swayed with his laughter. Cui Dongshan suddenly restrained his expression and stood up. Song Jisun could not help but stand up. He was intimidated by Cui Dongshan's aura and invisible force. Cui Dongshan said in a low voice, "Now that things have come to this, I won't mess with you. My name is Cui Dongshan. That Cui Dong is my most unpromising disciple's disciple." Song Jisun bowed and said softly, "Imperial tutor, why are you so mean to yourself?" Cui Dongshan fanned himself with his hand. The breeze brushed his face. "How can I relieve my worries? I can only laugh at myself." The 3 pieces of paper on the table turned to ashes and dissipated with the wind. Cui Dongshan walked around the table to the window near Song Jisun. He said softly, "Qi Jingchun has high expectations of you. Why haven't you worked hard all these years?" Song Jisun was silent. Cui Dongshan sighed. Song Jisun, do you know that in many novels you're the first one to appear in the beginning or the last one to appear in the end? Why are you the one who's disappointing? Is your brain not working well? Look at Ma Kuxuan from Apricot Blossom Alley. He has a cat with him. You're even more amazing. Before you left, you brought Wang Zhu with you. For example, Xia Ling from Peach Blossom Alley. Even their ancestors can walk out from the first few pages of the genealogy records. People like you are all little gods blessed by the heavens." Song Jisun's expression was ugly. What was this? The white-clothed youth raised his head and looked like he was crying silently. He seemed to feel that the atmosphere was not good enough, so he snapped his fingers. Brother Gao understood and began to sing that little song. It was a happy story about how delicious stinky tofu was. In Cui Dongshan's opinion, there were 2 good ways to live. One was to be blessed by the heavens. There were small worries and no long-term worries. One could open and close one's eyes and live a comfortable life every day. The other was to be blessed by the ancestors. With a skill, one did not need to worry about the wind, sun and rain. With money, one could eat tonghulu and stinky tofu. One could even eat a tonghulu or a piece of stinky tofu in one bite. The poor young king stood in place not knowing what to think. In the square outside the gate of the ancestral hall of Jisei Peak, a grand martial arts assembly was held. To show the importance of the assembly, a table and 4 benches were placed there. The table was filled with fruits and pastries. Of course, the gate of the ancestral hall could not be opened casually, and people could not casually move things out. Therefore, the tables and benches were specially moved from Luopa Mountain's ancestral mountain. Everyone present was now the leader of the Donghua Mountain branch under Longquan County's headquarters. The head of the branch, Pei Qian, sat on the main seat with her back facing the gate of the ancestral hall. Her arms were crossed in front of her chest. There was a wooden tablet on the table in front of her. It was the alliance leader's token of Longquan County's headquarters. Sister Bao Ping had handed it to Pei Qian for many years. The right guardian of Luopa Mountain, Zhou Mili, who had just been promoted to deputy head of the branch, and Qin Wanshu, who was worshipped by the branch, attended this assembly. Worshipped Qin Lingjun was absent, which had already been recorded in the account book by Pei Qian. The girl in a pink dress who was in charge of all the keys to Luopa Mountain, and the girl in black who was holding a small golden pole and a green bamboo walking stick, sat side by side on the bench. Li Huai, the head of one of the academies under the branch, and Lu Guan and Ma Lian, students of Cliff Academy, sat on the bench. Lu Guan, Ma Lian, and Li Huai were not only classmates in the Great Sui Kingdom's Cliff Academy, they were also good friends from the same academy. Lu Guan was a descendant of a poor family, Ma Lian was born of a rich family in the Great Sui Kingdom, and the Ma family was related to the Great Sui Kingdom's Gao family by marriage. Lu Guan and Ma Lian were both potential scholars in the Great Sui Kingdom who were highly regarded by the Academy's teachers. There was also the right guardian of Dragon Rider Alley, who was originally from Mount Mantu and the City God's Pavilion in Back Dragon State. Because he was the smallest, he was allowed to sit on the table by the head of the branch. He was fortunate enough to be able to sit face to face with the head of the branch. The left guardian of Dragon Rider Alley lay on the bench. The head of the headquarter Li Baoping was the head of the Wulin Alliance. The honorary head of the branch, the big white goose Tui Dongshan, was absent from this meeting. Pei Qian coughed and glanced at the crowd. He said, I called you here today because there are 3 things to discuss. It's not a game. Zhou Mili, put the melon seeds back first. Lu Guan, sit properly. The little girl silently put down the melon seeds in her hand. Lu Guan angrily sat properly. The head of the branch was indeed impartial and incorruptible. Pei Qian talked about 3 things. The first thing was to announce a few rules of the branch. They were the fundamental principles of Jianghu. Pei Qian had copied them from the Jianghu romance, and they mainly revolved around his master's teachings. For example, having a skill was the foundation of Jianghu people. Being chivalrous was the martial virtue of Jianghu people. Apart from using fists, feet, and swords, how to distinguish right from wrong, how to solve a situation accurately, and how to end it flawlessly was something that a true hero needed to think about again and again. It was necessary to roar when you saw injustice, but it was not enough. The second thing was to discuss the reasons for a series of changes and promotions in the branch. He emphasized on praising Zhou Mili and the incense stick for being punctual, and severely criticized the left guardian of the Riding Dragon Alley for being lazy and slacking. The last thing was that she was about to go to the North Continent with Li Huai. This was the first time the branch was going to travel down the mountain, so they needed to work together and talk about their own experiences in Jianghu. Qin Wanxu was responsible for writing on the side. After compiling it into a book, he would copy a few copies so that everyone would have a copy in the future. After talking about business, Pei Qian waved his hand. Eat melon seeds. On Jisa Peak it was joyous and harmonious. Along the way, the wind in the sky and the birds in the sky were companions. The cross-continent ferry pulled by the heroic spirit of the Linen sect in the Sea of Clouds smoothly docked at the Skeleton Beach Ferry. The Linen sect had 2 honorary masters of the Luapa Mountain. The nascent soul cultivator Du Wenxi, who was stationed in the green room town of the Ghost Valley with the sect leader Zhu Quan, and the sword cultivator Pang Lanxi, a direct disciple of the ancestral hall of Moi Mountain. Qin Lingjun walked down the ferry with the mountain walking stick in his hand and a bamboo box on his back. Many cultivators who had traveled south and finally returned to their hometown flew down the ferry and argued with many cultivators at the ferry. It was an eye-opener for Qin Lingjun. The cultivators of the North Continent were indeed worthy of their reputation. They were full of heroic courage and were very forthright. How many people would be beaten down by the cultivators of the Dragon Spring Sword sect and Dali if this happened on his own Oxhorn Mountain ferry? Qin Lingjun first went to the increasingly deserted city of Murals and bought a set of goddess painting as a gift for the Linen sect. The ancestral hall of Luapa Mountain had already given Qin Lingjun a sum of immortal money in advance for these expenses. However, Qin Lingjun did not use a single piece of snow in his little treasury to spend money. What a joke, would Uncle Qin lack this little bit of money? If it was in the early years of the Imperial River jurisdiction, the clanging of pockets and the collision of immortal money would be similar to thunder when he walked in the Jianghu. However, after arriving at the Longquan County, Uncle Qin was slightly more kind to others. Otherwise, with his fiery temper, he would have been beaten to death with a single punch. Sometimes Qin Lingjun, who liked to let his imagination run wild, always felt that all the Qi cultivators in the world should live in the small town for a period of time and humbly ask him for some Jianghu experience. In the solemn Linen sect, the sect master Zhu Quan did not show up, and the 2 ancestors were not on the mountain either. One of them had traveled far away for many years. As for the other one, Yen Su, who was the patriarch of the discipline, had been busy strengthening the mountain protecting formation with the elders of the central region who came to the Linen sect. Pang Lanxi was in closed-door training, and Du Wenxi was still competing with those skeletons in the Qinglu town. Qin Lingjun did not see any acquaintances. He secretly complained that his master was not respected enough, that the sect master did not personally welcome him and hold a welcoming banquet for him. At the same time, he tried hard to maintain his posture as if he had seen the world and had to look around carefully. In the early years at the blacksmith shop in the small town, he almost fell into a trap when he fought with Ruan Ting, a saint of the wind snow temple dressed up like a farmer. Therefore, Qin Lingjun felt that it was safer for him to take it easy on this trip. Qin Lingjun presented the gift. The person who received Qin Lingjun and the gift was a person named Wei Yusong. He was amiable and claimed to be a bookkeeper who suffered from vexation every day and whose words were the most useless. Qin Lingjun felt that he had met a fellow sufferer, but he kept reminding himself that he shouldn't call others brothers so easily on this trip. Along the way, Qin Lingjun flipped through quite a few books, but most of them were things to take note of in places with steep mountains and rivers. Qin Lingjun did not pay much attention to the mountains like the Linen Sect and Spring Dew Garden, which his master had visited before and had formed a relationship with. At this moment he felt that Wei Yusong was quite congenial and was a good candidate to cut a chicken's head and burn yellow paper. Qin Lingjun hurriedly made a last-minute effort and found an opportunity to secretly take out one of his master's booklets. He flipped to the Linen Sect and found this Wei Yusong. His master had specifically mentioned him a few times in the booklets, saying that he was a senior who was extremely adept at doing business and could be considered the Linen Sect's god of wealth. He reminded Qin Lingjun that if he saw him in the future he must be more respectful and speak less nonsense. Since he knew that the other party was an important figure in charge of the sect's finances, Qin Lingjun immediately understood. On an immortal mountain there were 3 types of people who could not be provoked. Those who were in charge of the sect's rules were definitely tough fists. Those who were in charge of the sect's finances were definitely not easy to deal with and were definitely ruthless. The last type was the extremely young direct disciples of the ancestral hall. After bidding farewell to Wei Yusong, Qin Lingjun tactfully declined the other party's invitation to stay and did not dare to trouble the other party to send him to the mountain gate. When Qin Lingjun went down the mountain alone, he met an average-looking woman who seemed to be looking at him with a strange gaze. Qin Lingjun felt a bit awkward. "I'm not that Wei Pai, what am I looking at?" That woman really did not have good eyesight. She actually sneakily followed Qin Lingjun all the way to the mountain gate. Qin Lingjun was a bit scared and decided to change his mind. He planned to climb the mountain again and stay in the Linen Sect for a few days. In any case, it would not be too late to leave after shaking off that woman. At the mountain gate, when the woman with a saber at her waist called herself Zhu Quan, Qin Lingjun's knees went weak and his body swayed. Took him a lot of effort to stabilize himself. Zhu Quan smiled and said, "Wei Pai has already sent a flying sword message to Muyi Mountain. In the future, if there are any problems when traveling the river, you can use the name of Linen Sect's Zhu Quan. It might not be able to save your life, but it can definitely help you take revenge. Of course, it's best if there are no problems. However, it will be very difficult. Traveling the Jianghu in our North Continent without a bunch of trouble, what kind of experience is that?" Qin Lingjun trembled with fear as he thanked her. Zhu Quan waved her hand and Qin Lingjun said goodbye. Zhu Quan suddenly asked, "When will Qin Pingon return from the Great Wall of Sword Qi?" Qin Lingjun shook his head and said, "I'm not too sure. Every time my master goes out to travel, there's no telling when he'll return home." Zhu Quan looked at Qin Lingjun's bamboo chest and mountain traveling staff and laughed. "Do all of you from Luopa Mountain travel the Jianghu like this?" Qin Lingjun nodded vigorously. Zhu Quan suddenly sighed and said, "I'm a little envious of that guy's freedom." Qin Lingjun could not understand the strange words of these peak figures hidden in the clouds, but he could at least hear that this female sect leader, whose name shook the entire continent, had a good impression of his master. Otherwise, there was no need for her to make a special trip back to Muyi Mountain from Ghost Valley. The immortals of the ordinary mountains were most particular about being on equal footing. They treated people well and had complicated rules. In fact, Qin Lingjun was very satisfied that Wei Yusong had come to see him. A sect leader of the 5 realms who dared to challenge Gao Qing of Ghost Valley for so many years, such a woman was really a hero. She actually showed up in person, so after Qin Lingjun left Muyi Mountain he felt a little lightheaded. According to the established route, Qin Lingjun took a Spring Dew Garden ferry to the eastern estuary of Jibu. The ferry manager was the Jindan stage cultivator Song Lanxiao, who now had a seat in the Spring Dew Garden Ancestral Hall. After Qin Lingjun's visit, Song Lanxiao was a little too polite. He directly arranged for Qin Lingjun to stay in the heavenly guest room and personally chatted with Qin Lingjun for half a day. In his words, besides the sincere warmth, he was respectful and humble towards Qin Pingon and Luopa Mountain, which made Qin Lingjun feel even more uncomfortable. Currently, Luopa Mountain, Cloud Padding Mountain Hemp Sect, and Spring Dew Garden had formed an alliance. Among them Hempsex Wei Yusong and Spring Dew Gardens Tang Shi were in charge of specific matters. Song Lanqiao and Tang Shi were allies. The reason why he could become a member of the Spring Dew Garden Ancestral Hall was all thanks to the young sword immortal Qin. Moreover, Qin Pingon and Song Lanqiao's teacher hit it off. Song Lanqiao had almost never seen his own teacher. The further Qin Lingjun went from home, the more homesick he became. Everyone missed his home. Even the blind old Daoist who cultivated at Yellow Lake Mountain would often think of his home. Before they parted on the ferry, Wei Pai had said something. He said that it was not too difficult for cultivators to kill people with their skills and oppress others with their power. The difficult part was winning the hearts of others. For the first time, Qin Lingjun carefully read the contents of the booklet that he had missed before. Then he went to the observation deck and leaned on the railing in a daze. The bright moon hung high in the sky. The semicircle was hidden in the sea of clouds. It was both far and close. It was as if the ferry could crash into it if it slightly changed its route. It was as simple as a tourist passing through an arch. Whether or not the old master was in Luopa Mountain made a difference. Qin Lingjun had long understood this point. However, if he did not leave Luopa Mountain and make this trip, it would be difficult to understand why it was different and why it was different. When he was with the old master day and night, the old master's realm and identity seemed to be easily ignored. When Qin Lingjun walked on the mountains and waterways that the old master had walked, he realized that the young man from Mud Bottle Alley who he had followed reluctantly back then seemed to have become very powerful. Qin Lingjun collected his thoughts, packed his luggage and went to greet Song Lanqiao. Then he left the ferry midway and went to Escort City, heading straight for the Fire God Temple. Under the secret planning of the Lake Lord of the Dragon Palace of Tsongyun Lake, the Fire God Temple that had once been reduced to ruins was rebuilt. The local government spent a lot of money to reconstruct a colorful statue. Qin Lingjun chose a late night and respectfully knocked on the door to visit. When he saw the man who did not seem to have a high realm, Qin Lingjun took out a lot of immortal wine. The man who had revealed his true body was very happy. However, the man did not ask anything about Qin Pingon's current situation. Qin Lingjun felt that this old brother was very much to his liking. Just like him, he had the most Jianghu aura. Therefore, both parties drank without any persuasion. Not only did the old master write about it in books and booklets, but he also specially reminded Qin Lingjun verbally that this local god was his Qin Pingon's friend and owed him a drink. At the Dragon Palace of Tsongyun Lake, after receiving the report from the Fire God Temple, the Lord of the Lake Yin Ho immediately rushed over in the middle of the night. He did not bring any trusted subordinates with him. For a Lord of the Lake who had the entire Escort City under his jurisdiction, the distance of 800 miles was just a walk in his own courtyard. Marquis of the Lake was taken aback by the sight of the little boy in green robes, whose face was flushed red and whose limbs were swaying wildly. Why would Sword Immortal Qin have such a friend? It was just a drink, but he drank to his heart's content. However, the man from the Fire God Temple only treated him politely after Yin Ho's arrival. He was not friendly, but he drank to his heart's content with Qin Lingjun. In the morning, Qin Lingjun left the Fire God Temple and went to the Golden Crow Palace to visit the sword cultivator at the Golden Core Bottleneck, Lu Jiqing. He was also treated as a guest and respectfully sent to the mountain peak where Lu Jiqing was cultivating in seclusion. Qin Lingjun met Lu Jiqing. The handsome young man had the looks of an immortal. He wore a golden hairpin and a snow-white robe. It made people feel as if all the famous mountains and rivers in the world were waiting for this kind of cultivator to come. Lu Jiqing smiled and asked if Qin Lingjun wanted to drink tea. Qin Lingjun said no, and Lu Jiqing did not force him. In fact, both parties had nothing to talk about. Lu Jiqing was not the kind of cultivator who was good at socializing. Both parties were just being polite. When Qin Lingjun had nothing to say, Lu Jiqing did not ask him to stay. Qin Lingjun stood up and bid farewell. Lu Jiqing wanted to send him to the foot of the mountain. Qin Lingjun knew that he was cultivating in seclusion and hurriedly rejected him. He flew down the mountain and left the Golden Crow Palace. As for the Golden Crow Palace Lord who was waiting at the foot of the mountain, Qin Lingjun also rejected his invitation to a banquet. Qin Lingjun became more and more familiar with the process. After that, he went to the Spring Dew Garden and did not take the Immortal Ferry anymore. In the end, Qin Lingjun was naturally fond of water. He picked an ordinary boat and sailed through the mountains amidst the sounds of apes on both sides of the river. When he arrived at the boundary of the Spring Dew Garden, Qin Lingjun was not in a hurry to chat with Song Lanqiao, who was already an old acquaintance. Instead, he followed the map and first toured the mountains and rivers on both sides of the Great Blasphemy Estuary. Then he went to the Spring Dew Garden and toured the Jade Cliff. Finally, he went to the Swan Ni shop built by his master. With a temporary shopkeeper in charge, business was very good. Qin Lingjun worked as a shop assistant for 2 days. On this night there was a sudden sword sacrifice. The entire Spring Dew Garden was lit up in an instant. Qin Lingjun hurriedly opened the shop and looked up. The streets were bustling with activity. It was said that a sword immortal had died in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Qin Lingjun, who was thousands of miles away from his hometown, thought of his master who was even further away from his hometown. He sat at the doorstep and rested his chin on his hands with a gloomy expression. On the southern battlefield of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the Golden River appeared for the 3rd time. A young man carried a sword case on his back, which was filled with borrowed swords from the sword workshop. Qin Pingon stood on the city wall and looked at the battlefield for a moment. He took a step forward and his body fell to the ground rapidly. In the process of falling, his hands had already rolled up his sleeves. When he was about to land, he bent his knees slightly and stepped on the void. His entire body suddenly rushed forward and a huge pit appeared on the ground behind him. Deep in the ground, muffled thunder rumbled. He did not ride the sword but the wind. Like an arrow, he instantly moved more than 1,000 feet away from the city wall. His hands pressed on the heads of 2 demon cultivators and with a gentle push, the 2 corpses with smashed heads were thrown out. When Qin Pingon landed on the ground, all the sword cultivators around the battlefield subconsciously distanced themselves from this place and automatically made way for the young hidden official who had left the city for the 3rd time to fight. Now the Great Wall of Sword Qi no longer had any resentment. This was because the young hidden official was a sword cultivator and could kill more people. A demon cultivator from the military school was wearing heavy armor and wielded a halberd. He stabbed straight at him. The young hidden official moved forward in a straight line and casually smashed the halberd with his head. He punched his opponent and scattered his body. When he stomped heavily on the ground, he released his fist well before he even raised his fist. With Qin Pingon as the center, the fist well within 100 feet of the battlefield poured out without restraint. Not only that, a second larger fist aura appeared in the distance again. It surged endlessly. Layer after layer of fist aura, layer after layer of divine will. They were like layers of lunar halos. The martial artist in the middle was like the sun in the sky. 660. Qin Pingon made his way south by himself. Wherever he went, spells and spirit tools would rain down on him, causing a torrential downpour. Then Qin Pingon finally ran into a tough nut to crack. It was a short and stout man wearing a bright red chainmail. He wore a phoenix feather purple gold crown, with 2 extremely long feathers of a long-tailed pheasant. He looked like one of those fancy costumes on the stage in the marketplace. Anyone who dared to strut around on the battlefield of the Great Wall of Sword Qi was not only unafraid of death, but also qualified to be unafraid of death. This demon clan cultivator moved extremely quickly, as if he was using a length contraction talisman. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived beside Qin Pingon from several miles away. His fist directly broke through the thick fist intent around Qin Pingon's body and smashed into Qin Pingon's temple, sending Qin Pingon flying hundreds of feet away. Qin Pingon hit the ground with his palm and spun. He stood up and the man followed him like a shadow. He exchanged a punch with Qin Pingon. Both of them slid back almost at the same time, plowing a knee-deep ditch on the ground. The man shook his right wrist and pulled a feather with 2 fingers on his left hand. He spoke in the dialect of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. "You are the new hidden official? You are a martial artist in the far travel state? Your punches are not light. No wonder you could lose to Chao Xi 3 times and win against Yu Zhuanfu 3 times. He raised his right hand and signaled the demon army to retreat and leave the battlefield to him and the young hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Qin Pingon stretched out his thumb and wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth. He then rubbed his temples with his palm. The strength was not small. His opponent should be at the peak of the mountain, the martial arts realm of the demon race. Relying on the advantage of the innate toughness of his body, he was not as weak as paper. He was just a 9th realm martial artist with martial arts fate. He should not be courting death like this. Be it his clothes or his punches, his opponent was too indifferent. Qin Pingon soon understood. It was rare for him to talk to the enemy on the battlefield. You are the strongest 8th realm martial artist in the desolate world? You want to find a chance to break through and obtain martial arts fate? The short man let go of the feather in his hand and bounced up with a bang. He nodded and said with a smile, "How is it? Let's have a boxing match? If I say that no one will interfere, you definitely won't believe me. I reckon that I won't be able to control some sneaky sword cultivator death warriors. It doesn't matter. As long as you nod your head, anyone who obstructs me in the next round of the martial arts fist will be my enemy, including you. I'll kill them all." Qin Pingon stretched out his hand and pointed at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. He smiled and said, "In the city there is a level 9 senior who teaches me fist techniques. You can go over there and practice your Wenquan." The short man's eyes darkened. He was very sincere, but this young hidden official who was famous now was not very good at all. Qin Pingon said, "I'd like to chat with you for a bit. No matter who a martial artist loses to, even if he is Chao Ci, it is not a glorious defeat. A loss is a loss. From this, it can be seen that the strongest martial artist in the desolate world, regardless of whether his fist is hard or not, his spirit and breadth of mind are indeed not very impressive. If you become the strongest and reach the level 9, then you will be the biggest joke in the world." The conversation between the two parties was actually meaningless. It was just that both of them were scheming. The short man pretended to be bold and wanted to challenge Qin Pingon alone. He just wanted to use the young hidden official as a stepping stone. Once he broke through, other than the martial arts fate of the desolate world, he could also obtain a portion of the martial arts fate of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. As for Qin Pingon, he was naturally secretly searching for the strongest of the 100-sword immortals of the desolate world. Previously, when the saints of the 3 religions created the Golden River twice, Qin Pingon had fought twice outside the city. He had fought with the other party before. Although their fight seemed to have stopped after a certain point and they did not use their full strength, the details were closely linked. Whoever made a mistake first would die, and the way they died was not destined to be heroic. It would only make the sword cultivators who were watching the fight feel confused. The short man seemed to have lost interest in scheming. He used his boots to lightly stir the sand on the ground. "If you're done standing, I'll give you a chance to lie down and talk later. Right, I'm called Hokue Men." Qin Pingon put his hands behind his back and turned his head slightly. He extended a finger and pointed at his temple, indicating that if he had the guts, he could punch him again. He suddenly had an idea. He could try it out. The premise of trying it out was to let the other party try it out first. Hokue Men naturally did not hold back. After punching, Hokue Men hesitated for a moment and did not follow up with another attack. He just stood where he was, looking at the young man who was sent flying by his punch. The young man, who did not dodge or fight back, stomped his foot heavily on the ground and stopped himself. He looked at Hokue Men with a smile, and there was a hint of mockery in his eyes. Hokue Men was worried that it was a trap, so he held back a little. A young hidden official who was known for his scheming in the number 60 camp should not be stupid enough to stand there and let him kill him. Therefore, after punching successfully, he felt a trace of regret. If he had not punched with all his strength, would the young man still be standing? But why did the young man take his punch head-on? Qin Pingon pointed at his chest and said, "Another punch." Hokue Men raised his arms and gripped the 2 feathers with 2 fingers. His outfit, the bright red chain mail, the purple golden crown, and the pair of shining feathers, were not some ordinary treasures. Instead, they were a whole set of ancient treasures. The only difference was that they had changed their appearances after being strengthened. It was a half-immortal weapon, good for both offense and defense. It was called a sword cage, and it could restrain a sword immortal's flying sword for a moment. Once a sword immortal without a flying sword got close to him, he would have to compete with Hokue Men in terms of physical strength. Hokue Men let go of the 2 feathers. His body flashed, and he came in front of the martial artist of the same generation who wanted to die. He punched, and the young hidden official fell to the ground in the distance. Qin Pingon stood up and spat out a mouthful of blood. He glanced at Hokue Men and cursed in the dialect of his hometown. He had planned to let this peak-level 8th realm martial artist help him break through the bottleneck of the 7th realm, but he didn't expect this Hokue Men to be so slow after punching twice. This made Qin Pingon, who was used to the power of Li Er's fists in the Lion Peak of the North Continent, feel like he had been scratched in the face twice for nothing. There was a fair saying in the Great Wall of Sword aura nowadays. It was pleasing to see an official hit someone or to see him get hit. Hokue Men's expression was complicated. Qin Pingon asked in the language of the savage world, "Do you want to kill the hidden official to gain merit, or do you want to break through with this martial artist?" Hokue Men took a deep breath and knocked his fists lightly. He said in a deep voice, "This is the last punch. If you don't die, I lose. Qin Pingon, I know you also have something to ask. It doesn't matter. Let's see whose fist technique is better. For this punch you only need to fight back." Qin Pingon frowned. Vaguely, Hokue Men's magnificent fist intent condensed into a vague image around him, like a small world guarded by a saint. In the early years at Book Slip Lake when he traveled with Zhang Yi of Green Gorge Island, Qin Pingon found that he could vaguely see some signs. Qin Pingon shook his sleeves, rolled them up and gently spread them out. In an instant. On the battlefield where the young hidden official and Hokue Men were, dust flew up, covering the sky and the sun. The wind and sand were mixed with fine fist intent that shot out in all directions, like thousands of tiny flying swords. After a moment the earth trembled and the wind and sand scattered. Hokue Men covered his neck with one hand, blood oozing out from between his fingers. He clenched his fist and looked around. At last Hokue Men saw that behind a monster cultivator, the young hidden official stabbed the dagger in his left hand into the sword cultivator's back, then gently wiped his neck with the dagger in his right hand. Hokue Men couldn't even speak fluently anymore. "Qin Pingon, as a hidden official I've seen your power myself. But as a pure warrior you're so disappointing, so disappointing." Hokue Men mumbled. It turned out that when the young hidden official took Hokue Men's punch, he pulled out the dagger from his sleeve and directly pierced it into Hokue Men's neck. Not only that, he patted the dagger with his left hand. If Hokue Men didn't step heavily on the ground, raise his body and then take a few steps back, his lips and tongue would have been crushed by the sharp dagger, and his head would have been punctured right on the spot. If Hokue Men were a pure warrior in the world without a strong body, he or she would definitely not be able to say a word after suffering such a serious injury. Qin Pingon gently pushed away the dead body of the sword cultivator in front of him, then said to Hokue Men with his voice, "You've punched 3 times, but which one of your punches fit your identity as a pure warrior? If your first punch was pure enough, I wouldn't mind exchanging 3 punches with you. Perhaps we could both make breakthroughs. That would be a real battle, and the only thing that matters is the power of the punches." When Qin Pingon showed up, the battlefield automatically cleared a large area. The young hidden official held the dagger with both hands, gently loosening it and gently holding it again. This was a small habit he learned from Yu Lu. As for the way he held the dagger, it was a way he saw in the Sword Water Villa of Combe Country. In fact, in the martial world below the mountain, assassins and swordsmen also did this. However, in Qin Pingon's eyes, it wasn't meaningful enough. Hokue Men only knew about the young hidden official, and he didn't know about Qin Pingon's fighting habits. When he started to hesitate, he must have been chasing after a backup plan. Otherwise, all the words would only be spoken after the outcome of the battle. Hokue Men didn't retreat just like that. His fist intent didn't decrease but increased instead. Very good. Qin Pingon put away the pair of daggers he got from the Deer Mountain assassin in the North Continent, and stood still. Hokue Men used some kind of secret technique and the blood around his neck stopped flowing. His arms hung down and he didn't move at all. This was the state of mind that a true martial artist should have. After that, wherever the 2 figures went, they would inevitably bring disaster to a large number of bystanders. The 2 pure martial artists who were at the bottleneck of martial arts were like 2 flying swords of sword immortals, wantonly cutting the battlefield, and the ground was full of broken limbs and bones. Hokue Men's punches became more and more light, but the fist intent became heavier and heavier. Every punch had the embryonic form of a martial artist of the 9th realm. This was a great opportunity to break through. For some reason, the young hidden official was already recognized as a sword cultivator, but he didn't take out his flying sword. He didn't even use any of the long swords in the sword case on his back. Far away from the battlefield, a middle-aged man, who was the same as the young hidden official, seemed to be surrounded by the demon army, rushing towards the Great Wall of Sword Qi. He had been paying attention to the battle between Qin Pingon and Hokue Men, and he had roughly seen some clues. He was hesitating whether to disrupt Qin Pingon's plan. However, when his gaze swept across a few directions, and the distance between them wasn't close, he gave up on making a move after some consideration. He didn't want to compete with the geniuses of the Jiaoshan tent. Hou Kuei-men's body was badly mutilated. He was a peak martial artist of the 8th realm and he had a lot of treasures on him. He was clearly a martial artist of a lower realm than a martial artist of the 8th realm, but he was reduced to such a miserable state after a single punch. It was unbelievable. Hou Kuei-men, whose face was covered in blood, suddenly stood still. He lowered his head and chuckled, feeling very satisfied. He raised his head and stared at the young man who had also suddenly retracted his fist. Hou Kuei's gate seemed to be saying, "When I reach the 9th level and have the fortune of martial arts, I will come and break this unreasonable bottleneck of the golden body stage. By then it will be my Hou Kuei's gate's turn to be unreasonable. No matter how messy your plan is, how can it succeed? Will you be able to leave this battlefield alive? If you have the ability, Qin Pingon, break through as well." Hou Kuei-men's cultivation level was clearly higher, but he was at a disadvantage. The crux of the problem wasn't that Hou Kuei-men's physique wasn't enough, nor was it that his fist was too light. The crux of the problem was that Qin Pingon seemed to be able to predict the path of the fist. At this moment, Hou Kuei-men saw that Qin Pingon didn't seem to be faking it, as if he was facing a great enemy. He only felt great. In his entire life he had practiced the fist technique and broken through every single time, and he had never felt so happy before. That Qin Pingon helped me break through today and I'll leave his corpse intact later. The premise is that the young man's physique can withstand several punches from me after I reach the 9th realm. Streaks of martial arts luck from the wastelands broke through the air and descended upon the battlefield, crazily surging towards Hou Kuei-men. Qin Pingon smiled knowingly. It's finally here. Hou Kuei-men's punches were too light. They couldn't break through his bottleneck. At most they could only help him break through a few key areas. Their bones and muscles were just icing on the cake. Because they were worried that it would affect the following battles, many of the 9th realm punches went straight for the vital regions. Once they landed on his body, Qin Pingon wasn't afraid of being injured. He was only afraid that the fist intent would overturn the small world in his body. Therefore Qin Pingon couldn't withstand all of them. He had to disperse most of them. Hou Kuei-men's punches were great, but Qin Pingon didn't feel great at all when facing them. It didn't matter. Qin Pingon had experience in beating back martial arts luck. In the old Dragon City he had done it more than once. Moreover, Qin Pingon had withstood the heavenly tribulation twice. He had done it in the North Continent's follower city and in the Great Wall of Sword Qi against Ren Zhen. Qin Pingon tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and rose straight into the sky. He didn't punch out. He just kept climbing as if he wouldn't stop until he reached the highest point in the sky. Although he didn't punch out, he used the fist intent of the Great Cloud Swamp style to welcome the white streaks of martial arts luck from the desolate world. The middle-aged man stopped and looked up. He mumbled to himself, "You can even snatch martial arts luck? Can you do business like this?" That was because the young hidden official had used some strange method to pull all the white streaks of martial arts luck into the sky, making the young man look like a white streak of light. The martial arts fate in the world was an elusive existence. Otherwise, the Confucian temple in the central region would not be unable to stop it. The martial arts fate could only allow it to circulate among the geniuses of the 9 continents. In the desolate world, even the moon-supporting mountain couldn't stop it. The one in the most awkward position was naturally Hou Kuei-men, who had arrived but didn't get close to the martial arts luck. Hou Kuei-men bent his knees slightly and also rose into the sky. He chased after Qin Pingon, who was already as small as a mustard seed, and hoped to get close to the martial arts luck as much as possible. The middle-aged man, who considered himself a swordsman, still didn't attack Qin Pingon with his sword. It wasn't that he cared about rules or morals. In the battlefield he was the same as Qin Pingon. Every time he attacked and every time he exchanged injuries with his opponent, it was like he was making a bargain. This young swordsman who had defeated Li Zhen, Zhu Gong and all the other geniuses in the 100 Sword Immortals record, somehow felt a trace of the true meaning of the Great Tao. If he attacked now, even if he could succeed, it wouldn't be worth it for his Great Tao. This was because in this world he would attract the invisible pressure of the martial arts luck in the world. If he was a pure martial artist, it would be a good thing to train his martial arts. Unfortunately, he was a swordsman after all. No. Qin Pingon's fist intent and motive were all fake. He suddenly reached out his right hand and directly controlled a long sword from a demon swordsman not far away. He shook it slightly and dozens of sword fragments shattered into pieces. At the same time, he flipped his left wrist and forcibly blasted a few meridians in his palm with his own sword energy. After blood seeped out, he smeared it on the sword fragments. The young swordsman, who had used one of his trump cards, waved his sleeve and sent the fragments into the sky, straight to Ho Kuei-men. Almost at the same time, Ho Kuei-men's vision blurred. The figure more than 300 meters away from him first used a distance contraction talisman, and then used Song Zhen and Ku Lei's refined flying swords as a guide. Holding the saber with both hands, he stabbed Ho Kuei-men's cheeks with one saber, which went across his entire face, and the other into his heart. After the successful attack, he used the distance contraction talisman and disappeared instantly. In the next moment, the sword fragments hovered around Ho Kuei-men like a pocket-sized sword formation, protecting this demon swordsman who might be at the 8th or 9th level for the time being. If they hadn't arrived in time, Qin Pingon could have directly cut off half of Ho Kuei-men's head. Ho Kuei-men gritted his teeth. After taking 2 slashes, his ascending figure paused slightly, and then he continued to fly into the sky. The martial arts fate was then dragged to a higher place by the young hidden official. After making sure that Ho Kuei-men's life was not in danger, the sword fragments flashed and returned to the middle-aged man. The 2 pure martial artists broke through 2 vast clouds one after another. The first layer was only slightly higher than the top of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, and the cloud above it was far higher than the top of the wall. Suddenly they rose above the cloud and hovered. Qin Pingon frowned again, but this time he wasn't acting with Ho Kuei-men. Instead, he really felt that something was amiss. The martial arts fate in the higher place was absolutely real. Although Ho Kuei-men didn't know why the young hidden official stopped, after breaking through the cloud, he still approached the dragon-like martial arts fate with the help of the wind-controlling realm. Qin Pingon thought for a while and actually abandoned all his previous plans. He fell into the cloud and returned to the ground. Ho Kuei-men would generously accept the martial arts fate that should have belonged to him. Above the cloud, the sun shone brightly, and Ho Kuei-men was like a god. In an instant, Ho Kuei-men's eyes turned pitch black. After struggling for a while, he actually started to follow Qin Pingon, and at the same time he guided the martial arts fate to the ground. The martial arts fate crashed into Ho Kuei-men's body, and Ho Kuei-men, who had reached the 9th level, rushed towards Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon changed his path of retreat 3 times, but he still couldn't dodge in time. On the ground, a shockingly huge pit was created, as if a sword Immortal's natal flying sword had exploded. The 9th level martial artist Ho Kuei-men and his martial arts fate were all shattered. In Zhou Xian's tent, the 5 potential sword immortals of the savage world no longer hid their tracks. They all appeared at the edge of the huge pit, each occupying an area. Zhugong Lijin, you see Lu Bai and Anitan. The middle-aged man sighed, concealed himself and left. A powerful spirit beast had activated its spirit power and possessed Ho Kuei Gate, who was about to break into the next level. Ho Kuei Gate directly sacrificed a sure level 9 warrior in exchange for seriously injuring the young secluded official Qin Pingon. Zhu Gong said, "Be careful, it's a trap." A smiling voice sounded in everyone's hearts at the same time. How is that possible? 661. They could only hear the voice but not see the person. Lu Bai had been paying attention to the battle situation around them. He quickly said in telepathy, "It happened so suddenly that there is no sword immortal to help us. We have to end this quickly." This female sword cultivator who came from the Zhou lineage along with the sword immortal minister had been the assistant of the main official wooden clog in the Jiaoshan tent. She had never used her sword. "Young man." Tan was the first to conjure his intrinsic flying sword. It flew close to the ground and circled the edge of the crater, creating a sword beam that lingered for a long time. "We have to force him to show up." Tan had 2 swords hanging from his waist. He held the sword hilt with both hands and looked down at the dusty bottom of the pit. Some dust and sand could not block the vision of a sword cultivator. He did not know what kind of trick the other party used, but he could not find the figure of the young hidden official. However, Qin Pingon definitely did not leave this place. Tan communicated with his friends telepathically. "I don't care. Since I can't see, I will go directly to the pit to investigate. I will not give him a chance to recover. Zhu Gong, pay attention to the movement of the underground mountain. Lu Bai, pay attention to the sword to kill Chen Pingon. Beach leaped down and used his intrinsic flying sword, Armored Horseman, to open a path. The sword beam dissipated at the edge of the crater, revealing thousands of armored horsemen. They were densely packed into a formation. Although each horseman was only the size of a palm and looked comical, each one of them was like a flying sword. Instantly, countless pocket-sized horsemen charged down the slope from the top of the crater like a tidal wave pouring into a depression. The flying sword armored cavalry took the lead to open the formation in the formation of an army. It was the best time to explore the details of the young hidden official's trap. Tan was a sword cultivator of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. This natal flying sword was the most suitable to break the formation on the battlefield. It could be rated as a B class by the hidden official's lineage. It was on par with Yu Qing's 1,000 feet spring, Skylark in the sky, and Qi Shou's jumping pearl. If this life-bound flying sword possessed even more profundity, then perhaps it could be ranked on the same level as Wu Qingpei's Sweet Rain. Zhu Gong was Lu Cha's first disciple. If Lu Cha did not take in a group of nominal disciples in this battle, he would be the only direct disciple. However, since the start of the war, Zhu Ying had never made a move. Compared to the female sword cultivator Lu Bai, he was even more mysterious. Other than Zhu Ying having a master that everyone knew, the number of other flying swords he had, his original supernatural powers, and the way he practiced the sword were all unknown. He carried a huge sword rack on his back. At this moment, 6 of the swords left the rack and circled around the pit. Finally, the tips of the swords turned and sank into the ground. They formed a formation deep underground, not giving the injured young hidden official any chance to escape. Even if he still had the strength to break the formation, he would still be exposed. At that time, what awaited the young hidden official would be the interception of the swift and fierce flying swords, and there would definitely be more than one. Yuxi wore a black robe. His hair was tied up with a piece of white silk. He looked like a handsome and elegant young master. With a thought in his mind, the few broken weapons on the ground nearby immediately flew away in different directions and eventually landed on the ground. Wherever they passed, there was not the slightest ripple, which meant that there were no traps. Logically speaking, from the moment Qin Pingon fought with Ho Kuei men who acted as the bait, to the moment Ho Kuei men was possessed by the sovereign stage great demon holding the fishing rod, and in the end Ho Kuei men was willing to sacrifice themselves together with Qin Pingon due to the martial arts fate, Qin Pingon had been caught in one accident after another. Even though he was wearing the immortal artifact robe gold wine, he should have at least lost a few layers of skin if he didn't die. However, Yuxi still felt that something was wrong. Li Jin had already squatted down. He picked up a handful of soil and twisted it. The soil was scattered. There was a trace of sword intent attached to it. Li Jin looked around and smiled. It is indeed strange. This is a forbidden place similar to a small world. Last time when you fought with me, you did not show this ability. Good, very good. I can finally accept my loss. It turned out that when the soil drifted 100 feet away, it was as if a wick had been ignited and turned into ashes. Yuxi once again controlled some of the broken weapons on the ground and the broken limbs of the monsters to fly away. As expected, they all fell to the ground as if they had hit a wall. That young hidden official was both a sword cultivator and a pure martial artist. It was very troublesome to kill him. Even if he used up a mouthful of pure qi, he could switch to controlling his sword to kill. Once he needed to replenish his qi, he would switch to using his fist. The qi of a martial artist and the qi of a sword cultivator would take turns. Therefore, when the sword cultivator left the city for the second battle, Jia Ying counted the military merits of both sides. He had participated in the entire battle from the beginning to the end. The young hidden official's military merits were at the top of the list of sword cultivators who left the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Of course, this was related to the fact that the sword cultivator had to guard the Golden River. The sword cultivator guarding the city wall would either guard an area or hold down the fort for the young sword cultivator. There would not be many opportunities for the sword cultivator to use his sword. In that battle, the young hidden official had been hiding his identity and changing his aura. He had endless methods. It was completely different from the first battle when he left the city. With Ning Yao protecting the array, he was able to open the array as a pure martial artist. The second time he rushed to the battlefield, he was more like an assassin. He would only use his fist and sword to kill the enemy when he had no other choice. Therefore, in the various army tents of the wilderness, This outsider from the Great Wall of Sword Qi earned himself a new nickname, the Southern Hidden Official. It was already very difficult to find Qin Pingon on the battlefield. Once he found him, it was even harder to injure him. Even if he was willing to exchange injuries with Qin Pingon, even if he was willing to die in exchange for injuries, Qin Pingon's retreat was abnormally decisive. The key was that Qin Pingon's ability to sustain a battle was too shocking. Therefore, compared to those sword cultivators on the Great Wall of Sword Qi who had great killing power, an opponent like the young hidden official was the most disgusting. Damn, I almost fell for it. Everyone, I'm sorry. It was my mistake earlier. Yuxi was extremely annoyed. He stretched out his hand and pressed on his sword. The sword will condensed into a solid form. Threads of snow-white sword qi surrounded his arm and the sword hilt. The sword qi was dense and the entire sword sheath was covered by a thin layer of frost. However, it can be seen that his injuries are not light. Otherwise, with Li Zhen's action, our hidden official would definitely continue to hide and not expose himself so quickly. As an apology, I'll be the last one to attack. Those who were not part of the Great Wall of Sword Qi would definitely feel that Yuxi's last words were too ridiculous. Zhu Gong frowned and asked, Li Zhen, where did this small world come from? Did you borrow it from the saint? Can a small world be borrowed? Among the crowd, Li was truly the first person in terms of familiarity with the small world. Li Zhen had already started to stroll. It was just like when he first fought Qin Pingon. Every few steps he took, he would throw out a treasure of the mountain. There was no other way. As the last disciple of the moon-bearing mountain, he did not lack treasures. And Li Zhen's attainment in the art of setting up formations was extremely high. Li Zhen did not trust Zhu Gong's underground sword formation. He had to set up another formation personally to be at ease. It could not only prevent Qin Pingon from breaking out of the formation, but also slightly obstruct the sword Immortal from rescuing him. Li Zhen smiled and said, God knows how it came about. The most important thing now is to determine the mystery of this small world. Is it able to help Qin Pingon advance a level, or is it a place that deliberately targets Qi cultivators? Or is it just a smokescreen to delay the battle so that the sword Immortal can arrive in time to join Qin Pingon? Yuxi had already been investigating this matter. Around him, broken limbs and bones were flying in the air, bumping into each other near the invisible wall. Yuxi looked at the big pit. The dust had already been dispersed by him, but the bottom of the pit was still covered in white fog. Other than the restriction that isolated the world, the bottom of the pit is still uncertain. There doesn't seem to be anything strange around us. Why don't we just use our swords to break this small world? Li Zhen shook his head and squatted down, pressing the last magic weapon into the ground. At the same time he answered telepathically, it doesn't mean much. Qin Pingon doesn't mind us leaving now. Don't forget what our purpose is. It's to besiege and kill Qin Pingon. Previously I tested with the flying sand and I already have the answer. As you expected, Qin Pingon is indeed heavily injured. Using the small world to mystify things, in the end he just wants to buy some time to catch his breath. Let's take a look first. Let's see the results of the sand sword. Yuxi was helpless. With the situation of being besieged, he could not find anyone. He felt a little aggrieved. The armored cavalry army in the big pit had small banners attached to their spears and axes, which were colorful. The colorful banners and tassels attached to the spears and axes were the second of the sand sword's natal abijna. Refining a sword required a variety of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, the most important of which was the soil from the 5 great mountains of the wildlands. It was not as simple as making the cavalry army materialized by the flying sword look like it was just for show. Sand's mind was unsteady. When he looked again, he realized that he was hovering above a sea of clouds. He could vaguely see a few mountain peaks that were as high as islands. The world was huge. Sand immediately stopped riding the wind and hovered in the air. Looking down, the ground was like a battlefield. The armored cavalry were charging like headless flies. The geographical situation did not follow common sense at all. Many armored cavalry that were originally far apart ended up colliding with each other in an instant. As far as he could see, there was an army of dark green armored cavalry that was crushing the army of crimson banners. Sand did not collect the natal flying sword, armored cavalry. As long as the armored cavalry stepped on the ground, even in the illusory small world, the armored cavalry army with spears and banners would not be damaged at all. In fact, the battlefield was like that. The armored cavalry was constantly being crushed and regenerated. They did not know fatigue and continued to charge again and again. Tan quickly discovered the mysteries of the battlefield. It was as if the pages of a book were as thin as white paper. Time and time again, the person behind the scenes folded them delicately, beyond the reach of the naked eye. Therefore, the marching route of the steel cavalry was completely under the control of the opponent. Sand realized that he could no longer communicate with Bamboo Box and the others. Although he was in a difficult situation, the young man's sword heart was still clear. He pulled out 2 swords and disappeared in a flash. After the sword disappeared, lightning intertwined into a net in the sky. It surged crazily and constantly bloomed into shocking scrolls. The sword turned into a rainbow and hurriedly flew to the farthest place. He wanted to explore the size of the small world. Sand reached out and grabbed. The second sword that should have been thousands of feet away actually pierced towards his back. The young man held it in his hand. Sand sneered, "Sneaky. Relying on these fancy tricks, you want to waste time with me?" On the peak of a mountain, a mustard seed figure suddenly grew as big as a mountain. The towering green-robed visitor carried a sword box on his back. The Xiang stood on the peak. It was like a person standing on a stone by the roadside. Qin Pingon smiled and looked down at the sword-wielding young man. He raised his hand and a jade bamboo folding fan given by a student appeared in his hand. He slammed it down violently. The surrounding sea of clouds was pulled by the majestic atmosphere and rolled like boiling water. There was a faint sound of thunder. Zen did not move at all. He allowed the huge fan to slam down on his head and finally pass through. Sand sneered, "Your real body is indeed heavily injured. You can only rely on these illusions to delay." Qin Pingon raised his hand again. There was a seal in his palm. He flipped his palm. The seal was as big as a mountain. It went towards the Xiang again. Sand swung his sword and cut the Shan's seal in half. There was no ripple of qi. There was only the light of the sword. It was the illusion formed by the mind again. Sand shook his long sword and hooked his finger at the young hidden official who was pretending to be mysterious. That Qin Pingon smiled and took out a golden talisman. Because the Xiang was holding a talisman in the young man's hand? Because the eye of the beach was too large. A talisman gallbladder that was like a golden pool of lightning floated towards the young sword Xiao with a menacing aura. At the same time, Qin Pingon's Xiang raised his left hand. On the ground, a mountain was directly uprooted. From the bottom to the top, it covered the young man's head. Sand's golden talisman flew through the air and smashed towards the young man. Sand's finger touched the body of the long sword. His finger pressed against the tip of the sword. The tip of the sword emitted a bright light. Finally, with the young swordsman as the center, a circle of sword light was produced. It collided with the talisman and the mountain. This time the young hidden official's attacks were all real. With a stroke of luck, Tan abruptly leaned back and formed a mudra with 2 fingers. The robe on his body shone with a dazzling 7-colored light. Musicians of the heavens with colorful ribbons appeared one after another. They were extremely small and cute, and immediately protected all of the young man's natal acupuncture points. Sand rode his sword away from the original spot. The next moment when he stopped, a golden figure appeared behind the young man. It was a beautiful fairy. She bent down slightly and held the young man's body with both hands. A long string of blood beads slowly seeped out from Sand's neck. The long sword under the young man's feet trembled slowly, as if it was being suppressed by the Tao of heaven and earth. The golden figure of the female god protecting the young man also began to show signs of peeling off inch by inch. The originally flawless golden figure was being corroded extremely quickly. Sand rode his sword in one hand and wiped away the blood on his neck with the other. It was obviously a place of no return that targeted all the chi cultivators in the world. He even almost had his head cut off by that fellow. The young man finally experienced the feelings of those who fought against the young hidden official. Falsehood and falsehood, truth and falsehood, it was all part of a scheme. On the city wall of the Great Wall of Sword Aura, Wei Jin and the old swordsman asked, "You really don't need me to help you out?" Qin Qingdu laughed and said, "Help? Who should we save? Qin Pingon or you, Wei Jin? Do you think the other party doesn't have a backup plan? If we only talk about the 5 excellent sword immortal embryos, who will be responsible for guiding them away? If any one of them dies, the 60-year camp will be heartbroken. Wei Jin said, with Lu Ji's help I can try. Qin Qingdu shook his head, just wait. Whoever makes a move later will have the advantage. Qin Qingdu looked at the many demon tents in the south. Even if Zhou Mi made a move it would still be fine. Only Lu Cha, if he had a reason to use his sword, the Great Wall of Sword aura would be a little troublesome. For example, if a direct disciple whom Lu Cha had high hopes for died. At that time, it would be inconvenient for Qin Qingdu to use his sword. Then who would stop him? Dong San was pinned down by the Golden River. Buji. It was far from enough. Even if the jailer Old Deaf had a reason to use his sword, it was still not enough. Distance? At the foot of a mountain far away from the beach, Qin Pingon, who had left and returned in the blink of an eye, was now standing on a relatively thin mountain range. Under Qin Pingon's feet was the corpse of Ho Kuei Men, who had revealed his true demon form after his death. As for the black armor, the purple gold crown and the 2 feathers, they had been damaged but not shattered after the previous collision. According to common sense, they should have been picked up and put into the pocket of the hidden official. However, this time Qin Pingon did not take all of them. He only put the feathers into the near hand that Yan Ming had temporarily lent to him in exchange for one. Not only that, the things stored in the near hand had been emptied. As for Ho Kuei Men's armor and purple gold crown, they were placed far away from Ho Kuei Men's corpse by Qin Pingon using the mountain-moving spell. Qin Pingon was severely injured at this moment. His face was pale, to the point that his entire right arm was already trembling uncontrollably. For Qin Pingon this was an extremely rare thing. Ho Kuei Men's previous attack was too vicious. Qin Pingon was equivalent to taking a full-force punch from a 10th realm martial artist. If he had not dodged slightly, Ho Kuei Men's punch would have penetrated his heart on the spot. If he had taken a punch from a peak 10th realm martial artist on the training field and not died, that would have been an extremely good feeling. However, at this moment, it seemed like he was toying with the young sword cultivator, but in reality, Qin Pingon still could not escape the encirclement. That was an extremely bad feeling. Just now he had missed the young sword cultivator, which made Qin Pingon feel extremely helpless. If his body was at its peak, that genius sword cultivator's head would have been placed in the square hand right now. However, the longer the young man was restrained here, unable to forcefully break out of the small world, the more Qin Pingon could recover. Qin Pingon looked at the young man's posture of being protected by a god, and did not withdraw his gaze for a long time. Tan did not look at that pretentious Dharma idol on the mountain peak that seemed to be resting with its eyes closed. The young man stared fixedly at the distance where a wisp of aura remained. Although he could not see the scene at the foot of the mountain clearly, the young man was certain that the young hidden official's true body was hiding there. The towering Dharma idol on the mountain peak opened its eyes, and 2 fingers formed a sword seal. Huge flying swords flew out of the sword box on its back. Tan broke through the air. The Yuji Dharma idol that used its hands to protect the young man's body turned around, its back facing those flying swords that were as large as immortal boats. Tan gritted his teeth and spat out blood. The sword that intertwined with lightning suddenly hovered between heaven and earth. Between the sword tip and the sword hilt, a sliver of sword light blossomed, shooting towards the sky and the earth respectively. Qin Pingon wantonly used his ability to fold the mountains and rivers to change the trajectories of the 2 sword lights as much as possible. Once the trajectories were slightly changed, the sword lights would no longer be in a straight line, and Qin Pingon would be able to prevent the young sword cultivator from inspecting the boundary between heaven and earth. He did not expect that the young man would directly explode the sword. The sword light suddenly expanded, and it was as if a pillar had been opened between heaven and earth. That sword was it? Tan's second life-bound flying sword. At the same time, the life-bound flying sword, armored cavalry, condensed from the army of cavalry into one sword. Return. In one of Tan's apertures. The fairy Dharma idol put its hands together to protect the master, who did not hesitate to destroy a flying sword. Tan swept towards the sword light as fast as lightning, clearly intending to use the sword light as a path of retreat. The Dharma idol on the mountain peak raised one hand, and its palm pointed towards the sky. Tan placed his palm on the mountain peak, and patched up the huge hole that the young man had created on the ground far away. Qin Pingon's Dharma idol's palms did not actually touch the sword light, but they were constantly being worn down. Qin Pingon had separated the mini-world into 3 layers. From the inside to the outside they protected his true body and physique. Then there was the restriction on the door and the half-baked Dharma idol appeared. It was specifically targeted at the first young sword cultivator to break through. The last layer was the thinnest, and was responsible for creating a diversion for the other 4 genius sword cultivators. What he wanted was to do as much as possible while recuperating. He wanted to defeat his opponents one by one. He wanted to injure them if he could and kill them if he could. In short, killing one was a gain. However, from the looks of it, just killing the young man would not be easy. It was highly likely that he would have to withdraw the outermost 3rd layer of the mini-world, and consolidate the 2nd layer before he could kill the young man. Qin Pingon was still unwilling to use all the powers of the 2 life-bound flying swords too early. However, the young man's choice was surprising. Qin Pingon could only choose the lesser of 2 evils and kill one first. Flying. Tan paid the price of destroying one of his life-bound flying swords to force his way out of this place. A sword light had already broken through the 2nd layer of the mini-world's mini-world. Qin Pingon held a dagger with both hands and was about to kill the young man. Suddenly he had a thought and stopped. At that moment the item in Qin Pingon's sleeve vibrated without warning. Not only that, the armor and purple gold crown that Qin Pingon had thrown far away exploded at the same time. An external sword light, like a crescent moon hanging in the sky, cut through the 2 layers of the mini-world's barrier, and struck the spot where the armor had shattered. Qin Pingon looked in another direction. At the spot where the purple gold crown had self-destructed, there was an extremely tiny trace of a flying sword. There was no eye-catching sword light, no trace of sword chi and no ripples. If not for the fact that it was in the mini-world that he was overseeing, Qin Pingon would not have noticed it. When Qin Pingon wanted to capture the flying sword's trajectory, there was no clue at all. Overseeing the mini-world, he was like a saint who could observe the mountains and rivers with a single thought. This made Qin Pingon wary of the unknown flying sword. He paid more attention to it than the sword that broke the barrier. The former was an even more exaggerated version of Qi Shou's flying sword, Heartstrings. If they were in a confrontation on the battlefield, being targeted by the flying sword was bound to be extremely troublesome. If it was not Wuxia, Li Zhen or Zhu Gong who had already sent out a sharp sword, then it should be the female sword cultivator that the young man called Lu Bai. No wonder the young man reminded Lu Bai to be careful to kill him. This Lu Bai's life-bound flying sword was similar to the female sword cultivator from the North Continent, Xianxia, who had once fought alongside him. She was good at nurturing her sword will. Her sword was extremely fast and had great killing power. She pursued to kill with one blow and instantly decide life and death. Qin Pingon gave up the idea of killing the young man. Since the situation had changed and the young man was seriously injured, he would be of great use if he stayed on the battlefield. The young man could be killed or not, but the female sword cultivator must be killed. Li Zhen instantly came to Lu Bai's side. Following the sword will trace of the barrier of the mini-world that was broken by Zhu Gong's sword, Li Zhen did a little mental calculation and immediately said, "Our words from before were very likely heard by Qin Pingon. This mini-world was not borrowed from him, it is his mini-world." Lu Bai suddenly reminded, "It's you see who stayed above." After Lu Bai spoke, the young man that Zhu Gong protected, Tan and Lu Bai, who was protected by Li Zhen, were originally very far away from each other and were both suspended above the sea of clouds. At this moment they were inexplicably standing at the bottom of the huge pit a few feet away. During this period, the 4 most outstanding young sword cultivators in the wild world felt like a breeze was blowing on their faces. It was a clue of the 3 mini-worlds' transformation. Suddenly, the 2 sides returned to their original situation. 2 groups of 4 sword cultivators were separated above the sea of clouds. Zhu Gong said, "Li Zhen, don't hide anymore. Outside the formation, create a bigger mini-world and then keep shrinking." Li Zhen nodded and took out 7 natal items that he had just refined not long ago. They suddenly rose into the air and eventually connected with each other like stars hanging in the sky. Then they complemented each other with the earth formation that Li Zhen had previously set up. What was originally daytime turned into night, but in the next moment the world was clear again. Li Zhen's figure gradually dissipated, and his soul flew in 7 directions. He reminded Zhu Gong and the others, "I can make Qin Pingon's mini-world show its original form in at most half an hour. But during this time I can't use my sword for the time being." A battle of great Daoists broke out between the two small worlds. The world shook as a result. The scene in the eyes of the sword cultivators became distorted. It was as if a scroll was placed on a desk, but the end of the scroll was violently shaking. The long swords on Zhu Gong's back kept flying away, bringing with them streaks of rainbow light. All the sea of clouds and mountains in the mini-world were destroyed by the long swords. Outside the sword light, sword chi bloomed. Some of the mountains and rivers that the flying swords passed by wanted to create illusions again, but they were destroyed by the remaining sword chi again. Zhu Gong seemed to want to fill the whole mini-world with endless sword intent. Even if Qin Pingon was the saint here, he could only stand on the all and could not move his body as he wished. There was no long sword on Zhu Gong's back. Zhu Gong held the long sword and landed on the ground. With the tip of the sword against the ground, the sword slowly sank into the ground. Circles of ripples spread out in all directions at an extremely fast speed. Among the ripples on the ground, drops of water condensed from the essence of sword intent were suspended. They followed those circles of ripples and kept growing, like a curtain of rain hanging over the ground. Obviously, Zhu Gong was no longer willing to wait for Li Zhen. The young man, Tan, sat cross-legged. Lu Bai had replaced Li Zhen and stood on the ground. The defense formation beside Tan. It was Yu Si who promised that he would be the last to attack. A miserable figure covered in blood and holding a long sword suddenly slid out from the sea of clouds. It was as if he was kicked in the abdomen by someone. Then Yu Si forcefully broke through the barrier of heaven and earth. Finally, he was able to crash into Lu Bai not far away. Lu Bai directly took out his life origin flying sword and pierced through the back of Yu Si. Ten also took out the Dharma form of the goddess of origin again. It hung behind him and Lu Bai, each of them protected by the Dharma form. This ancient Yuji Dharma form was not ordinary. It was as lively as a living person. Previously, when it took the flying sword of the man in green from the peak of the mountain, there was a slight change in its expression. At this moment she lowered her head and stared at her master with a face full of kindness. That Yu Si came and left in a hurry. Zhu Gong's long sword was at the place where the door was opened. The sword light flashed and then disappeared. In the deepest mini-world, Qin Pingon reached out to cover his ribs that were pierced by the flying sword and smiled bitterly. What a good Lu Bai. Originally, as long as she was a little merciful, even if she was cautious and ruthless enough, according to Qin Pingon's expectation, she would be able to lightly injure Yu Si, to determine if it was real or fake. Then a distance of more than 10 feet would be enough for Qin Pingon to get close to her. Once he got close, there would be a great opportunity to kill her or that young man. Qin Pingon did not expect that Lu Bai's natal flying sword would go straight for the Qi residence of all the sword cultivators in Fourth Reign. Qin Pingon had no choice but to change his position slightly and retreat decisively at the cost of light injuries. It was like trying to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. As for the Zhu Gong's long sword that followed, it was not difficult for Qin Pingon to avoid it. Soon he was politely sent out of the country. And in the mini-world where Qin Pingon was, Yu Si's situation would be worse than before? Tan was even worse. Because Qin Pingon's body was gradually recovering, there were no more fancy moves. In the mini-world there were flying swords everywhere. Jiaxin tent, sword cultivator Yu Si. The secret files in the summer palace were more detailed than those of Zhu Gong and Lu Bai. Waterfall, a spirit flying sword. After Yu Si sent out the flying sword, he was wearing a whirlwind coat in the freezing cold. Therefore, even though he was besieged by those flying swords, he was still able to hold on. If Lu Bai and Yu Si switched places, Lu Bai should be dead already. The special abilities of Qin Pingon's two spirit flying swords were just enough to completely suppress that weird flying sword of Lu Bai. Sadly, there were no such good ifs. Today's battle was mostly about bad accidents and what if. Martial Marquis Kuei Gate, the three supreme treasures that were also tampered with, the young sword cultivator's decisiveness, and Lu Bai's cruelty towards a good friend of his. As for the ability to fold mountains and rivers in his own mini-world, it was inspired by Qin Pingon's early years in the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom, when he saw Mao Fuzi trapped in a magic formation. It was a pity that Qin Pingon hadn't really mastered it yet. Otherwise, Li Zhen and Zhu Gong would have been able to break the magic formation in less than half an hour. Because the flying sword, Caged Sparrow, was not an inanimate magic formation of mountains and rivers. It was different from the magic formation of the Saints' Academy, Taoist temple or battlefield. The magic formation of the Saints' Academy was almost fixed. However, Qin Pingan's caged sparrow was able to travel between heaven and earth. It was also because Qin Pingan was a hidden official and couldn't really concentrate on cultivating Daoist sword. Otherwise, the division of heaven and earth in the cage would be more flexible and seamless. The world had always been like this. There were endless advantages. If he wasn't a hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Qin Pingan wouldn't have been able to make these two spirit flying swords that were compatible with the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Yu Si could guarantee that he wouldn't die for the time being, but he definitely wouldn't feel good. Other than using the flying sword to kill the enemy, the young hidden official would also suppress the opponent's flying sword in this lawless place where his own flying sword would flow more smoothly. He would use pure martial arts to punch out, holding the blade with both hands, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. A large piece of flesh on Yu Si's cheek was cut off by Qin Pingan's blade, and his body was covered with wounds. Fortunately, the sword aura didn't linger in his vital qi residence, nor did the fist aura surged in his acupuncture points. Yu Si was a sword cultivator after all, so there weren't any fatal injuries. However, compared to the handsome Yu Si when he appeared, there was a world of difference. Suddenly, a sword slashed through the sky. The long sword was sent out of heaven and earth, and Zhu Gong found this place with the remnants of the sword will. Qin Pingan's figure disappeared, and he operated heaven and earth. He was waiting for this sword, so he purposely left behind the sword will. Lu Bai's life-flying sword was hard to track, and in Qin Pingan's eyes, Zhu Gong's sword will was no different from fireflies in the night sky. Qin Pingan couldn't touch Yu Si, who was protected by the waterfall of sword aura, so he reversed heaven and earth, and made Yu Si, who was busy blocking more than 100 flying swords, moon in the well, to be in the direction of the sword light. Zhu Gong said in his mind, "You see." Zhu Gong didn't say anything else, so it couldn't be said that he revealed heaven's secret. It only depended on their chemistry. Yu Si didn't disappoint Zhu Gong and reached out to grab the sword light. The sword light was curved like a rope, and Zhu Gong controlled his mind and sword will to pull, and was about to drag Yu Si, who was holding the sword light, out of the small heaven and earth that was like a big cage. To prevent Qin Pingan from taking the chance to act, and to prevent him from being killed by Qin Pingan instead of saving him, Yu Si, who had a traceable escape route, didn't need Zhu Gong to remind him, and took out the life-flying sword that didn't seem to exist in this world. When Zhu Gong took out his sword, he was standing on the shoulder of the goddess. Qin Pingan sighed slightly and allowed Zhu Gong to save Yu Si, and he went to kill the young man. Originally there was no delay. You save your people and I kill your people. It was fair to do business. Since Zhu Gong had expected it, then he could only settle for the second best. The flying swords number 1 and number 15 that had gone through thousands of mountains and rivers with Qin Pingan finally appeared at the same time. Then behind the goddess, an even more majestic and huge green-robed Dharma appeared, and the 10 fingers of both hands intertwined into a fist and smashed towards her head. Zhu Gong, who was holding the sword in his hand, swept towards the sky. The crescent sword light appeared out of thin air again, and directly cut off Qin Pingan's Dharma that was clenched into a fist. Since he couldn't kill the few weak points of the sword cultivator, then he would give the other party a surprise and kill the strongest one. Qin Pingan forcefully changed the thickness of heaven and earth, and placed himself in the folded mountains and rivers. He was even faster than Songzhen's thunder and the contraction talisman, and arrived behind Zhu Gong in an instant. Zhu Gong was punched in the back and fell off the shoulder of the goddess and smashed into the ground far away. Qin Pingan was stabbed by Zhu Gong's backhand, and his abdomen took a solid hit. Zhu Gong could have dodged, but he didn't. It was clear that he wanted to exchange injuries with Qin Pingan. Number 1 and number 15 had already clashed with Lu Bai's life source flying sword no less than 100 times. That wasn't all. 2 long rivers of talismans appeared between heaven and earth, sparkling with golden light. They rushed majestically towards Yu Si's direction. Even if Zhu Gong was sent flying by a punch, he still guided the sword light, drawing a large arc in the air, and tried to pull Yu Si towards himself. Lu Bai grabbed. She continued to control her life source flying sword to block number 1 and number 15, while she brought Yu Si along. She flew far away on her sword, not giving Qin Pingan a chance to fight in close range. Sure enough, the young hidden official followed Yu Si. Yu Si roared, "Lu Bai!" The female sword cultivator's mind was blank, and she instinctively threw away the young man in her hand. She was going to destroy her own golden core and then control her life source flying sword to stab herself in the heart, hoping to kill herself first and then kill the young hidden official. But the other party's 5 fingers grabbed her neck and pulled her back, leaving the place. Then Qin Pingon twisted heavily and directly broke Lu Bai's neck. There was also a punch that heavily hit Lu Bai's spine, and the fist aura seeped into his body, causing Lu Bai's chi to collapse, and even his mind was affected. It forced the life source flying sword to fly under its original trajectory, and there was a trace of stagnation. Qin Pingon was about to add another punch, trying to penetrate Lu Bai's entire back. Not only did he want to shatter her entire spine and golden core, but he also wanted to completely break her longevity bridge. Unexpectedly, Qin Pingon's forehead was like being hit by a heavy hammer, and his figure was forced to disappear. Although Lu Bai's body was destroyed, he barely managed to protect half of his foundation. However, if he wanted to enter the upper 5 realms, especially the Immortal realm, his hope in this life would be slim. Qin Pingon quickly glanced at the woman's head. It was the young man who quietly left a talisman on the woman's body. In order to cast the life-saving talisman, the young man was injured and he vomited blood. His face was covered with blood and his vision was blurred. The young man still tried his best to wave his hand, and wrapped the woman's golden core and soul with the broken talisman, and put them into the young man's sleeve. After doing this, Beach almost fainted. Maintaining the last trace of clarity in his mind, the young man stretched out his hand again. No matter what, he wanted to take back Sister Lu Bai's skin. Unexpectedly, from the canopy of the sky appeared streaks after streaks of light pillars that could not be called sword light or starlight, turning the bamboo box, you see. Beach and Lu Bai's lifeless body were shrouded in it. Qin Pingon just avoided Lu Bai's attack, but in his own small world, there was no way to avoid it, and he was hit by the second beam of light. As for Lu Bai's body, it had been washed away by the beam of light. Qin Pingon was hit to the ground and his figure staggered in the air. With a roll, he avoided a beam of light that followed like a shadow, and then he folded the mountains and rivers and instantly went hundreds of feet away. Li Zhen's figure hovered in the sky, like an ancient god who crossed the long river of time, and his hands held up the Big Dipper that was supposed to be hanging in the night sky. The stars slowly moved and the 4 seasons in the small world flowed. The spring thunder shook, the summer was hot, the autumn wind was cold, and the snow was heavy. The great Tao was running like a millstone, crushing everything. During this period, the countless sword chi that Bamboo Box had previously set up became more and more fierce. Between heaven and earth, the sword-intent water droplets condensed into a sword chi river that was constantly expanding the territory, swaying and flooding the sky. Qin Pingon either put away the flying sword, the caged sparrow's magical power, or he would be caught in a tough battle with Li Zhen in terms of divine will consumption. Qin Pingon's figure appeared and disappeared in the small world again and again. Qin Pingon slid out more than 100 feet and stood still in an instant. The caged sparrow that turned into a small world condensed into a sword and plunged into his life aperture. The small world dissipated. Qin Pingon stood on the slope of the big pit. Li Zhen hovered above the big pit, but it was only 100 feet. Bamboo Box carried the sword frame on its back and it was just in the center of the pit. Yixi was supporting Beach. Beach stood on the edge of the top of the big pit. Bamboo Box's sword formation buried under the ground was about to move. The world changed again. This time the small world, compared to the previous vast and boundless world, was much more narrow. It was only a dozen miles in radius. There was a strange scene of tombs everywhere, but there were willows around the tombs. Was this the true state of mind of the young hidden official? Bamboo Box, who had always been calm, showed a hint of anger for the first time. Yixi used the flying sword waterfall to protect himself and Beach. Beach gritted his teeth and his heart was full of hatred. Was this Qin Pingon so hard to kill? Li Zhen casually raised a hand and could touch the sky curtain. He laughed and said, "The hidden official who cherishes his life the most is not planning to escape this time? What Qin Pingon could kill next at most take away. Tem was left with half a life plus Yixi. As for Li Zhen himself and Bamboo Box in this messy and murky siege, they did not lack the killing power of the flying sword, but they lacked the strength to use the sword. Qin Pingon was surrounded, his body swaying. Clearly he had used the caged sparrow twice and faced the 5 enemies alone. Whether it was the body of a martial artist that was getting worse time and time again, or the spiritual energy of a cultivator that supported 2 natal flying swords, or the spiritual energy of a person he was already at the end of his rope. Li Zhen shook his head, his eyes full of pity. Draining the pond to catch the fish, you are courting death. Qin Pingon clapped his fists and said with a smile, let me send you on your way, rest in peace. Countless moon in the well, flying swords appeared from all directions between heaven and earth, slowly advancing toward the 4-sword Xiu from the boundaries of the small world where the sky was round and the earth was round. It was another unreasonable intrinsic flying sword. Li Zhen was horrified. Was this lunatic really going to exchange lives? Bamboo Box frowned. Was this young hidden official unwilling to be killed by a flying sword even in death? So he chose to kill one more person. A moment later, Qin Pingon fell backward. The caged sparrow and moon in the well both returned to their aperture points in an instant. Therefore, after learning the truth, Li Zhen could not help but curse. It turned out that the place where Qin Pingon fell backward was the corner of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. This meant that Li Zhen and all of them had been deceived by this damn young hidden official. Using 2 natal flying swords to fight with their lives was fake. Folding mountains and rivers and changing the battlefield was real. However, the next series of events was a huge surprise to the wasteland and the Great Wall of Sword Qi. First, a sovereign stage great demon that was hiding on the battlefield revealed himself. With a sweep of his sleeve he collected Zhu Gong, who had already attacked, and Li Zhen and the others who wanted to retreat into his heaven and earth sleeve. At the same time he flicked his finger. Wei Jin, the sword immortal of the Wind Snow Temple, slashed the great demon's spell against Qin Pingon. Lu Ji was just about to leave the city. A bearded man with a sword and saber on his back directly used his fists to repel 2 sword immortals on the Sword Qi River. He came to the battlefield near the Great Wall of Sword Qi and reached out to hold the hilt of his saber. He looked up at the female great sword immortal Lu Ji. As long as Lu Ji did not attack with her sword, he would not draw his saber. This was not considered a huge accident. Qin Qingdou looked up and smiled. The gray-robed elder in the Jiazi tent walked out of the military tent as if he wanted to witness a certain scene with his own eyes. In the sky of the wasteland and the Great Wall of Sword Qi, a beam of rainbow light as large as a mountain smashed through the magnificent restrictions of the entire world and landed on the battlefield. It did not go near the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Instead, it directly chose the hinterland of the demon race army north of the Golden River. On the huge battlefield with a radius of hundreds of kilometers, the ground instantly cracked. Countless demon race soldiers were shaken up and a large number of casualties were caused. A man from outer space bent his knees slightly and stood on the battlefield. He raised his hands and pressed them against his forehead, slowly stroking his hair back. The man straightened his back and looked around at the demons. He laughed and said, "You have been surrounded by me." 662. The man spread out his hands, palms facing up, and waved them lightly. Reuniting after such a long time, he signaled to the people of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, especially to the ladies that he missed dearly, to show some appreciation. The originally silent Great Wall of Sword Qi on top of the city wall was suddenly filled with whistles and boos. The female greatsword immortal Lu Ji lowered her eyes, too lazy to look at that man. She really couldn't bear to look at him. The man with his back to the city wall nodded, very satisfied that he was still so popular. Outside the battlefield, the Great Wall of Sword Qi was like a child on the side of the road. Whenever they met a drunkard, gambler, or a bachelor, they would call out Alliance. On the battlefield, that man was Alliance, just Alliance. Alliance's gaze wandered, glancing at the scattered tents, and said loudly, "Don't hesitate, send a few who can fight." A bearded man turned around, stared at that fellow, and said in a low voice, "I'll do it." Alliance did not turn around, only turning his head to look at Lu Cha, who was standing alone on the other side of the Golden River. In the past they had hit it off very well, both enemies and friends. Alliance slowly turned around, rubbed his hands and smiled, "Good brother, let's talk? Send a few who can't fight to help me warm up? I can't fight many experts like you." Lu Cha, with a sword and saber on his back, was expressionless. "I've been waiting for you for a long time. Why haven't you found a suitable sword yet?" Alliance clasped his hands together, lightly twisting his wrists. Since it was going to be a tough battle, he could only warm up first. Lu Cha's thumb lightly touched the hilt of his saber, and with a light push, Lu Cha had already swept across the Golden River, arriving in front of Alliance and slashed down with his saber. On the battlefield, the two figures could no longer be seen. There were only circles of shocking ripples that were like mountains crashing into a great lake. Every layer of ripples instantly spread out in all directions. It was as if the sword boats of the school of Moism had launched a round of attacks. The flying swords were dense and countless. After Alliance descended from the sky, the demon army within a radius of 100 miles, those who were still alive hurriedly retreated. The supervisors of the various military tents did not stop them at all. On the ground, accompanied by the sound of thunder, huge craters that were extremely far apart appeared. After all the potholes appeared, there was no sign of life. The bodies and souls of the monster race cultivators fell to the ground and turned into dust. The weapons and treasures on the mountain were all covered in sword energy that didn't dissipate. It was as if a natural sword array had appeared out of thin air. The sword intent was dense and could kill anything. It was all caused by the lingering sword chi of the two swordsmen. The sword cultivators who each stood at the peak of the world's sword Tao forcefully created a phenomenon of heaven and earth. A military tent that was relatively close to the battlefield was instantly cut apart by a long line. Several cultivators who couldn't avoid it in time died without even knowing how they died. Lu Cha stood at the top of the military tent that was cut in two. The military tent under his feet didn't collapse, but the cultivators inside had already scattered. A few miles away, Alliance stopped, reached out and grabbed a flying sword of an upper 5 realm sword cultivator in his hand. He first clenched his fist, then used 2 fingers to press against the tip and hilt of the flying sword, increasing his strength and squeezing it into an exaggerated arc. This flying sword was as thin as a cow's hair and was extremely small. The key was that it could secretly sweep along the long river of light. It seemed to be a sword immortal who was extremely good at assassination. In a flash, the flying sword was pressed down by Alliance's 2 fingers almost like a full moon. The flying sword wasn't a big bow after all. Just as it was about to break, an imperceptible groan sounded in the distance. He paid a huge price and used some kind of secret technique to forcibly take away the natal flying sword that was imprisoned by Alliance's 2 fingers. Then his aura instantly escaped far away. He wanted to leave the battlefield after his attack failed. He didn't expect that on his way out, a man would appear behind him and reach out to press his head. Sword intent poured over his head like water. Alliance pulled back and made his body lean back. Alliance looked down at the face of the sword immortal corpse. I told you it wouldn't be that little bastard Zhou Xian. As long as I'm on the battlefield, he won't have the guts to use his sword in his life. The corpse was gently pushed away by Alliance and fell heavily to the ground hundreds of feet away. In another direction, a snow-white pillar of light suddenly rose from the ground. The soul of the demon sword immortal who had abandoned his physical body, along with the Jindan and Yuanying that were tightly wrapped by the soul, was swept through by the pillar of light that contained the true meaning of the sword Tao, leaving no trace behind. During this short pause, Alliance looked around. The white fog was boundless. Clearly he was already trapped in a small world of a great demon. Little tricks. Are you trying to scare me? How do you know that I'm timid? That's right, I'm a person who blushes when I see a girl. Alliance seemed to be warming himself with his hands. With him as the center, the white fog automatically dispersed. On the battlefield that was only black and white in the world, the true body of a great demon appeared. It occupied an area and was overlooking the insignificant swordsman who was as small as a black dot. Alliance looked up and was stunned for a moment. What a huge demon. He asked a very sincere question. I don't even know who you are. How dare you come here? The reason was very simple. Apart from those existences that possessed ancient well thrones in the Martyr's Palace, the rest of the demons that Alliance had never fought before did not have the right to be called great demons in the wilderness. Since they weren't great demons, how could they be good enough in Alliance's eyes? The enormous being that a Liang had identified as an unknown demon was just about to unleash a divine ability in an attempt to crush a Liang, who had been renowned throughout the wildlands for a long time. He did not expect that a straight white line would appear from the top of the head of the demon's real body, as if it had been cut in half by a long sword. In the end, it was still in this immortal realm demon's miniature world. Although it had been instantly injured, it wasn't difficult for it to shift the battlefield. The demon's true body had just stopped its momentum and barely withstood the surging sword intent from the bright line when it appeared at the edge of the miniature world. It did its best to put as much distance between it and Alliance as possible. But it never imagined that there were thousands of streaks of light not only on the boundary of the miniature world, but also outside the miniature world. It was as if the entire miniature world had become that person's miniature world. It was a forest of swords stabbed into the ground. In the end, the great demon's true body was pinned to the ground by several dozen streaks of sword light. Let alone moving its body, just the slightest movement of its mind would cause the demon to feel heart-wrenching pain. It was shocked to find that it was also in a miserable situation where it couldn't escape from its miniature world. Alliance didn't pay any attention to this immortal realm demon. The opponent's miniature world was as fragile as porcelain. It was as if it would shatter into pieces if a sword cultivator gently tapped it with the tip of his sword. After the world regained its clarity, countless streaks of sword light emerged from the area occupied by Alliance. It was like a huge circle that was constantly expanding. The area within a radius of dozens of miles was cleared in one fell swoop. It wasn't difficult for Lu Cha, who was standing at the top of the military tent, to resist those streaks of sword light. Now he was hovering in the air and once again became the only existence on the battlefield that could confront Alliance. He said indifferently, "Let me give you a word of advice. No one should interfere. Even if they were willing to die, they should at least injure Alliance a little." Lu Cha sheathed his saber and reached behind him. He unsheathed his sword and held it in his hand. In the savage world, there was almost no opportunity to use his sword when traveling around. That was why Lu Cha was looking forward to meeting Alliance again. He thought that it would be in the vast world, but he didn't expect this man to break through the restrictions of two great worlds. He directly returned to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Alliance stretched out his hand and brought back a standard sword of the sword workshop from the battlefield north of the long river of gold. He held it in his hand and weighed it in his hand. It was much lighter than before. He sighed. Even the sword workshop was forced to cut corners. This battle was truly a little bitter. Earlier, Lu Cha had slashed at his face the moment they met. He didn't follow the rules of Jianghu. Alliance returned a blow to the bearded man. After the exchange of blows, Alliance retreated and crashed into the clouds. The sea of clouds above the Great Wall of Sword Qi was stirred up and scattered like broken cotton. Alliance retreated and stomped heavily on the air to stop himself. Lu Cha's back crashed into the ground and sank deep into the ground. There was no trace of him. A series of muffled thunders came from underground. The two of them each sent out a second sword at an even faster speed. Alliance fell from the sea of clouds while Lu Cha appeared on the ground. They both sent out a straight line and a sword. This time the two of them retreated even further. Alliance was actually pushed back to the sea of clouds at the highest point of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. He shook out a sword flower and casually dispersed the remnant sword intent that Lu Cha had left on the sword. He smiled at the old Daoist priest who was guarding the sky screen and said, "Old friend, I haven't seen you for 20 years. Those girls who had snot in our Great Wall of Sword Qi in the early years have all grown up into beautiful young ladies, right? I wonder if they have an Uncle Alliance who has gone on a long journey?" The old Daoist priest who was holding the tail of the bamboo flute changed his arm and held the severely damaged bamboo flute. He smiled and cursed in the dialect of the Qingming world. After the two of them exchanged pleasantries, Alliance disappeared in a flash. The entire sea of clouds was affected by the sword intent and shook violently. The saint of the Dao sect, who was sitting cross-legged, was a little helpless. He extended his hand and gently pressed down on the sea of clouds. Only then did the sea of clouds stop trembling. Alliance raised his arm high. He was like a child who had never learned the sword. He just swung his sword and slashed. Lu Cha and his sword disappeared again and retreated to the depths of the ground. Alliance did not retreat at all this time. However, the long sword in his hand shattered and dissipated. In this kind of battlefield, even if there were only two people facing each other, no one was willing to get close to them. Unless the gray-robed old man who was watching the battle outside the Jiazi tent ordered several sovereign-level demons to surround and kill that man. However, the gray-robed old man only watched coldly from the side. Some of the sovereign-level demons who were originally ready to make a move dispelled the idea of taking the initiative to attack. After all, Lu Cha had not used his full strength. Alliance, who was without a sword in his hand, made hand seals with both hands. On the battlefield, two torrents of sword qi surged crazily into the direction where Lu Cha retreated. They contained the true meaning of the sword chi river and the savage world. They were incomparably thick. The two sword chi were like two flood dragons that crashed into the ground. The ground within a radius of 100 miles collapsed with a loud boom. Alliance, who was originally only a few feet above the ground, was now suspended high in the sky. The demons of the upper 5 realms looked down. Lu Cha stood on the ground, 1,000 feet below the battlefield. With one hand behind his back, he made a gesture with 2 fingers of the other hand. The bearded man did not hold a sword in his hand. Instead, a snow-white jade plate appeared in front of him. It was thin and clear, shining brightly like a moon rising in the human world. It blocked the 2 torrents of sword chi in the Milky Way in the sky. 2 streams of sword chi poured down like waterfalls and collided with the white moon. Behind Lu Cha, who was already below the ground, the mountain roots and soil were still crumbling. The sword chi dispersed in all directions. Many earthly immortal realm demon cultivators in the distance actually used their palms to observe the mountains and rivers for a moment before they felt their eyes hurt, like mortals looking directly at the sunlight. They had no choice but to withdraw their palms and didn't dare continue to stare at the small world that was forcefully created by the 2 sides. Lu Cha was dressed in a coarse hemp robe. His sleeves were fluttering in the wind. The bearded man looked up and said, "You went to the heavens beyond and killed some otherworldly demons. Is this the result? Or is it that the second Daoist is not good enough and does not live up to his name?" Alliance smiled and said, "I'm telling you the truth because we're friends. If you really think so, you'll die." Lu Cha shook his head and kept the sword. After holding the sword in his hand, he allowed the 2 torrents of sword chi to crash into him. The bearded man stopped accumulating power and began to deliberately restrain his sword chi. He was as stable as a rock and as stable as a rock. No matter how strong the sword chi was, Lu Cha's own sword Dao was like a towering mountain. After the 2 torrents of sword chi collided with Lu Cha's body, they automatically bypassed him and created waves of sword chi that were hundreds of feet high. However, they had heard or seen with their own eyes that there were many sword chi around him. After the experience in the Great Wall of sword chi, he could even condense his own pure sword will into a substance. However, at this moment Lu Cha condensed his sword Dao into a real body. Alliance smiled. Then between him and the bearded man, the most illusory river of light in the world appeared. When it appeared in the world, it radiated brilliance. The entire river was like a huge flying sword. It twisted and wrapped around Lu Cha. It was as if he was placed in someone else's sword sheath and the other person was sheathing his sword. The river of light that was the most compatible with the great Tao of heaven and earth, after being pulled out by Alliance, began to be rejected by the great Tao of desolation. This caused countless great Tao true meanings to appear around the river of light. At the border between the 2, the river of light shattered like ice. However, although the river of light was being squeezed, it became more and more solid. It was as if an ascendant realm golden body had suddenly appeared in the world. The gray-robed elder praised, "Good technique." In a certain military tent, the scholar who only focused on teaching the sage and paid no attention to the outside world also raised his head and carefully observed the distant battlefield. Alliance raised his head. Lu Cha, whose real body was temporarily detained and whose sword Dao was gradually being worn down, would of course not simply wait for death. A Dharma idol stood between heaven and earth. Only half of its body was exposed to the ground. It held a sword with both hands and fell down. The tip of the sword was pointed directly at Alliance. In the ruins of the previous military tent, another Lu Cha appeared. He put 2 fingers together and condensed a long sword with sword intent. In the beginning, Alliance had laughed and said that he couldn't fight many experts like Lu Cha. However, the sword Dao real body, the yang spirit body, and the wandering Lu Cha were divided into 3. In the end, it was not equivalent to 3 peak Lu Cha's. Alliance never fought a fight where he could only take a beating. Even among the opponents he fought, there was Dong Sanging of the Great Wall of Sword Chi and the current Lu Cha of Desolation World. There was also Qing Mingtian, that shameless real invincible. The next moment, an exaggerated Dharma idol that could be said to be indomitable appeared behind Lu Cha's Dharma idol. It pressed the latter's head with one hand and smashed it into the ground. Before Alliance left the Great Wall of Sword Chi, he had always wanted to tell Lu Cha that it did matter if he had a suitable sword or not. However, as long as his opponent did not have an immortal sword, it did not matter much. They did not meet on the battlefield in the early years and were friends with Lu Cha, so Alliance was embarrassed to say this. If he spoke too straightforwardly, it was easy to lose friends. At the same time, Alliance, who was holding the head of Lu Cha's Dharma idol with one hand, slashed down with the other hand. There were 8 military tents on the line. The 3 sovereign stage demons by Ying, the old man with a long staff on his shoulder, and the golden armored deity respectively attacked to block the sword. Alliance said with a cheeky smile, "Let's go, let's go." The long river of light that Alliance had condensed into a long sword cracked. At Lu Cha's body, a sword light inexplicably crashed into the wall of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Even the long golden river was penetrated by the sword. When the sword light dissipated, a person was lying on the wall and slowly slid down. The gray-robed old man came to Lu Cha's real body and glanced at the bearded man who was bleeding from the corner of his mouth. He smiled and said, "That's why the next time you use your sword, don't be shy." Lu Cha nodded. The Dharma idol of the Yin god that was traveling far away and the Yang god's external body that had returned the sword to A Liang were both one person. The man who was sent to the wall by the sword was at the top of the Meng character at first. As he slid down to the ground, he did not forget to secretly spit on his palm. His head turned left and right, carefully stroking his hair and sideburns. When fighting with others, one had to have a goal. What was the goal? Naturally, it was to be elegant. He remembered that on the other side of the inverted hanging mountain, there seemed to be a little girl who sold wine in Huangliang blessed land. What did she say back then? It seemed that after seeing his face, it was as if a deer suddenly appeared in her heart and ran wildly on the path of her heart. He could accept these words from the bottom of her heart. As for the admiration of the girls, he could forget about it. The man suddenly stopped at a horizontal part of the Meng character and took a step forward. He smiled and greeted a strange old sword cultivator. "Isn't this our elder brother Yin? What are you looking at? If you take a few more glances, how many realms can you advance?" The man slapped the old nascent soul sword cultivator Yin Chen's shoulder and complained, "Elder brother Yin, it's not that I want to criticize you, but all these years when I'm not around, you've only been looking at girls? Otherwise, why haven't you reached the upper 5 realms?" Yin Chen's shoulder tilted and he felt a wave of pain. The other party did not hold back at all. Yin Chen, who was known for being difficult to deal with in the Great Wall of Sword Qi, still kept a straight face and refused to speak. Alliance slapped the old sword cultivator's cheeks heavily with both hands. He widened his eyes and shook him vigorously. He hurriedly asked, Elder brother Yin, I don't recognize anyone? Are you stupid?" Yin Chen said helplessly, "I recognize you. I was just too agitated for a moment and couldn't speak." Alliance let go of his hand and stopped smiling. He said, "At least there are a few familiar faces left. It's my fault I came late. It's always like this, passing by and missing by." Yin Chen knew that things were not good. As expected, Alliance grabbed his neck in the next moment. He was stuck under this bastard's armpit and couldn't break free. He even had to endure the saliva. "Elder brother Yin, my heart hurts when I see that you're still single." Alliance suddenly let go of the old sword cultivator and stepped out of the wall. He floated to the city wall and finally came to the side of the sword Immortal. On the city wall, Wei Jin cupped his fists and smiled, "Elder Alliance." Alliance patted Wei Jin's shoulder and said sadly, "What are you talking about, aren't you still single?" Alliance sat cross-legged and faced the south. It was rare for him to be so solemn. Even with his interference, it was only a moment of peace. The war continued and people continued to die. On the battlefield, the killing continued. Qin Qingdu stood beside Alliance and asked with a smile, "Don't tell me that there aren't many good-looking yellow-crowned Daoist nuns in the Beko Keikyung building in Qingming Tian?" Alliance pointed at the sea of clouds above his head. Then he rested his chin on one hand and looked at the battlefield. He held his chest with the other hand and silently adjusted his breathing. However, he didn't speak honestly. "There are. How can there not be? I just showed my face under the Beko Keikyung building. Just the 2 junior sisters of my old buddy in the Beko Keikyung building looked at me like they wanted to eat me, not to mention the other fairies. This is the most annoying thing in the world." Qin Qingdu chuckled. Alliance asked, "How's that kid's injury?" "I only glanced at him from afar. It was a little strange and I couldn't see clearly." Qin Qingdu said casually, "Anyway, he won't die if I carry him back. You'll get used to being half dead." Alliance said, "After all, he's just a young man and a foreigner. Boss, Sword Immortal, as an elder you should more or less protect him. Besides liking Ning, this kid doesn't owe the Great Wall of Sword Qi anything. It's not a good habit to take advantage of your seniority. Qin Qingdu laughed. Are you teaching me how to be a person or swordsmanship? Alliance stood up and whispered, I don't like being a teacher, but if Sword Immortal wants to learn, I'll reluctantly teach you. Wei Jin was greatly impressed. Whether it was the previous sword attack or the words at this moment, he was indeed worthy of being senior Alliance. The old man glanced at Alliance. The city wall shook. Alliance was no longer where he was and had fled. But was senior Alliance running in the wrong direction? Even Wei Jin was dumbfounded. He couldn't help but ask, Boss Sword Immortal this is? Qin Qingdu glanced at Wei Jin. Can't you tell? It's a fight. Wei Jin was speechless. Qin Qingdu glanced at the rainbow that started from the city wall. Alliance's speed was too fast. He asked with a smile. When he traveled to the Aquarius continent, didn't he tell you that he liked to be ganged up on by a group of Ascendant Realm cultivators? Wei Jin was silent for a moment. He looked strange. Back then Alliance told this junior that he could fight in the Great Wall of Sword Qi, which was full of sword immortals. In any case, he would definitely be ranked in the top 50. He also told me not to think that he was bragging very. So at first Wei Jin thought that he had encountered a swindler. But fortunately, Senior Alliance's insights about the Sword Dao at that time seemed to be nonsense, but it happened to benefit Wei Jin greatly. He resisted the urge to test the waters with his sword. After that, there was the so-called small bet by Senior Alliance. Wei Jin lost the blade's strengthening gourd, and then began to cultivate in seclusion. As expected, he successfully ascended to the upper 5 realms. After coming out of seclusion, Wei Jin was naturally full of fascination with the Great Wall of Sword Qi. He wanted to see with his own eyes what kind of place the Great Wall of Sword Qi was. It was equivalent to having 50 Senior Alliance. Qin Qingdu suddenly said, in addition to always being a swordsman, Alliance is also a scholar. The man's figure disappeared into the distance, directly crossing the Golden River. When he landed heavily on the ground, the surrounding demonic beasts were stunned for a moment before they immediately retreated like a receding tide. They fled with all their might. There were those who fled with all their might. There were those who rode on the wind and swords. Damn it, he's here again. The man raised his head high, ran his hands through his hair and answered his own question, Can I be more handsome? I'm not bragging, I really can't. As he spoke, with him as the center, a land tornado appeared. It grew bigger and eventually covered the sky. It was the flying swords formed by the condensation of countless sword wills. The sword formation was completely unaffected by the great Tao of the wilderness. After leaving the Great Wall of Sword Qi, he ascended to the heavens beyond heaven. His fists killed countless otherworldly demons, and he even had to fight to the death with Daoist No. 2. His sword Tao, which was already at the peak, reached a higher level, reaching the heavens. 663. The sovereign stage great demon who used heaven and earth in the sleeve and forcefully swept Zhu Gong and the others away from the Great Wall of Sword Qi was Huang Yuan, who had refined countless immortal ruins into her own courtyard. Lu Ji left the city wall with her sword and personally intercepted the great demon who was known as the most immortal in the Desolation world. In addition, Sword Immortal Mi who also intercepted at the Golden River, but Huang Yuan still destroyed half of her right sleeve and a heaven and earth in the sleeve. In addition, the great demon Yang Ji personally received Huang Yuan, so she successfully escaped back to the Jiaoshan tent. Lu Ji stood on the Golden River where there were fewer and fewer sword immortals. She did not return to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Instead, she stayed where she was and guarded one side. Previously, her attacks were too restrained because the battlefield was between the Golden River and the city wall. There were too many sword immortals on her side. The old sword immortal Yin Chen sat cross-legged in the middle of the big strokes. He shook his head and looked disapproving. He sneered and criticized in his heart. If I were at this level, Huang Yuan would not be able to escape. The battle has already reached this stage, but she still doesn't know how to calculate the score. Lu Ji, how did you become a great sword immortal? A woman will always be a woman with a woman's heart. This was probably how Yin Chen's reputation in the Great Wall of Sword Qi had come about. Outside the Jiaoshan tent, Huang Yuan shook her right sleeve and scattered beans on the ground. A few young sword immortals the size of mustard seeds appeared one after another. Zhu Gong kept his sword and thanked her. Li Zhen's face was gloomy and Yu Si was in a mess. He supported the unconscious youth and I Tan. As for Lu Bai, he suffered the most damage. Fortunately, his soul had already been collected by Ni Tan. He was not a sword immortal but the leader of the Zhou Xian tent. After knowing Lu Bai's situation, although he was burning with anxiety, he still bowed and thanked the senior. Huang Luan smiled and said, "Wooden Clog, you are the fate of the world. The great Tao is long. There will always be a chance to repay you for saving our lives." Wooden Clog looked determined and said, "I dare not forget today's great kindness." If the Jiaxin tent really lost a sword immortal in battle, then as the leader of the Jiaxin tent, Wooden Clog's merits and demerits would not only be recorded in the account book. Therefore Huang Luan's action was equivalent to saving the young Wooden Clog's life. Wooden Clog. Yang Ji waved her hand and detained Yuxi before pushing him back. She stood at Yuxi's original position and gently held the youth in her arms. She stretched out a finger and pressed it against Pei Tan's forehead. The purest water fate in the world flowed out from her fingertip and poured into the youth's chi cavities. At the same time she rubbed her fingers and condensed a white short sword. It was an ancient relic that she had kept for many years. She pressed it against Pei Tan's forehead. The youth had destroyed her life source flying sword, so she would give him another one. Yang Leslie Master. Immortal Mother. Tian Ting Master. As. Yang Ji said gently, "Don't worry about some setbacks. Ni Tan was a young man after all. Although his Daoist heart was not damaged, he was still heartbroken." The young man sobbed, "That guy is too cunning. The five of us seem to have been fighting him all this while. What about Sister Lu Bai?" In the end the young man still felt sorry for Sister Lu Bai. Yang Ji laughed and said, "That Lu Bai master has always disliked her for not being handsome enough and not worthy of you. Now let Mr. Zhou change his appearance to a better one and you two can become Taoist companions." The young man quickly shook his head. That was not his intention. Yang Ji rubbed the young man's head. "It's up to you." Huang Luan was surprised. Since when did Yang Ji take in a direct disciple? Sword immortal Xichen hurriedly rushed to Jiaxin tent and took away his junior martial sister's soul from the Black Beach. After confirming that Lu Bai's Jin Dan and Yuanying were fine, Xichen heaved a sigh of relief. He thanked everyone and then carefully used a spell to gather Lu Bai's soul and quickly took a detour to his master. As for the detour, of course it was because of Alliance. Huang Luan left with the wind and returned to the Jade Palace. She chose a secluded place and began to breathe. She swallowed the abundant spiritual energy. In fact, he had suffered the greatest loss this time. He had used Hokue Gate, which he had carefully cultivated, as a puppet on the battlefield to deal with the young hidden official. In the end he had lost an important chess piece and he had also suffered a sword strike from Lu Ji and Mi Hu. Half of his robe sleeve was broken and he had lost a small world. Most importantly, he had lost 300 years of cultivation for nothing. Huang Luan moved her mind. Not far away, a pavilion with many dragon corpses as pillars and corridors appeared out of thin air. Huang Luan immediately opened the restriction and kept it in her own world. Huang Luan smiled, "Thank you for the reward." Mu Zhou had returned to the military tent. Zhu Gong and Li Jin stood side by side watching the battle from afar. In the battle to kill the hidden official, the two of them didn't even get injured because they didn't have the chance to use their full strength. However, compared to Lu Bai and Ni Tan and Yuxi, they were probably the most aggrieved. Li Jin said to Zhu Gong telepathically, "I didn't expect to lose to a flying sword. If it weren't for this, even if Qin Pingon had 2 more flying swords, he would still die." Zhu Gong said, "You can complain, but I hope you don't vent your anger on Ni Tan and Yuxi." Li Jin sneered, "If you didn't remind me, I would have forgotten that they were involved in the battle. 3 useless things except for dragging us down, what else have they done?" Zhu Gong frowned and said, "Li Jin, I dare say that in another 100 years, even if Lu Bai is injured, I will be the most injured one. Even Lu Bai, who was injured the most, would have a higher achievement in Sword Dao than you." Li Jin stayed silent for a while and said with self-mockery, "Are you sure I can live for another 100 years? Zhu Gong asked back, "Is it so important whether you are Li Jin or not? Are you sure you are a sword cultivator? Are you able to wield a sword for yourself?" Zhu Gong was greatly puzzled. Although the previous Tuo Yushan Li Jin was unruly and arrogant, Zhu Gong did not feel that there was anything wrong with that kind of arrogance. However, for some reason after Li Jin died, once his temperament seemed to be more and more extreme. It could even be said that he was discouraged. Li Zhen rubbed his cheeks with both hands and murmured, "Have you personally walked through the river of time? Maybe not, maybe you have, but you definitely haven't seen the riverbed of the river of time." "I have walked through it, that is my destiny." Zhu Gong listened to Li Zhen's murmur and frowned. You see, stood there alone. He was even more despondent than Li Zhen, who looked gloomy. It was easy for people to feel lonely when they were alone, and loneliness often arose in the midst of a bustling crowd. A figure appeared beside him out of thin air. It was a young woman with scarlet eyes. The robe she was wearing was intertwined with fine green threads, which were rivers and streams that she had refined over the years. She softly consoled, "Young master, it's fine. I'm here." She then stared at the slender figure of Yangji. The two opposing sides were the old and new Yelyuo lords. Yu Si pushed aside the young woman's hand and took a step forward. "Let's go." The woman followed closely behind. Black Beach was stunned when he saw this. Seated in the tent, Wooden Clog raised his head and then lowered it again. Wooden Clog had always known the sects of Li Zhen, Zhu Gong and Lu Bai, but only today did he learn of Xiao Tan and Yu Si's true backer. The youth scratched his head. When would he be able to take in disciples and become their backer? Qin Pingon woke up with a start and sat up on his bed. Fortunately, this was the Ning residence that he had not returned to in a long time, not the corner of the Great Wall of Sorqi. Qin Pingon pressed a hand to his forehead. His head hurt like it was about to split open and he exhaled deeply. Just this small action had caused his entire world to turn upside down. This shouldn't be a dream. The immortals on the mountain had countless arts, and there were far too many strange things in the world. He had to be on guard. Qin Pingon looked in a daze at the door. A man was sitting on the threshold holding a wine pot and drinking with his head raised. Not even the thick smell of medicine in the room could cover up the aroma of wine. The man stood up, leaned against the door and smiled. "Relax. A person like me should only appear in Mrs. Dreams." The man wiped his mouth and began to chuckle to himself. The affairs of the world are as short as a spring dream, and the spring dream leaves no trace. For example, in a spring dream, the unripe yellow millet leaves the banana dear. The scholar was just thinking of some beautiful poems in a book. It was very serious. Qin Pingon felt like a weight had been lifted off his shoulders. This should be the real person. Qin Pingon and Alliance looked at each other for a long time. The first sentence he said was a question that spoiled the mood. "Alliance, when are you leaving?" He hoped that Alliance would return to the Great Wall of Sorqi, but he didn't want Alliance to stay there. He would die. In this war, the only one who dared to say that he would never die was the gray-robed elder in the wilderness Jiazi tent. Even Yangji, Huangwan and the other sovereigns of the wilderness didn't dare to be so sure. On the Great Wall of Sorqi no one was an exception. If I want to leave, a large group of Ascendant Realm cultivators can't stop me. If I don't want to leave, even Boss Sword Immortal can't chase me away. Do you think you can persuade me? Alliance sighed, shook the wine pot in his hand and said, "Sure enough, you're still the same. What's the point of thinking so much? You can't take care of everything." The young man back then didn't act like a young man, and the young man today still doesn't act like a young man. Do you think that after crossing this threshold, you can live a comfortable life in the future? Dream on. The result of today's matter seemed to have understood the cause of yesterday's matter, but it was often the cause of tomorrow's matter. Why did he cultivate on the mountain? It wasn't as simple as occupying a place with good feng shui. Alliance reached out and pointed at the young man with the wine pot. "I shouldn't have let you practice martial arts and cultivate so early. Anyway, this senior brother is not good enough. The next time we meet I'll talk to him." People who cultivated the Tao worked hard mentally but not physically. Pure martial arts people worked hard but not mentally. This kid on the other hand had both. Wasn't he just asking for trouble? However, Aoyang didn't say anything harsh. He had some words of his own which were easy for him to say. However, it was better than standing and talking. Otherwise he would have no hope in this life. Alliance motioned for Qin Pingon to lie down and recuperate. He sat on the threshold again and continued to drink. He borrowed this pot of immortal wine from Sword Immortal Sun Jian on the way here. Since there was no one at home, he couldn't blame him for not greeting them. Qin Pingon asked curiously, "Have you fought?" Alliance faced the courtyard with a lazy expression. With his back facing Qin Pingon he said, "Not much, just two. If we continue fighting, the Jiazi tent will be in chaos. I've been afraid of hornets' nests since I was young, so I quickly hid here and drank a few mouthfuls of wine to calm myself down. If it wasn't a fight where he was ganged up on, Alliance couldn't lift his spirits. It wasn't easy. Revisiting an old place, the taste of wine was still the same. Many friends became old friends, so he felt sad. In this life he seemed to have always been like this. So no matter how much he drank, it was hard for him to feel happy. Alliance asked casually, "Did you promise Boss Sword Immortal something?" Qin Pingon said, "The Great Wall of Sword Qi can be defended for an extra 3 years." Unknowingly, he had been at the Great Wall of Sword Qi for a few years. If it was in the vast world, it would be enough for Qin Pingon to explore the Book Lake again. If he traveled alone, he would be able to explore the entire North Continent or Tongya Continent. After becoming a hidden official, every day in the Summer Palace felt like a year. The only thing he did to relieve his boredom was to hide in the Winter Palace and teach the children martial arts. "Then you're really stupid." Alliance shook his head and said, "Have you ever thought that if Chou Miao was the hidden official and you were the assistant, it would be much easier? The ending of the Great Wall of Sword Qi wouldn't be too different. Now that the fifth world has been opened, has Boss Sword Immortal told you the inside story of the mirage in the north of the city?" Qin Pingon deliberately ignored the first question and said softly, "He said that the entire mirage is an imitation of the ascension platform that was built intermittently for thousands of years. Together with the hidden officials' Summer Palace and Winter Palace, it is an ancient 3 mountains formation. When the time comes, it will bring a batch of Sword Dao seeds from the Great Wall of Sword Qi to break through the canopy and head to the New World. However, there is a huge problem. The mirage is like a small temple, it can't accommodate sword immortals of the upper 5 realms. Therefore, the people who leave must be sword cultivators of the middle 5 realms and lower 5 realms. Furthermore, Boss Sword Immortal doesn't feel at ease letting some sword immortals hold the fort." Alliance said in amazement, "Boss Sword Immortal really hid it well. Even I didn't know about this. When I wandered around in the early years, I only made a rough guess. Boss Sword Immortal doesn't mind forcing all the native sword immortals to their deaths. However, Boss Sword Immortal is good about one thing. He has always been very tolerant towards young people. He will definitely leave them a way out. Now that you mention it, it makes sense. In the New World, no Qi refinement warrior of the upper 5 realms will be allowed to enter for the next 500 years to prevent them from being beaten to a pulp. Indeed, some rich family's courtyard would have 1 or 2 jars of silver buried in it. With such a shocking ascension platform, who would guard the array when the time came? Naturally, it would be Boss Sword Immortal himself." Alliance could not help but gulp down a mouthful of wine. He said with a sigh, "Our Boss Sword Immortal is the most unhappy sword cultivator. He is half dead and has been a coward for 10,000 years. In the end, he only managed to deliver 2 swords. Therefore, there are some things that Boss Sword Immortal has done wrong. Kid, you can scold him but don't hate him." Qin Pingon shook his head and said, "I won't hate him. I don't dare to scold him." Alliance said with a smile, "It's fine to scold him every now and then." Qin Pingon said helplessly, "Boss Sword Immortal holds grudges. I can't run away even if I scold him." Alliance nodded and said earnestly, "Drink and chat, flatter, rub shoulders and knock on the back. Say thank you to Boss Sword Immortal for your hard work. You can't do anything less. Besides, you are already so severely injured. Limp to the thatched cottage at the top of the city to look at the scenery." At that time, silence speaks louder than words. "Pitiful? Do you need to act? You are already so pitiful. If it were me, I would borrow a straw mat from my friends and sleep outside Boss Sword Immortal's thatched cottage." Qin Pingon laughed. Then he drowsily fell asleep peacefully. Alliance sat alone at the doorstep. He had no intention of leaving. He just drank slowly and muttered to himself, "At the end of the day, there is only one logic. A crying child gets candy. Qin Pingon, you didn't know this since you were young. You are at a disadvantage. Capable people do more work." After a long time, it was inevitable that others would get used to it. The lineage of the literary sage. The old scholar was in the 5th heaven and had a portion of karma. His first disciple, Cui Dong, was in charge of Aquarius continent. His left and right were in Tongyi continent. His last disciple, Qin Pingon, was in the Great Wall of Sword Qi and had been a hidden official for 2.5 years. And all the sword cultivators in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Regardless of whether it was the strong or the weak, everyone's logic would bring true good and bad to this shaky world. After a while, Qin Pingon woke up from his dream. He immediately sat up, perspiring profusely. Alliance did not turn his head and said, "That won't do. You will have an inner demon in the future." Qin Pingon raised his hand and wiped the sweat from his forehead. His face was pale as he laid back down on the bed and closed his eyes. Alliance did not make a sound. He continued to sit alone and drink. Probably because he felt that the doorstep was uncomfortable, he changed his posture and squatted down to drink. That year in the Aquarius continent, the man with the bamboo hat tricked the bumpkin youth to drink. In truth, there were no wine immortals in the world who were drunk and unfettered. There were only drunkards who were drunk to death. On top of the Great Wall of Sword Qi there was no more swing. A certain sword immortal did not have to face a bowl of Yangchun noodles, and did not dare to use his chopsticks. When the sword immortal Yuan Qingxu died in battle, he was in high spirits. The sect leader of the North Continent's Tai Hui sword sect, Han Huizi, died in battle and was speechless. A white-haired old lady stood at the entrance of the Ning residence, muttering softly, old dog, come back to watch the door." 664. Alliance stood up and heard the distant sound of a bugle horn on the battlefield. The savage world had retreated. Both sides would clean up the battlefield. The next battle might not need a bugle horn to end. Alliance arrived at the pavilion on Dragon-Slaying Cliff. He let go of the empty wine jug in his hand and spun around. With a howl, he kicked the wine jug out of the pavilion and onto the training ground. The battle had come to an end. For a time, the sword cultivators on the city walls returned home like migratory birds. Streaks of sword light formed a picturesque scene. Seclusion, recovery, sword refinement, wine. The dead were gone. The sadness of the survivors would be dissolved in a bowl of wine, whether it was a big drink or a small drink. Alliance couldn't remember which master had said at a wine table that a person's stomach was the best wine jar in the world. The stories of old friends were the best pulp. Adding the bitter gall and mixing in the joys and sorrows, it could brew the best wine with endless flavor. After some thought, he slapped his thigh. That master was himself. It wasn't good to belittle oneself too much. He had to change. Soon a group of people returned to the Ning mansion on their swords. Ning Yao suddenly descended and landed at the gate. She spoke to the old woman. As for the others, Xianxia, Wei Zhang, Dong Huafu, Yenzhua and Fan Dash, they went straight to the pavilion. They floated down and sheathed their swords. Alliance supported himself with one hand on the pavilion's pillar and one foot on the ground. He looked at the slender woman and sighed. Wei Zhang is a big girl now. Wei Zhang smiled and called out to Alliance. When she was young, Taizhang often accompanied Liang to squat in the streets and alleys, worrying. The man worried about how to get money for the wine, while the girl worried about why she was not allowed to buy wine. Every time they bought wine, they could earn some copper coins and broken pieces of silver for running expenses. The copper coins fought in the ragged money bag. If 1 or 2 pieces of silver were added, it would be the most pleasant sound in the world. Unfortunately, Alliance had bought things on credit too many times. Even the managers of many restaurants and taverns were afraid of her. Dong Huafu asked, "How is it big?" Alliance smiled. "Ask your mother." Dong Huafu chuckled, "Mountain range stacks. My mother said that you didn't have good intentions in naming mountain range stacks." Alliance said helplessly, "What is this?" "Tell your mother to read less of those books. With so many books in your family's collection, who knows how many black-hearted booksellers in the South Saw continent. And the printing. And the content. Out of 10 books. Of the books. Of calm. He. Calm. S. He liked Dong Booty and Dong Booty liked Alliance. However, this wasn't the reason why Xianxia didn't like Alliance. On the contrary, Xianxia admired Alliance's carefree attitude. He was also grateful for Alliance's actions back then. For example, Alliance had a private argument with the eldest sword immortal for him. He scolded the head of the Qin family, Qin Shi. However, he didn't tell Xianxia about it. Xianxia only found out about this after the fact. By the time he found out, Alliance had already left the Great Wall of Sword Qi. He wore a bamboo hat and a bamboo blade as he quietly returned to his hometown. Some sword immortals had great swordsmanship, but they didn't have freedom. They were always uneasy in this world. For example, Alliance, who had the most freedom, always said that true freedom was never about having no worries. Fatty Yen was massaging the man's shoulders and back. He whispered, Alliance, Alliance, how's my swordsmanship now? Can I make the fairies' hearts pound when I go to Righteous World? You said that as long as you're a sword immortal, even if you're not that handsome, you're the best rouge for women when you use your sword. When they see brilliant swordsmanship, it's like they're wearing blush. Does it count? Liang nodded and said, It counts, how can it not count? I'm very familiar with the vast world. If you have the chance to travel there in the future, I'll give you a map and mark all the mountains with fairies. Don't be silly and ask for swords. You only need to go to the foot of the mountain, fly up on your sword, walk around the mountain and perform a set of swordsmanship. When you're done, don't say anything during this period. Just take off the wine pot and leave the fairies to drink with your head tilted back. Until this moment, you can recite a poem loudly and leave in a carefree manner. Yen's head was as big as a dustpan. Alliance, I don't know how to recite poems. Alliance said, I do. There are more than 300 lines in a book. They're all tailor-made for sword immortals like us. I'll sell them to you at a friendship price. Dong Huafu asked, You've already used the poems in the book, haven't you? Alliance was a little resentful. Fan Dash was the most reserved. He was not familiar with Senior Alliance. Even if Senior Alliance was amiable and approachable, he was still high and mighty to Fan Dash. He was right in front of him but far away. It was like many young sword cultivators meeting old sword immortals like Dong Sangying and Lu Ji. The seniors might not look down on the juniors, but the juniors would often look down on themselves. Alliance smiled and said, You're called Fan Dash, right? Fan Dash quickly nodded, flattered. Liang said, You ascended to the Golden Core realm earlier than Sword Immortal Boss and I expected. Fan Dash was in disbelief. Even he was able to catch the eye of Senior Liang and the old Sword Immortal? Liang said with a smile, Actually, every child's growth is watched by Sword Immortal eldest brother. It's just that Boss is shy and doesn't like to be polite with others. It was not easy to respond to that. After all, he was not the second manager who treated people with sincerity. After Ning Yao separated from Grandma Bai, she walked up the stone path of dragon-slaying cliff. When Ning Yao arrived at the pavilion, Alliance and the others had already taken their seats. Ning Yao looked a little tired as she asked, Is Alliance all right? That kid couldn't sleep well and was knocked out by me. Now he's breathing like thunder. He's much better. Alliance said frankly, Qin Pingon won't be able to go out of the city to fight in the short term. You should have stopped him from fighting. It was too dangerous. He can't develop a habit of gambling with his life. Ning Yao shook her head and said, Leave it to him. I can't persuade him. Alliance was amazed. Little Ning, are you still the little Ning I know? Ning Yao sat down silently and leaned against the pavilion pillar. She carried a sword case on her back and wore a snow-white robe. In the pavilion they chatted casually. Most of the time, Dong Huafu was asking Alliance about the deeds of Qing Ming Tian. Alliance was bragging about how amazing he was over there. Being second place in the boxing world was not a skill. After all, there was no winner. However, he could topple the Baek Okekyung building without using a sword. This was a feat that not everyone could achieve. He pretended to be relaxed. There must be something hard to let go of. Alliance finally gave these youngsters some advice on swordsmanship, pointing out the bottlenecks and barriers of their cultivation. Then he got up and said goodbye. I'm going to find someone I know to drink some wine. You guys should hurry back to your homes. Ning Yao got up and watched as Alliance and all his friends left on their swords. She walked down the dragon-slaying cliff alone and went to the small house. She gently pushed open the door, crossed the threshold and sat by the bed. She gently held Qin Pingon's left hand that had stretched out from under the blanket. It was still trembling slightly. This was a sign that his soul was trembling and his qi was still unstable. Ning Yao's movements were gentle. She put Qin Pingon's hand back under the blanket. She bent down and reached out to wipe away the sweat on Qin Pingon's forehead. With a finger, she gently smoothed out his slightly furrowed brows. Ning Yao was very happy that Qin Pingon liked her. But Qin Pingon liked her, so she had to be so tired. Ning Yao was a little angry with herself. So when Qin Pingon, who was sleeping soundly, just relaxed his brows, she frowned again. What should she do? She couldn't not like him. She couldn't bear for him not to like her. These feelings of sorrow before she could frown came to her heart again. Alliance returned to the top of the city wall directly. However, he didn't go to the thatched cottage. Instead, he sat beside Wu Qingpei, who was still diligently refining his sword. Wu Qingpei looked at the battlefield. The Golden River had been kept by the saints of the three sections. On the ground there were still some scattered fights. He didn't look sad at all. Everyone had their own indescribable suffering. For many sword cultivators who came to the Great Wall of Sword Qi for the first time, almost all of them had strange tempers and were difficult to get close to. Alliance didn't say anything. Wu Qingpei finally spoke. I heard from Mi Hu that before Zhou Qing died he said, "There's no point in living. Let's just watch." Tao Wen said that it was a good death. I envy them. Alliance said, indeed, not everyone can choose how they want to live. They can only choose how they want to die. But I still have to say that a bad life is better than a good death. Wu Qingpei said, in the years that you weren't around, all the sword cultivators from the outside, regardless of whether they are dead or alive, regardless of whether their realms are high or low, made me look at them in a different light. I no longer have any resentment towards the righteous world. Alliance took out a pot of immortal wine. He opened the mud seal and shook it gently. The fragrance of the wine assailed his nostrils. He lowered his head and sniffed it. He smiled and said, another autumn has passed in the wine. The wine's taste is better than the osmanthus fragrance every year. The wine of the righteous world and the green netherworld are indeed inferior to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Wu Qingpei suddenly asked, Alliance, have you ever had a girl that you truly liked? Alliance thought for a moment. Just as he was about to speak, Wu Qingpei shook his head and said, there's no need to answer. I already regret asking this question. I'll probably regret it even more after hearing the answer. Alliance smiled. In the pugilistic world, there's no need to drink if you don't have any romantic feelings. Look at those infatuated people. Which one of them isn't a drunkard soaked in wine? In the field of love, everyone is a coward. Wu Qingpei was a little surprised. It was rare for this King Alliance to say something so serious. Lu Xi rarely appeared. She sat on the other side of Wu Qingpei. Alliance tossed the wine pot in his hand over. In the end, Lu Xi slapped it back. Alliance caught the wine pot and grumbled, why are you being so polite with your big brother, Alliance? It's just a pot of wine. Lu Xi raised her arm. Alliance sighed and took out a new pot of wine and threw it over. Heroines should not be bothered by trifles. After drinking, Lu Xi asked, I heard that the Green Netherworld has a lineage of Daoism sword immortals. They have a long history. How are their sword techniques? How are they compared to the great celestial master of Mount Longhu? Alliance rubbed his chin. You're talking about Master Son of the Dishendu Temple, right? I've never met him before. It's a pity. The nuns of the Dishendu Temple. Oh no, it's the peach forest in the Daoist temple. Whether there's people or not, the scenery is superb. As for the great celestial master of Mount Longhu, I'm quite familiar with him. The nobles of the celestial master's residence are especially enthusiastic when they receive guests. Can be said that they bring a lot of people with them. There was no need to speak when meeting. Of course, they were very enthusiastic when they first met. Alliance pushed Wu Qingpei's head away and smiled at Lu Xi. If you're interested, you can first mention my name when you visit the celestial master's residence. Lu Xi sneered. Mention your name? Isn't that the same as asking for the sword from Mount Longhu? Alliance laughed. No one knows me better than Lu Xi on the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Wu Qingpei said, Gentlemen, I'm refining a sword. I'm drinking and chatting. Go somewhere else. Lu Xi said, you can't refine a good sword before your heart dies. Wu Qingpei said, you don't have to worry about that. I only know that the flying sword, Sweet Rain, is still in the top 3 of A grade even if I don't refine it. Great Sword Immortal Lu's intrinsic flying sword is only B grade. The A grade book of the Summer Palace recorded it clearly. Lu Xi said, wait for me to finish drinking. Wu Qingpei said, please drink faster. Sword Immortal Wu Qingpei was not good at fighting, but he was famous on the Great Wall of Sword Qi for not fearing anyone. Alliance had suffered under Wu Qingpei in the past. Wu Qingpei's casual words made Alliance suffer for half a year. You Alliance have a high cultivation realm and a powerful background. You won't die anyway, so why are you flaunting your power in front of me? Words that made things difficult were never those that were completely unreasonable. Instead, it was words that sounded reasonable but were not that reasonable. At this moment, Alliance waved his hand and shouted at the two old sword cultivators sitting on the north and south city walls. I'll be the banker. Qingquan Zhaoyi, place your bets. However, Lu Ji had already stood up. She threw the wine flask outside the city walls and left on her sword. After Lu Ji left, Alliance said, in the past Lu Ji treated everyone as an outsider. Now she has changed a lot. It's rare for her to speak with you about her own family. How can she not appreciate it? Wu Qingpei had a dazed expression as he said, it's uncomfortable to hear family talk. Alliance nodded. That's true. Wu Qingpei said, do you know about Xiaochu's matter? Alliance leaned back and rested his head on the back of his hand. He crossed his legs and said, everyone has their own aspirations. Wu Qingpei suddenly said, I didn't thank you or apologize for what happened back then. Today I'll make it up to you. I'm sorry, thank you. However, Alliance said, in other places, sword cultivators like us who are good at swordsmanship and even better looking are very popular. Wu Qingpei was indeed a handsome man. In the conversations of many women, he and me you were often called the twin jade annulus. It was just that one was infatuated and the other was sentimental. After seeing with their own eyes the beauty of the two raw jade stage sword show, those foreign women who felt that this trip was worth it suddenly realized that men could also be so good-looking. Beauty, beauty, beauty. It wasn't only women who enjoyed the word beauty. Wu Qingpei placed the sword of the sword workshop horizontally on his knees and looked into the distance. He said softly, when the water reaches the end, sit and watch the clouds rise. Wu Qingpei then asked, sit and watch the clouds rise. Adding the word mountain and echoing the water, wouldn't that be better? Alliance said casually, no, the more words, the less meaning. Wu Qingpei thought for a moment and nodded. That makes sense. Alliance laughed. Why are you trying to be cultured? Wu Qingpei replied, I had nothing to do so I flipped through the imprint of the Bai-sword deity. It was quite interesting. Alliance was puzzled. What is it? Wu Qingpei laughed. You don't know the word Bai? How can you be a scholar? Didn't your father die of anger? Alliance giggled. Your father is about to die of anger. Wu Qingpei stretched his waist with a smile on his face. The heart of a gentleman is as clear as a mirror in autumn. A gentleman's friendship leads to the same path and no evil words are spoken. A gentleman's action is like the morning dew of wild grass. Comes and goes adorably. Alliance was stunned. Did I say that? Wu Qingpei laughed. A scholar said it. When Qin Pingon woke up again he could already walk. Knowing that the wilderness had stopped attacking the city, he did not relax much. Not being able to find Ning Yao, Grandma Bai was hiding at the Winter Palace to teach martial arts. Qin Pingon went to the Summer Palace on his sword and found Alliance sitting at the doorstep, chatting with Chou Miao. Chou Miao, Dong Budi, and the other local sword cultivators were very familiar with Alliance. But for Lin Junbai and the other sword cultivators, they only had a name for Alliance. Everyone had heard of him but no one had seen him. Alliance had stayed at the Great Wall of Sword Qi for more than 100 years. To the young cultivators of the vast world, Alliance's story could only be passed down by word of mouth. Jiang Shangzhen in the North Continent had many stories. Alliance, who had already been to 3 continents, had even more stories. Because the 2 landscape paintings spread out in the Summer Palace could not touch upon the battlefield south of the Golden River, none of the sword xiu of the hidden official lineage had personally witnessed a Liang's first 2 strikes. They could only feel his elegance through the gathered information. As a result, when young sword xiu like Lin Junbai and Chao Gun saw a Liang in person, they were even more restrained than Fan Dash. Song Gaoyuan from the Fuyao continent was even more agitated. His face was flushed but he did not dare to speak. Song Gaoyuan knew from a young age that the female ancestor of his lineage was very fond of Alliance. At that time, Song Gaoyuan took advantage of his young age to ask many taboo questions. The female ancestor told the child many old stories. Song Gaoyuan had a deep impression of her. Every time the female ancestor talked about Alliance she would be angry and embarrassed. Song Gaoyuan could not make sense of it then. It was only later that he found out that such an expression was a woman's true love for a person. Guizhuzhou squatted by the doorsill. She rested her chin on her hands and stared hard at Alliance. She was too young and had never seen Alliance. Today she would take a few more looks to make up for it. Guizhuzhou occasionally turned her head to look at the old lady, and then glanced at Deng Liang, who liked the old lady. Alliance was a little creeped out by this little girl who did not forget to carry a bamboo box. The little girl of the Great Wall of Sword Qi was not careless. Occasionally when their eyes met, the little girl would immediately grin. For the first time, Alliance was a little embarrassed and could only smile with the little girl. This made Alliance think of that little bastard Li Huai for no reason. He was the epitome of simplicity in the small town. Guizhuzhou saw Qin Pin gone and immediately jumped up. She ran to his side and suddenly became worried. She wanted to say something but hesitated. Qin Pin Gong smiled and said, "It's okay. Take your time to recover." Guizhuzhou nodded vigorously and then poked the door sill with her finger. She lowered her voice and said, "Master. A living Alliance." Qin Pin Gong rubbed the little girl's head and said, "Have you forgotten? I've known Senior Alliance for a long time." Alliance gave her a thumbs up and said with a smile, "He took in a good disciple." Guizhuzhou returned the favor and gave him a thumbs up. She probably felt that it was not polite enough and gave him another thumbs up. "My master knows a good senior." Alliance also gave her a thumbs up. "Little girl, you have good eyes." Guizhuzhou maintained her posture. "Sister Dong has good eyes." Alliance said, "Sword Immortal Gua has good fortune." Guizhuzhou was just about to continue speaking when she was hit by her master. She could only withdraw her hands. "Senior, you win." Finally Guizhuzhou strutted into the room. Qin Pin Gong and Alliance sat on the doorsill. The two swordsmen and two scholars began to drink together. 665. The two foreigners drank foreign wine. Alliance was the first to speak. He joked, "To recover so quickly, the physique of a pure martial artist is indeed impressive. The recovery of the muscles, bones, blood and flesh, the stabilization of the chaotic soul, and the repair and nourishment of the life-bound flying sword. The speed of the three was indeed somewhat beyond Alliance's imagination." Qin Pin Gong said helplessly, "My life was hanging by a thread. I still have some lingering fear." It was not only the sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Qi who, for various reasons, chose to secretly send messages to the military tents of the wilderness. There were also cultivators in the demon army who leaked information to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. After this battle, the Summer Palace had already given a detailed assessment of the combat strength of the 5 genius sword cultivators of the Jiaoshan tent. Of course, the hidden young official's trump card of having 2 life-bound flying swords was definitely known by many military tents of the wilderness by now. Alliance joked, "You can't just watch the thief eat the meat and not watch the thief get beaten. I understand this principle." It was not easy for any outsider to gain a foothold in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Alliance was someone who had experienced this before. He had a deep understanding of this. Alliance stood up and stretched. He said, "Let's go. I'll take you to the city for a stroll. A person's heartstrings can't always be stretched taut." Off to the side, Qin Pin Gong didn't even realize that ever since he had been picking medicinal herbs, he had been following the rules since he was a child. Breathing was for the sake of living. This was the most important thing. Since almost all cultivators had dedicated their lives to longevity, they would naturally work hard on the 2 words, breathing and breathing. In the shop of the Yang family in Lizhu Heavenly Cave, the old man with an extremely high seniority had taught Qin Pin Gong a long time ago. The method was not brilliant and its quality was average. However, it was neutral, peaceful and orderly. Therefore it was a kind of food supplement, not a medicinal supplement. Although it was natural for Qin Pin Gong to get used to it, it would not cause any physical burden on his body. On the contrary, it would only benefit him for a long time. It was like a gurgling source of living water that nourished his heart. However, cultivation was cultivation and being a person was different. Between the heart, there was a clear ridge and there was a path to walk. It was as if every step he took did not exceed the rules. Every day he could guard the harvest. Such a restraint was naturally a good thing, but it would make a person feel bored. Therefore, the young man with straw shoes in the mud bottle alley always imperceptibly gave people the impression that he was young and mature. After Qin Pin Gong learned the fist art, he liked to deliberately control his breathing and footsteps every time he traveled alone in Jianghu. He used a higher realm to disguise himself as a lower realm. He could always do it at his fingertips. He was more experienced than an experienced Jianghu veteran, and it was not purely because of his talent. Qin Pin Gong followed and stood up. He smiled and asked, "Can I bring a little follower?" Alliance nodded and said, Then each of us will bring one. Qin Pingan called for Guizhuzhou. She was still Qin Pingan's little disciple. However, at Qin Pingan's age he was only 30 years old. To a cultivator his age was just like a child in the marketplace. The possibility of Guizhuzhou becoming the last disciple of Luopa Mountain was extremely small. Guizhuzhou carried the book box again and held the mountain walking staff in her hand. Alliance called for the young sword cultivator from Fuyao Continent's Deer Horn Palace, Song Gaoyuan. Deer Horn Palace was a first-rate celestial sect in Fuyao Continent. The few ancestors that were still alive were all women. Therefore there were many female cultivators. Therefore the male cultivators of Deer Horn Palace were the envy of others. Deer Horn Palace was famous for its water spells in the continent. It occupied a small part of the water body that entered the sea. Among them, the Du Fu Ferry and Yanjijin under Deer Horn Palace were famous tourist attractions. One of them required women to remove their makeup and change into a cloth skirt and wooden hairpin. Otherwise, the water goddess would stir up trouble. The other place was the opposite. It required women to apply rouge and dress up beautifully. Only then could people safely wade through the water. Deer Horn Palace never asked about this. As long as the two places did not harm people's lives, the two capricious water goddesses set up strange rules based on their personal preferences. Du Fudu and Yan Jijin. A Liang, who had been traveling around the Fuyao continent for a few years, had obviously been there before. She even got along well with the two water goddesses. One was lively and the other was shy. They were both good ladies. As for the chance encounter in Deer Horn Palace, it was on a night with bright moonlight. Alliance had promised to give the water goddess, who was Du Fu Fairy, a gift for their first meeting. He helped that pitiful woman recover her shattered appearance. Then he went to the ancestral lotus pond of Deer Horn Palace. Every lotus leaf there had great uses. There were countless female cultivators who were dissatisfied with their appearance. They had bitterly begged Deer Horn Palace for a lotus leaf, but they could not get one. There was a price but there was no market. They could not buy it. The mountain and water restrictions of Deer Horn Palace were very interesting. At that time, Alliance could only crawl forward, twisting here and there. Only then did he sneak to the side of the lotus pond. He stuck out his butt and lay down, peeling the lotus heads and picking the lotus leaves. Unexpectedly, on a lotus leaf as big as a green mattress in the distance, a lady suddenly sat down. She widened her eyes and looked at the sloppy man who had a few small lotus leaves in his arms. He was lying on the ground, peeling the lotus heads and eating the lotus seeds. Seeing her, Alliance extended his hand and asked if she wanted to try it. The lady treated her guest well. An extremely beautiful water spell came crashing down on his head. The past could be recalled and recalled. The four of them left the summer palace on foot. Qin Pingan had always been meticulous. He noticed that among the people in the room, Dong Buji and Peng Yuanji seemed to have some subtle changes in their state of mind. He just did not know what Alliance had talked about with them before he arrived. Outside the door, Song Gaoyuan gathered his courage. His face was red as he asked softly, "Senior Alliance, will you still come to our Deer Horn Palace in the future?" Alliance smiled and asked, "Tell me, which senior of your sect is it? After so many years you still can't forget about me. I can't guarantee whether or not I'll go to Deer Horn Palace." For the Venerable One's taboo, Song Gaoyuan whispered telepathically to Senior Alliance. "It's Grandmaster Rongguan who often mentions you." In reality, the Grandmaster who had left the mortal world for more than 100 years would go to the lotus pond every time he came out of seclusion. He would often say that the lotus seeds tasted bitter and could nourish the heart. Indeed. Alliance sighed. "So it's her." Song Gaoyuan hesitated for a moment and said softly, "Before I went on my journey, Patriarch Rongguan told me that if I saw Senior Liang in the Great Wall of Sword Qi, I should say something to Senior Liang." Alliance remained silent. Song Gaoyuan said, "Grandmaster Rongguan wanted to tell Senior that, at that time she only thought it was ordinary." Alliance scratched his head and did not say anything. Song Gaoyuan did not dare to make things difficult for Senior Alliance. Besides, some things could not be reasoned with. Making things difficult would only make things more difficult. Along the way they casually strolled towards the city. Along the way they passed by two private residences of sword immortals. Alliance introduced to them that the foundation of one of the residences was a white jade tablet that had been refined by a sword immortal. The owner of the other residence liked to collect ancient inkstones from all over the world. However, the old owners of both residences were no longer around. One of the residences was completely empty with no one living in it. As for the other, there were 3 people cultivating in it. They were disciples taken in by a sword immortal. They were young and had received a strict order from their sword immortal master before his death. As long as the 3 direct disciples did not become sword immortals in the nascent soul realm, they were not allowed to take half a step out of the residence. Alliance looked at the wall of the private residence and sighed with emotion. Qin Pingan's thoughts were strange. The 3 golden core sword immortals in the residence were all men. Not only were they unable to leave the residence, it was said that they would wear women's clothing. It was a strange occurrence in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. They had once sent a letter to the Summer Refuge Palace via flying swords, hoping to go out and fight. However, when the reclusive official's lineage went through the files, they found that the deceased sword immortal had a written agreement with the Summer Refuge Palace. There was the old sword immortal's name and a small palm print. It was probably the handwriting of the previous reclusive official, Xiao Chua. Qin Pingan could only give up and politely reject the request of the 3 golden core sword immortals. In the Great Wall of Sword Qi, when a sword immortal died in battle, the rules were the most important. As long as it was written on paper, it had to be obeyed. There was no room for discussion. On the other side of the wall, a head popped out. It was a young-looking sword immortal with a full beard. He began to curse at Alliance. Alliance began to curse back. He said, "I only told your master a story. If your master wants to follow it, it has nothing to do with me, Alliance." That young sword immortal said angrily, "Son of AB*, do you dare to come in and fight?" Alliance jumped up and spat in that direction. Qin Pingan reached out and rubbed his forehead. He couldn't bear to look. He suspected that the 2 old sword immortals Qing Quan and Zhao Chua had learned from Alliance when they quarreled. Then the man noticed Guizhujiu, who was staring at him with her eyes wide open, and Song Gaoyuan, who seemed to have been immobilized. He quickly ran his fingers through his hair and muttered, "I've lost my composure, I shouldn't have lost my composure." After Qin Pingan asked, he finally solved the mystery of the Great Wall of Sword aura. It turned out that the old sword immortal had a strange supernatural power that was best at finding the seeds of swordsmanship. In fact, half of the young geniuses in the Great Wall of Sword aura were chosen by the old sword immortal at first glance. It was fine in the rich and powerful families like Taishang Street and Yuhu Street, but in the streets and alleys like Lingxi Alley and Straw Hat Alley, once a sword immortal who had the potential to nurture a natal flying sword appeared, it was inevitable that some of them would be missed. In the world, not only sword immortals, in fact, all Qi cultivators would naturally enter the path of cultivation as early as possible, the higher their future achievements would be. For example, Alliance had used the technique that the old sword immortal had imparted to him to find a good seedling. Many sword immortals who would become sword immortals in the future did not have obvious talent when they were young. Instead, they were extremely secretive and did not show their talents. Alliance once had a drink with the old sword immortal who was severely injured and did not have long to live. He casually chatted with the old sword immortal about the story of a scholarly family in the vast world. Their ancestor had repeatedly failed in the imperial examinations and was humiliated by his peers who passed the imperial examinations. He returned home angrily and taught them personally. He made all the men in the family wear women's clothes and studied hard. As long as they did not pass the imperial examinations, they could only wear women's clothes until the age of 40. In the beginning, they were treated as a joke in the imperial court. However, in the end, there really was a family of 6 scholars and 3 of them were awarded titles. Alliance smiled and said, "Do you think it's child's play?" It caused the 3 young geniuses to be laughed at for decades. The 3 of them felt that as long as they could go out and wield their swords, they would be willing to die on the battlefield to be free. Alliance continued, "The old sword immortal's line of swordsmanship has always been a way of killing the enemy and injuring oneself. Therefore it was easy for one to not live long. It was fast to become a sword immortal, but it was also the fastest to die after becoming a sword immortal. When the old man was still alive, he could still protect some of his disciples. Once he passed away, not to mention 3 disciples, even if he took in 30 with such a way of fighting, it would be like the house in front. There would be no one left. After taking in disciples, he would treat them as his own children and worry about them. Every master and preacher would have to take some responsibility for their disciples' lives. Alliance took off the wine jug and drank a mouthful of wine. He smiled and said, "By the way, let me tell you an old story. In the early years, an old sword immortal came to the old man and asked if the technique could be made public so that more young geniuses could be found in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The old man did not agree and said that the technique would not be spread to outsiders. Even when Qin Qing personally left the city and begged him to speak, it was useless. In the end, he used a sentence to rebuke the old sword immortal who was out of fairness. Who the F***ck said that one must become a sword cultivator to be considered a good thing. Did you Qi Tingji make the rule?" At this point Alliance smiled. He was more happy than sad. "I asked him in private if it was true. Even if the old sword immortal asked for it, it was still useless. The old man said that it was impossible. If the old sword immortal asked for it, there was no need to hide it. After the discussion, he would invite the old sword immortal for a drink and his life would be complete. When I asked what would happen if Dong Sangin came, the old man said, 'Then I would play dead.'" Alliance finally sighed and said, "In the vast world there are sword immortals like that, but there are too few of them." Song Gaoyuan nodded and agreed. Alliance did not say much after that. Actually, in the past, Alliance did not like to talk about serious matters with his juniors. He was young and should not have too many worries. The matters of the Great Wall of Sword Qi should be left to the sword cultivators. However, the present was different from the past. In the future, there would be a brand new situation that had not been seen in 10,000 years. Almost every young person in the Great Wall of Sword Qi, even if they were children, was already related to it. All of them had to grow up quickly. The situation was turbulent. When worries came, age was not an issue. The group arrived at the Guo residence's entrance on Yuhu Street. Qin Pingon asked Guo Zhujiu to go home. He then asked Song Gaoyuan, who had taken the initiative to bid farewell and return to the Summer Palace, to inform all the sword cultivators of the hidden official's lineage that they could walk around and relax for the next 2 days. Song Gaoyuan looked back at the backs of the two. Senior Alliance was very famous in the Deer Horn Palace. When he was pursued by Patriarch Rongguan and her junior sister, the man did not fight back. He only said that he was good friends with the great sword immortal of the Fuyao continent, Su Dian, and asked the immortal masters of the Deer Horn Palace to give Su Dian some face. Su Dian was an immortal master of the second largest sect in the Fuyao continent. He was also considered a rising star of the Fuyao continent. At a young age, he was already a nascent soul sword cultivator. However, the cultivators of the Deer Horn Palace always did things their own way. Even if Su Dian had great prospects, he was still not a true sword immortal. Moreover, his seniority was not high. Furthermore, the palace lord of the Deer Horn Palace was one of the top 10 in the Fuyao continent. He was highly respected and had great mastery of the water arts. He doted on his junior sister, Rongguan. In the end, the man successfully escaped without leaving his name. However, he did recite a lot of poems. Afterwards, the Deer Horn Palace sent a flying sword message to Su Dian's sect. Together with a portrait of the man, they questioned Su Dian about the man's origins and whereabouts. Su Dian was confused. He was a sword genius who had suffered an unexpected calamity. He quickly replied to the Deer Horn Palace, saying that he did not know the man in the portrait. In the end, an old patriarch of the sect that Su Dian belonged to, who often played around in the mortal world. Although he looked like a child, his cultivation had already returned to its original state. In fact, his cultivation was even higher than the Deer Horn Palace lords. After he learned of this matter, he personally flew to the Deer Horn Palace on his flying sword, saying that Su Dian did not know him. He knew him. Brother Alliance and I were good friends who exchanged our lives. Outsiders only knew that when this old senior who had come from afar came down the mountain, he covered his red and swollen cheek with one hand, cursing and swearing. After he left the Deer Horn Palace, he shouted loudly, "Ah Liang, you owe me a drink." After Guo Zhujiu and Song Gaoyuan left, Qin Pingon and Alliance talked about their own stories. They talked about whatever came to mind. The first time they traveled the Great Wall of Sword Qi, they took the old Dragon City's ferry to Osmanthus Island. They passed by the Flood Dragon Ravine and almost died. It was eldest senior brother who saved them. He lost 3 rounds of Q-ask fist against Chao Ci, who was of the same age as him. He lost 3 rounds in a row without any strength to fight back. In the Tongyi continent, he mistakenly entered the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land and walked the solid Jianghu. He took Chao Qinglang and Pei Qian as his students and disciples. However, he did not know how to impart knowledge to Chao Qinglang. He was also worried that Pei Qian was too anxious to grow up. A few years ago he opened a wine shop with Stack Zhong and sold the Bamboo Sea Paradise wine. The business was good. It was slower than being a banker, but it was a long-term business. No one believed that the wine was really related to the Azure Immortal Mountain. Therefore, Alliance, you have to speak a few words of conscience for the shop. You and the lady of the Azure Immortal Mountain are acquaintances and we are friends. How could my wine have nothing to do with the Bamboo Sea Paradise? In the catch and release pavilion on Inverted Hanging Mountain, the big demon that was caught and released by Daoist No. 2 was attached to a young sword cultivator by the name of Border. It was caught by the hidden officials and killed at sea. Today, Luapa Mountain not only has a bamboo house, but it has also been named according to the agreement. There is also an ancestral hall on G Peak. Alliance, you have to go and take a look in the future. The two of them walked through many streets and alleys. Alliance was familiar with every place. He listened to the stories of the young people. Alliance was mostly listening. Occasionally he would ask questions that interested him. For example, which one was more beautiful, the female crown of Taiping Mountain Huang Ting, or the Great Spring Dynasty's Yao Jinji? Qin Pingon smiled and said, they are both beautiful. But in my eyes they are not as beautiful as Ning Yao. Alliance said, Ning Yao is not here. You can talk to me like a man. Qin Pingon looked around. However, after thinking for a while he chuckled and said nothing. After the war stopped, business in the wine shops in the city was good. Along the way they met Alliance and the young hidden official. Some sword cultivators who were familiar with them did not greet them. At most they nodded. Those who knew Alliance might not be willing to interact with the young hidden official. Those who were regular customers of Qin Pingon's wine shop might not dare to talk to Alliance. Although the two of them were foreigners and had many similarities in the eyes of the local sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the bastard Alliance and the bastard second manager were not alike. Alliance did not go to the wine shop to drink. Instead he brought Qin Pingon to a wine shop on the street corner. It was crowded. Because the woman who was selling wine was beautiful. She was a woman whose life-bound flying sword had been destroyed long ago. When she saw Alliance, the woman was very friendly. She personally brought wine to the table and glared at the man, complaining that he had no conscience. Then the woman and the young hidden official smiled sweetly and said, "Oh, isn't this our second manager? Are you tired of your own wine and want to change your taste? When you meet a beautiful woman you will fall with one punch. You really can't do it." Qin Pingon felt a headache coming on. He could only smile and not say anything. Alliance raised his wine bowl and clinked it with Qin Pingon. Then he sighed and said, "When I was young I read some books and saw a famous saying in a book. Those with big ears bow their heads more often. However, I did not walk the pugilistic world, so I did not understand it deeply. Only after walking the pugilistic world will I know that those with big ears bow their heads. It is indeed a priceless advice." Qin Pingon's expression was strange. Alliance stepped on the bench and said with a naughty smile, "What are you thinking about? Are you thinking about the wrong things?" Qin Pingon asked. "Wei Pai said the rumors about you and the wife of Green Immortal Mountain. How much of it is true and how much is false?" Alliance said with a smile, "That little mountain god of Chess Dungeon Mountain knows nothing." Qin Pingon said, "Outside the bamboo house there was a time when I mentioned you. Lord Wei Dashan rarely revealed his true feelings and said many good things about you." Alliance immediately changed his words. "As the Lord of Divine Water Country's Old Mountain, Brother Wei is quite something. His words are insightful. No wonder when we met back then we felt like old friends at first sight." Alliance's so-called feeling like old friends at first sight was probably giving Wei Pai a blow. At this point, Alliance suddenly put down his wine bowl. The appearance of Dragon Pearl Grotto Heaven is related to the many flood dragons of Gushu. In addition, your neighbor from Mud Bottle Alley, have you thought about it? Qin Pingon nodded and said, "I have thought about it." "Then you have thought about it, but you have not pulled on the thread of that hidden vein." Alliance glanced at Qin Pingon. There was nothing he could do about it. There were some inside stories that the current Qin Pingon could not think of even if he cracked his head. Alliance could not help but shake his head and asked a question. "In your Luapa Mountain, are there any inconspicuous cultivators from other places? Other than demons and ghosts, their realms are definitely not high, especially those that you can be sure their realms are low." And this person should have a good relationship with Chen Lingjun that Lu Chen likes. Qin Pingon went through the information in his mind and nodded. Yes. Alliance smiled and said, in that case it is not a bad thing that you left Luopa Mountain and came to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Qin Pingon was puzzled and asked, can you tell me the reason? Alliance hesitated and said, it's not that I can't tell you. Besides, this is just a guess of mine. It's not accurate. I'm guessing that the person who killed the most flood dragons might have already placed himself in the vicinity of Luopa Mountain. Alliance drank a mouthful of wine and said, this person is very easy to talk to. As long as it does not involve the flood dragons, any Qi cultivator of the lower 5 realms would not retaliate even if they killed him. At most he would change his identity and continue to roam the world. But as long as it involves the last true dragon, he would become a strange person who is difficult to talk to. Even if he had the slightest karma, he would kill all of them. 3,000 years ago, the flood dragons were still the masters of water fate in the world and were protected by merit. Unfortunately, under his sword, everything was in vain. The Confucian temple tried to persuade him, but there was no room for negotiation. Lu Chen could be saved, but there was no way to save him. In the end, what else could he do? It was not easy to come up with a compromise. The sages of the 3 sects and 1 family could only clean up his mess. Alliance smiled and said, of course, there is no such thing as an invincible person in the world. It's better if you don't know more about the inside story now. I still say the same thing, you can't take care of everything. Qin Pingon nodded. Firstly, it was something that could not be predicted even if he tried his best. Secondly, the worst outcome did not happen. Moreover, he was destined to not be able to return to the Aquarius continent. There was no point in thinking too much. Then Alliance seemed to be bragging again. He gave himself a thumbs up and said, besides, if there is a conflict in the future, just mention my name, Alliance. The higher the opponent's realm, the more useful it is. Generally speaking, those who were addressed as brothers by Alliance, such as the swordsman Su Dian of the Fuyao continent, were people who had been cheated badly by Alliance. In fact, they were people that he did not like. After that incident, Su Dian went down the mountain a few times to travel. As long as he met the female cultivators of the Deerhorn Palace, none of them liked him. The female Qi cultivators of the Deerhorn Palace had a wide range of friends. Therefore, half of the female cultivators of the sects in the Fuyao continent did not like Su Dian. Using the words of Su Dian, that ancestor who rejoiced in other people's misfortune, those who had been splashed with a bucket of feces and urine by Alliance, even if they were cleaned up, they were still people who had been splashed with feces and urine. But if they said their names and dared to say that they were friends with Alliance, then in almost all the sects in the vast world they might not be welcomed, but they would definitely be able to withstand many disasters and accidents. Alliance clicked his tongue and said, you and Ning Las are becoming more and more like husband and wife. Qin Pingon raised his wine bowl and suddenly turned his head and asked, Lady Boss, are there any free dishes to accompany the wine? This was very unlike Ning Las. Regarding Qin Pingon and Ning Yao, Alliance had long felt that the two of them were very compatible. At that time, one was still the Ning Yao of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the other was still a young man in straw sandals who had just entered the Jianghu. A lady who was not willing to think about anything, meeting a young man who was willing to think about everything. Was there anything more suitable than this? Not all men would realize that the person next to them, the person they loved, was only one in a million years. This person was destined to be in this marriage. The woman smiled and said, our small business can't compare to the prosperous business of the second shopkeeper's wine shop. Besides, the second shopkeeper is the banker, sells wine and picks up magic treasures all over the place. Would he be short of money? Qin Pingon could only laugh it off. Alliance looked at Qin Pingon opposite him and said slowly, when a person can only do 2 or 3 things, he can't speak half a caddy of truth. Even if he has read books and can speak, if others don't listen, isn't it the same as not speaking at all? Isn't this the truth? Qin Pingon nodded and said, when we need to speak reason, it is often when reason is no longer of any use. The latter secretly comes first while the former openly comes later. That's why we are helpless in the affairs of the world. Alliance smiled and said, is it very boring? Qin Pingon shook his head and said, it is. Interesting. The more it is like this, the better we should live and try to make the world more stable. Then Qin Pingon took a big gulp of wine. He was calm and his eyes were bright. It's like a person. As long as he can drink enough, he can drink all the bad things in his bowl. He doesn't have to talk drunkenly with others. Liang laughed heartily, extremely happy. Because he saw the shadow of another person in Qin Pingon. The young man in front of him whom he had placed his hopes on had already helped him walk a long way. Qin Pingon suddenly said, "Although I've never been to the wildlands, I know that most of the demon folk who died to my fists and swords on the battlefield were weaklings outside of the battlefield. In fact, they were weaklings who had no choice but to fight." Alliance smiled. He knew what this kid wanted to say. Qin Pingon seemed to be talking about himself, but he was actually comforting Alliance. Qin Pingon continued, "Once the Great Wall of Sword Qi is broken, the true weaklings of the wilderness will also become powerhouses who have no choice." Alliance did not appreciate it. He smiled and asked, "Then do they deserve to die?" He was actually the sword cultivator who understood the customs of the wilderness the most. At the very least, he was one of the sword cultivators. Alliance even had a friend like Lu Cha outside the battlefield. Besides Lu Cha, Alliance knew many cultivators of the wilderness. They were no different from humans. Qin Pingon had already finished 2 bowls of wine. He poured a third. The wine bowls in this tavern were bigger than those in his shop. If he had known, he would have bought wine by the bowl. Qin Pingon finished the 3rd bowl in 1 gulp. He shook his head and said, "I'm just not strong enough. Otherwise, if anyone dares to approach the Great Wall of Sword Qi, I'll kill all the demons on the battlefield with a single punch or slash them with my sword. Screw the sovereign demons. If I have the chance to return to the vast realm in the future, I'll meet all those who are lucky enough to stay out of this and pity the wilderness." After burping, Qin Pingon started pouring more wine. Alliance was the one who had urged him to drink. As for what would happen if he met one, he did not say anything. Alliance did not stop him. Alliance only smiled and said, "Qin Pingon, what can you do if you meet those people? They have their own reasons. Anyway, no one forced the Great Wall of Sword Qi to sacrifice so many people." Qin Pingon stopped drinking. He folded his hands in his sleeves and leaned against the table. "Alliance, tell me, what will you do? I want to learn." Learning from others had always been Qin Pingon's specialty. When it came to accounting, he had learned it from Zhong Kue at the small inn in Hure Town at the border of the Great Spring Dynasty. When it came to being a bag dealer and secretly picking up junk, Qin Pingon's horizons were broadened when he learned it from Sun Daozhang, who was traveling with him in the North Continent. A long time ago, Lin Shui had unintentionally said that while they were away from home, they could take care of things, but they didn't need to care too much. The more Qin Pingon learned, the more he empathized with Sun Daozhang, and the more he found it interesting. Even earlier, Qin Pingon's skill was regarded by many experts as too much craftsmanship but not enough spiritual energy. In fact, he had learned it from Lu Chen's 3-page prescription. Back then, Lu Chen had mentioned 3 things, but only 2 of them were to try his luck by picking up snake gall stones. Qin Pingon had asked him about it, but Lu Chen did not expose him. It turned out that learning how to read was the last thing. Alliance smiled and answered, "I don't care at all." Qin Pingon was speechless. He thought of the voices of the people around him at the Flood Dragon Gully, and of the escort city after the heavenly tribulation. Qin Pingon reached out his sleeve and took a sip of wine. He held the bowl with one hand and scratched his head with the other. "It's a little hard to learn." Alliance smiled and said, "There's no need to learn." After cultivating in the mountains, the sky was not far away. For cultivators, the closer they were to the peak, the less patience they had for the human world. There were exceptions, but unfortunately there were not many. Alliance was also worried that Qin Pingon would become such an immortal on the mountain. Just like Qin Pingon learning how to read, Alliance was not unaware of Lu Chen's profound intentions in giving him the prescription. He only wondered why Qin Pingon's talisman drawing was so smooth. It was as if there was no threshold at all and he could cross it in one step. One must know that the path of a talisman, regardless of whether one was a Qi refinement warrior of the Daoist lineage, was viewed as a natural barrier. It was the same as a swordsman. However, Alliance could not speak about such matters. Qin Pingon had to figure it out himself. Did one think that everything in the world was easy just because one's swordsmanship was high? There was no such thing. Alliance was no exception. For this meal, the 2 of them drank slower and slower. Alliance was not in a hurry. He had a good alcohol tolerance and Qin Pingon wanted to drink more too. After all, the lady who was serving wine was an old friend of Alliance. She asked someone to bring a tray of food and wine from the restaurant, and she smiled at the second manager and said that she would not take the money. Just like that, the two of them drank until the sky turned dark. The night was dark and the customers around them were getting fewer and fewer. During this time, some swordsman cultivators came to greet them and they did not reject them. They just sat down and drank and remembered to settle the bill. Therefore, until now, the two of them only needed to settle the bill for a pot of wine on the table. In the Great Wall of Sword Qi, no one would drink with the abilities of a swordsman. Alliance's face was already flushed red. He pointed to one of the moons in the sky and smiled at the lady. Sister Xia, I've been there before. Do you believe me? When one was outside and met someone younger than oneself, one could address them as sister or miss. If one met a woman older than oneself, it did not matter if she was a few years older or a few hundred years older. It was a good habit. The lady leaned over the counter and glanced at the bright moon. She said bluntly, "Is there a female?" Aoyang waved his hand and said, "You're just a little girl. Why are you so witty?" The lady said in a bad mood, "We're about to close. Finish this pot of wine and get out of here." Aoyang and Qin Pingon finished the last jug of wine and then stood up to leave. Qin Pingon took out some money to pay the bill. His companion was a woman from his enemy's family. She smiled and waved her hand. "Qin Pingon, consider it my treat." Qin Pingon did not ask for the reason. He put away the snow and money and thanked her. The two of them walked on the lonely street in the middle of the night. Their steps were a little shaky and the smell of alcohol did not dissipate. Near Ning Mansion, Alliance said, "Qin Pingon, we are not in paper white blessed land and the people around us are not people of the book. Remembering it now is not a skill, but you must remember it in the future." Qin Pingon grunted. Alliance suddenly made a solemn vow. "I won't tell Ning girl that we didn't pay for the wine. You said that Huang Ting and Yao Jinji are very good looking, so I won't tell her." Qin Pingon held the back of his head with both hands. "I'll be scared if you say it? Are you kidding me, Alliance? I'm not bragging." At the gate of Ning Mansion a figure appeared. The young hidden official immediately took a deep breath, dispelling the drunkenness. In an instant he shook off the smell of alcohol on his body and ran over. He put a hand behind his back, indicating for the man behind him to cool off. He ran up the steps and saw her. He stood still and said, "I'm sorry I came back late. I didn't drink too much wine. Alliance kept persuading me, but I said it was useless because I was injured and I won't do it again." Alliance stood where he was, listening attentively to the words on the other side. Then he was dumbfounded. The second shopkeeper's reputation was not undeserved. The student had surpassed the master. Ning Yao turned her head to look at Alliance. He was being disliked. Alliance resentfully turned and left, muttering, "To be able to drink in Monsieur's wine shop at the Great Wall of Sword Qi for free, this is unprecedented. Even I can't do it." At the gate, Ning Yao did not speak. Qin Pingon felt a little guilty. Ning Yao completely ignored Alliance's complaint and only looked at Qin Pingon. Why did he seem to be taller? She tiptoed and was at the same level as his eyes. Qin Pingon tilted his head and smiled, saying, "Quickly tell me who you are. If you continue to be so cute, I won't like Ning Yao anymore. I'll like you instead." Ning Yao still did not speak. When Qin Pingon finally understood, Ning Yao had already turned and left. On the city wall of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Wei Jin was forced to use the Mountain View Divine Art. The scroll was at the gate of Ning Mansion. Alliance beat his chest and stomped his feet. "Silly boy." The eldest sword Immortal had his hands behind his back and bent down to look at the scroll. He nodded and said, "Yes, he's silly." Wei Jin, who was originally unwilling, smiled and agreed. "The second shopkeeper doesn't understand romance. He's really a killjoy." Alliance coughed and gently pushed Wei Jin's hand away. "Wei Jin, you're a sword immortal. How could you do such a thing? You don't have any morals in the pugilistic world. Does your conscience hurt?" The eldest sword immortal turned and left. "Yes, I shouldn't. Only a sword immortal from the Wind Snow Temple who was practicing swordsmanship was left behind." Alliance sat cross-legged on the city wall near the eldest sword immortal's cottage. "Can you change to someone else like me?" Qin Qingdo shook his head and said, "No." Alliance said angrily, "Isn't my realm higher?" Qin Qingdo said, "At our level, realm is useless. It's fine if you didn't understand before, but now you still don't understand? Alliance was silent. The eldest sword immortal's words were crude but reasonable. The two were silent for a long time. Qin Qingdou sat beside Alliance. Alliance was a little surprised. The eldest sword immortal rarely did such a thing. Qin Qingdou said softly, "I'm a little tired." However, the elder smiled and said, "Sword cultivator Qin Qingdou, I'm lucky to have met sword cultivators like you." Alliance laughed and said, "Say such words loudly at the top of your lungs." Qin Qingdou glanced sideways. Alliance immediately acted shamelessly. "Can't I say drunken things after drinking?" Qin Qingdou said softly, "I wonder what it will be like 10,000 years later." Alliance said, "It's always disappointing and hopeful." Qin Qingdou nodded. "It's comforting." 666. The moon was bright and there was no need to knock on the door. He went to Yuhu Street and Yenmo Alley. The sun chased away evil spirits, especially in winter. He wore it at Yenmo Alley and Yuhu Street. Qin Pingon sat alone in the pavilion of Dragon Slaying Cliff for a night. He did not have the guts to knock on Ning Yao's door at night. To hell with drinking wine to strengthen one's courage. It was useless. When the sun was high in the sky, Qin Pingon left the city on his sword and went to the summer palace. Chou Miao and Dong Bude, the local sword cultivators, were not there except for Pang Yuanji. Dang Liang and the other foreign sword cultivators except for Lin Junbai had gone to visit the sword immortal seniors in their hometowns or to catch up with their friends. In the end, only Lin Junbai and Pang Yuanji were left playing chess. Qin Pingon watched silently. Lin Junbai's chess skills were better than Pang Yuanji's. There was no doubt about the outcome. Qin Pingon watched for a while and went to the archives. Lin Junbai came and said that the great sword immortal Mi who wanted to see the hidden official. However, the great sword immortal did not enter the door. Qin Pingon let Lin Junbai continue playing chess. He went to the door and saw Mi Hu. He was the elder brother of the hidden official Miyu. He was the newest and the youngest immortal on the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Qin Pingon clasped his fist and smiled. What a rare guest. Mi Hu did not exchange pleasantries. He said, "Let's talk while we walk." The two walked side by side. Mi Hu went straight to the point and said, "Qin Pingon, I came to see you today because I have a favor to ask. It's both official and private." Qin Pingon smiled. "Just say it." Mi Hu said, "I hope that after the war is over my brother, who is now at Inverted Hanging Mountain, can go anywhere he wants. For example, your Howren world." Qin Pingon said, "That should be enough. However, Miyu is a jade unpolished realm sword immortal after all. According to the unwritten rules, the departure of every sword immortal requires the approval of the eldest sword immortal. Only then can we, the hidden official's lineage, confirm it. Only then can this matter be considered a done deal. When the time comes, no one will be able to gossip." Mi Hu said, "Boss," the sword immortal nodded. Qin Pingon smiled and said, "Since sword immortal boss has agreed, great sword immortal Mi doesn't need to discuss with me. Miyu has no worries. In this vast world, an exceptionally precious sword immortal can go anywhere. As long as he is willing, he can be a distinguished guest in the immortal ancestral hall on the mountain or the golden imperial palace of the dynasty below the mountain." Mi Hu said, "If there's no one to take care of my little brother, I'm still worried. The cultivation on the mountains of Howren world can't be compared to the sword cultivation on the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Although I haven't been there personally, I know clearly what it's like. It's full of scheming and scheming. It's a den of liars. Miyu's ability to deal with women is all right. However, once he starts a **T battle with a cultivator, my brother's pure mind will suffer a great loss." Qin Pingon knew what this immortal meant. He wanted him, a foreigner from Howren world, to be more careful. However, there were some things such as the agreement with the eldest sword immortal and his future situation. Qin Pingon couldn't reveal the heavenly secrets in advance. Therefore he could only prepare his words first. As for whether or not Mi Hu was insinuating anything in his words, Lord Qin Pingon was magnanimous and treated it as wind blowing past his ears. Mi Hu said, "As long as you are willing to nod your head, I will reward you greatly. When it comes to business, I believe in you." It was misunderstood. Qin Pingon didn't explain anything. Forget about the reward. Miyu has accumulated a lot of battle merits in the past 2 years in Howren world. You don't have to pay anything extra. It's just that for this kind of thing, apart from our private agreement, Miyu's own thoughts are the key. Miyu frowned and said, just based on your relationship with the Great Wall of Sword Qi, even if my brother refuses to leave, you can find a few sword immortals to knock him out and bring him to Howren World. Qin Pingon asked, what if Miyu can't resolve the knot in his heart when he reaches Howren World? The cultivation path will be very troublesome. There won't be many accidents if he cultivates there with the identity of a sword immortal from the Great Wall of Sword Qi. However, as long as there is, it will be very big. Miyu said firmly, being alive is more important than the heavens. Every day that he could live was a day that counted. Besides, don't underestimate my brother's Dao heart. It's not as weak as you think. Qin Pingon nodded and said, that's true. Qin Pingon said, then let me you go to the North Continent Tai Hui Sword Sect, or Li Kai Sword Immortal's floating Duckweed Sword Lake. Both places need a sword immortal as a consecrator, and me who doesn't have to fight. As for where he goes in the future, let me you choose for himself. Miyu was puzzled. Why not go to your mountain? Qin Pingon shook his head and said, I have a lot of old debts. Even if Miyu leaves Inverted Hanging Mountain and goes to Luapa Mountain, he won't have many days of peace. There's no need. But Miyu said, then let me you go to your Luapa Mountain to be a consecrator, and worship like a genealogical record. Qin Pingon said helplessly, Great Sword Immortal me, you are a straightforward person. Then let me be frank with you. If it's just a business deal, only an idiot would reject a sword immortal as a consecrator. I see your brother as a friend, so I won't let him go to Aquarius Continent. In the North Continent, where Great Wall of Sword Qi has the most connections, Miyu's identity is the best protection. The other 8 continents don't have such benefits. Miyu said, you're nagging like a woman. Miyu will go to Aquarius Continent's Luapa Mountain. Cut the crap. You and I have a deal. I'm trying to reason with you, Great Sword Immortal Miyu, but you still want to scold me? Qin Pingon was about to say a few words of fairness, but he did not expect Miyu, the Great Sword Immortal, to say softly with a gloomy expression, that brother of mine always felt that he was the one who embarrassed me. But did he ever think that if it wasn't for his good talent in swordsmanship, and the only thing he was good at was swordsmanship, then he would have become a jade unpolished realm sword immortal? How would he be embarrassed? How would he be laughed at by the entire Great Wall of Sword Qi? So who is the one who owes who, can't you understand? I, Miyu, only hate that my swordsmanship isn't high enough. Even when I reach the immortal realm, I still have to go through a lot. I can't make people laugh at me. Qin Pingon took off the blade's strengthening gourd and drank a mouthful of wine. He said softly, it's better to say these words to Miyu face to face. Miyu shook his head and said, forget it. Keep it in your heart. If you really meet him, you won't be able to say it. With that said, Qin Pingon did not try to persuade him any further. Miyu suddenly started scolding, a bunch of drunkards and bachelors who don't even know what a woman tastes like. How dare they laugh at my brother? All of them look like they've been run over by a car. How can they compare to my brother? This bunch of bachelors can't take their eyes off a woman's big breasts and big buttocks. Qin Pingon turned to look at Miyu. You, Miyu, have the nerve to talk about others? Miyu was a great sword immortal after all. He immediately understood the meaning of the young hidden official's gaze. He changed his words and said, some people are better than bachelors. Before I came, I heard that someone drank with Alliance at Miss Ye's tavern without spending any money. I also heard that after Miss Ye's business opened today, she smiled and looked radiant. He seemed to have changed into a different person. Qin Pingon responded with a smile and pretended not to understand. He silently took out a small account book and recorded this debt on Great Sword Immortal Mi's younger brother, Miyu. He had to King send a letter back to Luapa Mountain and make Miyu suffer in Luapa Mountain for an entire year. If he did not earn enough money for Guyu, he would be detained on the mountain. The two of them walked near a sword immortal's private residence. It was called Immortal Garden Tavern. It was the residence with an unusual foundation. The previous owner, a sword immortal, had refined a bright moon flying immortal poetry token. However, the private residence had been abandoned for many years. Most of the sword immortals' residences that were not in the city were like this. If the sword immortal died and his direct disciples also died in battle, the residence would become ownerless. It would be taken back by the hidden official's lineage according to the rules. rented or given to the new sword Immortal. For example, the Grand Hui sword sect's private armory had been exchanged for through battle merits. When the female sword Immortal she had found the Great Wall of Sword Qi, she had first rented the private mansion left behind by the sword Immortal, the 10,000 Ravine residence. In the end she had coveted the cloud pavilion that was carved from a piece of immortal jade and was willing to buy it at an astronomical price. However, the summer palace did not agree at first. After all, it was against the rules. Li Kai was so angry that she directly sent a flying sword message to the young hidden official and scolded Qin Pingon. Later on, when the war was urgent and the Immortal's money was in urgent need, Qin Pingon asked Dong Bu to inform the Frozen Cloud Tavern. As long as the price was doubled, he could buy the entire Frozen Cloud Tavern. Later on, when the ferry from Osmanthus Island arrived at the inverted hanging mountain, there were boxes of snow shipped by the Jiang family of the Jade Grey sect. Mihu stopped because someone was flying on a sword in the distance. It looked like he was looking for the young hidden official beside him. It was the Central Earth sword Immortal with a bitter face, Wuxia. Mihu then said telepathically, Qin Pingon, I'll have to trouble you with the matter entrusted to me today. Qin Pingon replied, I'll do my best. After receiving the promise, Mihu glanced at the sword Immortal, Wuxia, and threw a blade strengthening gourd to Qin Pingon. He said, refined using ancient methods, the quality is not bad. Then he flew up on his sword and left for the city. Qin Pingon took the blade strengthening gourd that had a cold texture and temporarily kept it. He would pass it to Miyu in the future. Wuxia came to Qin Pingon's side with a difficult expression, which made him look even more bitter. Qin Pingon hung the two blade strengthening gourds by his waist. Good things came in pairs. He asked the sword Immortal from the Xiao Yuan dynasty with a smile, You want Lin Junbai to leave? Wuxia nodded and said, I know it's not the right time. Therefore, in less than half a month, a cross-continent ferry from the Central Plains will send a message to the Summer Refuge Palace. It's a token of appreciation from our Xiao Yuan dynasty. Qin Pingon felt a little helpless. Sword Immortal Wuxia was truly an honest person. To be honest, if Lin Junbai had not chosen to stay with the hidden official lineage, he would have left the Great Wall of Sword Qi long ago. Any sword cultivator in the Summer Refuge Palace felt that Lin Junbai's departure was only natural. However, Wuxia's words made it seem like Lin Junbai's departure would make him an ungrateful person. As a result, the imperial tutor of the Xiao Yuan dynasty, Lin Junbai's preacher, had to pay a fortune to avoid disaster. He had to use the Great Wall of Sword Qi to exchange for Lin Junbai's return. However, Qin Pingon felt at ease earning the immortal money from the Xiao Yuan dynasty. The more the better. Therefore, Qin Pingon did not bully the honest person. He directly said that he would go to the Summer Refuge Palace and summon Lin Junbai to meet sword Immortal Wuxia. However, Wuxia did not move. He looked at the door of the Immortal mansion and asked, Hidden official, do you know the origin of this mansion's name? Qin Pingon said, I'm not too sure. Actually, Qin Pingon had been the hidden official for many years. He liked to flip through the many dusty secret files in the Summer Refuge Palace as a way to relieve his boredom. The previous owner who changed the name of the mansion to the Immortal Mansion was a woman. She was also a native sword Immortal from the Great Wall of Sword Qi who had some scholarly habits. Like Gujia, she liked to plant immortal flowers. She had once asked Inverted Hanging Mountain to buy an elm tree from the Fuyao continent and transplanted it to the small courtyard. It suddenly bloomed and reached the roof ridge. This made the sword Immortal happy, so she changed the name of the mansion. However, after the sword Immortal died, there was no disciple. The mansion was not taken care of for many years. There was also a layer of immortal restriction on the Immortal mansion, so outsiders could not trespass. Therefore, no one knew whether the interior of the mansion was withered or flourishing, whether the flowers were blooming or withering. Wuxia said, My good friend and I traveled the Great Wall of Sword Qi for the first time. My good friend admired a disciple of this sword Immortal. However, the rules could not be changed. The two of them could not become immortal Daoist companions. Qin Pingon said, If your friends stayed, wouldn't they become a couple? Wuxia's expression was even more bitter. He sighed and said, How many of us sword cultivators in the world can be carefree mountain cultivators? Even if they were in the beginning like Deng Liang from the snowy mountain continent, they would still be taken in by the ancestral hall of the big sections. Moreover, my good friend was an immortal teacher who had high hopes placed on him since he was young. How could he give up so easily? In the sect there were also elders that my good friend respected. Qin Pingon said, "It's difficult to have both." Wuxia turned his head and said, "Therefore my good friend and I admire the hidden official very much." Qin Pingon laughed and said, "Wuxia Sword Immortal, since you can't lie then don't lie." He did not have any good friends, nor was he a disciple of a Sword Immortal. It was clearly Wuxia herself, the female Sword Immortal. Sword Immortal, Wuxia said helplessly, "On the previous trip to the South Whirlpool continent, everyone tried to persuade me. Yu Zhuanfu, Jin Zhenming, Zhu Mei and the other juniors tried to persuade me. It was as if I had done something amazing. I really felt guilty and could not deserve their admiration." Qin Pingon said, "If Wuxia Sword Immortal said it out loud, do you believe that Yu Zhuanfu and Zhu Mei would only respect you more?" Wuxia Sword Immortal was at a loss at first, then he understood and finally felt relieved. "It's better that you don't say it out loud. As a senior, it's not appropriate to talk about such matters with the juniors." Qin Pingon asked a question. "The owner of Planting Elm Immortal died in battle in order to accumulate battle merits. Don't you hate Boss Sword Immortal and this great wall of sword chi?" Wuxia Sword Immortal shook his head and said, "Without the great wall of sword chi would I have met her?" This was Wuxia Sword Immortal's heartfelt words. If he did not hate the great wall of sword chi, what did he hate? The person he hated was his own cowardice. Qin Pingon nodded. First there was Lin Junbai, then there was Wuxia Sword Immortal. Qin Pingon's impression of Xiao Yuanchao improved a little. Alliance had solved a mystery yesterday and today Wuxia Sword Immortal had solved another mystery. Wuxia Sword Immortal suddenly asked, "Hidden official, didn't you say that you were not familiar with this place?" Qin Pingon said solemnly, "I said, I'm not sure earlier. As the hidden official, I have some understanding of the Planting Elm Immortal right under the eyes of the Summer Palace." Wuxia Sword Immortal was helpless. If he had interacted with the scholars of the secondary sage lineage, it would definitely not have been like this. Bringing Wuxia Sword Immortal back to the Summer Palace, Qin Pingon shouted. The white-clothed youth Lin Junbai walked out of the door full of immortal aura. Seeing Wuxia Sword Immortal, Lin Junbai immediately knew the purpose of his visit. He cupped his fists towards Qin Pingon without saying anything. At this time, leaving the Summer Palace and the Great Wall of Sword Chi, removing the burden of being the hidden official sword cultivator lineage, there would eventually be a trace of suspicion of desertion. For example, Deng Liang and Chao Gun would have this psychological burden. However, Lin Junbai would definitely not have such thoughts. Qin Pingon patted Lin Junbai's shoulder. "It's not easy to part on good terms. Take care." Lin Junbai straightened his back and cupped his fists. "In these years by your side I have learned a lot and benefited a lot. Junbai engraved it in my heart. A gentleman upholds the fundamentals and the fundamentals give birth to the Tao." Qin Pingon laughed. "Save the pleasantries and do more practical things. As for the promise from earlier, I will definitely help you fulfill it." Lin Junbai immediately understood and said with a sincere face, "Your Excellency is proficient in chess. The chessboard and the box are left in the Summer Palace." Qin Pingon patted Lin Junbai's shoulder heavily and smiled. It seems that Junbai has learned some real skills. Wuxia Sword Immortal felt relieved. He had previously been worried that the hidden official would deliberately make things difficult for Lin Junbai because of the relationship between the imperial tutor of the Shao Yuan dynasty and the group of young sword cultivators. It seemed that he had been too careful to measure the heart of a gentleman. Wuxia Sword Immortal took out a secret letter and handed it to Lin Junbai. He said to the youth, "Junbai, if nothing unexpected happens, you should leave tomorrow. You can take a returning cross-continent ferry from the South Saw continent. Your husband just sent a flying sword message to the Hanging Mountain Spring Banner House not long ago and asked me to pass this letter to you." Lin Junbai would definitely stay in the Summer Palace today. Otherwise, Sword Immortal Sun Jiyuan's residence in the city would have no acquaintances. Furthermore, Sword Immortal Sun had a very bad impression of the young sword cultivators of the Shao Yuan dynasty. Later on there was the matter at the border. Lin Junbai would not go and ask for a snub. Furthermore, Lin Junbai had a good relationship with all the sword cultivators of the hidden official's lineage. This was especially so with the cheerful Chao Gun and Xian Qingguozhujio had been encouraging the three of them to burn yellow paper. The young lady said that she had already prepared everything. Everything was ready. All that was left was for the three of them to kowtow. Wuxia Sword Immortal bade farewell and left. Before he left, he reminded Lin Junbai to be careful on the return journey. Wuxia Sword Immortal did not return to the city directly. Instead, he strolled to the Immortal Garden. The old man with a bitter expression looked in the direction of the residence. After a daze, he smiled. Lin Junbai returned to the Summer Palace and continued the unfinished game with Pang Yuanji, whose victory had already been decided. Pang Yuanji smiled and said, "Is this our last game?" Lin Junbai asked, "Then I'll let you win this time?" Pang Yuanji said, "There's no need to let the hidden official play for you." Qin Pingon watched the game from the side with his hands in his sleeves. He said unhappily, "I've never lost a game against anyone in a serious game." Pang Yuanji asked, "How many games have you played?" Qin Pingon glanced at him, "Why do you care?" Pang Yuanji gently placed the chess piece in his hand back into the box. "The rest." Lin Junbai's eyes lit up. "All right." Qin Pingon also heaved a sigh of relief. He took off the blade's strengthening gourd that Mihu gave him and examined it carefully. For now he was still its owner. At the bottom of the blade's strengthening gourd, the words Haoliang were engraved. The material of the blade's strengthening gourd was unknown. He did not know what a great sword immortal meant by, "all right." Pang Yuanji turned his head and said, "If I remember correctly, Mihu picked it up from the corpse of a nascent soul demon on the battlefield years ago. After Mihu got it, he never asked anyone to inspect it. It's hard to say what its quality is." Qin Pingon stared at the blade's strengthening gourd in his hand. He was just short of sticking his face to it. He said casually, "I don't dare to say how good it is. But I can tell whether it's good or not. You won't understand. This is a subject that depends on talent." Pang Yuanji did not want to continue the conversation and changed the topic. "How did you survive the encirclement of 5 people? Even Sword Immortal Cho Miao said he might not be able to escape." Bamboo Gourd Li's Hen Fourth Reign? Shou Lu Bai. The encirclement of 5 top geniuses and the foreshadowing of a sovereign great demon. Therefore Pang Yuanji was not the only one curious about the Great Wall of Sword Qi. There were many things about the young hidden official. If one only had a rough idea, even if they had seen it with their own eyes, it was equivalent to not knowing anything. For example, everyone guessed that Qin Pingon's intrinsic flying sword should be able to isolate a mini-world. But even a mini-world had different grades and abilities. Qin Pingon kept the blade's strengthening gourd and hung it on his waist. After Lin Junbai kept the chess piece, Qin Pingon kept it close to him. Qin Pingon did not explain the exact process. He only told Pang Yuanji and Lin Junbai about the 5's flying swords and methods. If they needed to fight side by side and leave the city to kill, Qin Pingon did not mind telling them the inside story. But since they did not need to, there was no point in saying more. After all, being honest with others was not the same as being completely honest with them all the time. Once one took it out, the other party might not be able to catch it properly. It would hurt both him and the other party. Lin Junbai asked, "If that's the case, Liu Bai's intrinsic flying sword is still the most dangerous?" Qin Pingon nodded and said, "If we meet her in the future, we have to be very careful. Once she reaches the upper 5 realms, her intrinsic flying sword will be the most dangerous. It will be very troublesome. If that encirclement was purely a competition of strength, several Qin Pingon would have died there." At this point Qin Pingon smiled and said, "But we are not fated to meet her for the time being. Therefore I did not earn much from that deal, but I did not lose much either." Lin Junbai sighed and said, "This is the first time I've heard of such a strange flying sword. In the past I only knew that some sword immortals' intrinsic flying swords were extremely small. It was not as exaggerated as Liu Bai's flying sword." Qin Pingon said, "There are all kinds of strange things in this world." Qin Pingon went straight from the Summer Palace to the Winter Palace. In the end he did not see Grandma Bai, who was teaching him martial arts. Instead he saw an unexpected but reasonable uninvited guest. It turned out that Guizhuzhou, who was carrying a bamboo chest, did not stay at home. Instead she ran to the Winter Palace early in the morning. At this moment she was on the training field, talking about the thrilling encirclement with those martial arts embryos who had formed a circle. Guizhuzhou had not seen that battle. Qin Pingon had been recuperating in the Ning residence all this time and had not said a single word to her. Therefore she was completely talking nonsense and was purely making things up. However, Qin Pingon did not stop her. He sat on the railing of the corridor far away, allowing this disciple to be the storyteller. Not to mention the martial arts, just the matter of storytelling was something that Guizhuzhou had received a true inheritance. Guizhuzhou stood on one leg, her face solemn and respectful. The situation was dangerous. 5 sword immortals with bloodshot eyes. The 5 intrinsic flying swords, which were at least twice as tall as Yuan Zhouhua, came together. Were you afraid? Not to mention you, even I was afraid. Think about it. Li Jin is the last disciple of the moon-supporting mountain. Zhugong is the first disciple of Lu Cha. As for Lu Bai, he is the direct disciple of Tong Tian Old Fox Zhou Mi. How big is their backing? How big is their background? Besides Yu Sai? Since Tan can stay in the Jiaoshan tent, he must not be simple. Otherwise, how could he be among the 100 sword immortals in the savage land at such a young age? But it's okay. It's just a small matter. My master was not flustered in the face of danger. Just like that, his momentum was very scary. You can be considered as people who learn martial arts. You should know that each of the martial arts grandmaster's moves is very particular. Qin Pingon really could not listen to it. What's more, his disciple's posture was really not the slightest bit of the demeanor of a master. He quickly got up and rushed to the training field. He coughed to remind this troublesome disciple that it was time to call it a day. Guizhuzhou turned her head and saw her master. She was worried that her master was too noble and would not let her say a few words of justice. She was a little anxious and did not change her posture. She spilled the beans and quickly said a few hundred words about the subsequent progress of the battle. Qin Pingon walked to Guizhuzhou's side and stretched out his hand to press her head. Guizhuzhou made a posture of qi sinking into her dantian. Don't say, don't say. Anyway, I can only say 1/10,000th of master's elegance. It's a pity. The child called Jiang Yun crossed his arms in front of his chest. Qin Pingon, Sister Gua said that you killed that female sword cultivator called Lu Bai with one punch. Is it true? What's wrong with you? The other party had 5 sword cultivators, 4 of them were male. You didn't kill them with one punch. In the end you purposely chose a female. Are you picking a soft persimmon to pinch? Speaking until here, Jiang Yun laughed and raised his eyebrows again and again. Picking a soft persimmon? Where did that punch hit? I heard that the battlefield at that time was very strange. It was as if there was a blanket over it. Outsiders could not see who was lying under the blanket. Guizhuzhou shook her head and looked at him with pity in her eyes. Jiang Yun, we formed a grudge. The fearless Jiang Yun was a little anxious for the first time. Sister Gua, don't. We're sworn siblings. Don't hurt our friendship because of an outsider. Even if we hurt our friendship, don't go outside my window to play gongs and drums in the future. Qin Pingon smiled and said, all right, let's start practicing. Guizhuzhou will watch from the side. Guizhuzhou obeyed her master's orders and stood at the side. Qin Pingon would often come here and help these children with their punches for 2 hours. The so-called punch feeding was to let the children punch him without paying attention to the punches. Jiang Yun glanced at the hidden official. Seeing that you're badly injured, I'm afraid that I'll knock you down with one punch. Take it easy and don't try to be brave. You haven't seen me for a few days, so you probably don't know. Now that I've mastered my fist technique, I don't care about the strength of my punches. One punch can shatter heaven and earth. Qin Pingon looked at this child who had the best talent in martial arts and was gifted in verbal skills. Jiang Yun immediately retreated a few steps and opened his fist to meet the enemy. With a stomp of his foot, he retreated and advanced again, leaping high into the air and landing a punch in front of the young hidden official. With one hand behind his back, Qin Pingon tilted his head and pressed down on Jiang Yun's head with one hand. With a light push, the latter fell heavily to the ground and rolled a few times to get up. After Jiang Yun punched, the tomboy called Yun Zhaohua followed closely behind and swept out a leg from behind the young hidden official. Qin Pingon leaned to the side and smashed down with his elbow, throwing the little girl directly to the ground. He then kicked her head, causing her to slide backward instantly. Qin Pingon's punch feeding naturally had to be under pressure and had never failed. According to the agreement, whenever Qin Pingon received a punch, the children would be considered to have completed their apprenticeship and could each return home. Qin Pingon pressed down on one of the children's shoulders and gently pushed him, causing him to collide with one of the children who came after him, causing both of them to fly backward. One of the children who came close to Qin Pingon had his face grabbed by 5 fingers. With a twist of his wrist, His legs were immediately suspended in the air and he was sent flying. Move as you please, qi flows through your dantian and intent permeates your entire body. We martial artists stand above heaven and earth. Our fists are as fast as flying swords, and our fist intent is not inferior to that of a sword immortal. Qin Pingon walked slowly and leisurely. He punched a child's neck, causing his head to tilt to the side. Qin Pingon turned his fist into a palm facing downwards, and the back of his hand landed on the child's shoulder. The latter staggered and fell to the ground. He gently lifted his leg and his fist intent seeped out from under his cloth shoes. He kicked away the panicked child who was about to throw a punch in a slanted direction. At the same time he blocked another child's punch, causing the latter's two legs to line up and send his fist flying. Vigorous and fierce, invincible. You must think about your fists and stop. Use your fist intent fine as needles. You must think about your fist. Qin Pingon moved sideways and punched the back of the child's head. The child fell to the ground and smashed onto the ground of the training ground, causing his nose to bleed. One of the children changed his trajectory several times. His elbows were folded in front and his palms were flipped extremely quickly. Combined with the six-step stance, Qin Pingon was extremely fast in closing in on him. His fist technique already had some momentum. However, Qin Pingon still used elbows to elbows and palms to palms. A series of dazzling moves pushed the child back to his original position. Jiang Yun sneakily kicked Qin Pingon. In the end, Qin Pingon kicked him in the chest first. After he fell to the ground, Jiang Yun was just about to curse Qin Pingon for taking advantage of his height when he saw the young hidden official kick backwards. Jiang Yun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, slapped the ground with his palm and flipped himself up. All the children who tried to close in on him were casually beaten back by Qin Pingon. One was sent rolling on the ground by Qin Pingon's elbow, while another was sent flying by Qin Pingon's shoulder. When he got up he only felt that half of his body was falling apart, but he still gritted his teeth and got up. Generally speaking, it was inevitable that one's fist would be slower by a bit. However, it was not only them. All the children who practiced martial arts here, including Jiang Yun, remembered the young hidden official's words. When a martial artist's body was injured, his fist intent would be injured as well. That was asking for death. Only those who could punch faster after being injured could be considered a true martial artist. Yuan Zhou's leg shot out like an arrow. Some children swung their arms and punched out angrily by themselves. There were also a few children who were familiar with each other. They cooperated with each other, hoping that someone would land a punch on Qin Pingon. One by one the children were beaten back. Their injuries were not serious, but they definitely did not feel good. Qin Pingon continued to walk slowly. As long as your fist intent is not alive, even if you can forget about life and death in your fist techniques, you will still die. Qin Pingon bent his knees slightly. His hands suddenly stopped under the chin of a child who had jumped up high. With a light lift, the child flew back dozens of feet. The fist starts from a low place. No matter how good your fist technique or leg technique is, you will not be able to stand steadily, let alone leave the ground. After the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, most of the children were lying on the ground. Only a few were able to sit on the ground. Not a single one was able to stand. Qin Pingon stood where he was and said, "Continue. Your fist and leg can be slow, but your intent must be heavier. Otherwise I won't be polite." The children stood up almost at the same time. On the other side of the corridor, Alliance and the old woman sat and stood as they watched Qin Pingon teach his fist techniques. Alliance chuckled softly. Fist techniques are practical and not difficult. Practical and good-looking is very difficult. In the future, when you reach the vast world, once you use your fist, you will be surrounded by flowers everywhere. The old woman smiled. Young master's fist technique is indeed very outstanding. Young master's fist technique and young master's appearance bring out the best in each other. It's normal for young ladies to like you. Young master will not care about you anyway. Young master's character is even more reassuring. Alliance laughed. Does this kid not have any flaws? The old woman thought for a while and shook her head. Alliance looked at the children and said emotionally, "It's just a burden to carry on one's shoulders. Carrying a burden in one's heart, what is the end?" The old woman agreed and said softly, "That's the only bad thing about young master." After another incense stick's time, the children were all lying on the ground this time. A sharp-eyed child lying on the ground happened to catch a glimpse of Alliance on the other side of the corridor and guessed his identity. Soon they all grimaced and whispered to each other. Qin Pingon turned his head and smiled. Alliance, will you teach next? Alliance was eager to give it a try. My fist technique is still very good. With one hand on the railing he stood still and took a deep breath. His shoulders shook and he shouted. Then he moved forward in a straight line. Between the corridor and the training field he performed a fist technique that he thought was natural and smooth. He also showed off his footwork while he was at it. Jiang Yun jumped up and said with a rare serious expression, Qin Pingon, let's continue. You can teach the fist technique. The other children also nodded one after another. Alliance stood where he was and rubbed his chin. It shouldn't be. My fist technique is good-looking and sturdy. Even Daoist number 2 has suffered greatly. Guizhujiu comforted him softly. Senior Alliance, your sword technique is already so good. Your fist technique is not as good as my master's, so there's no need to be ashamed. Alliance asked, you can tell that my fist technique is not good. Guizhujiu shook her head vigorously. Alliance probed again. Is it not good-looking? Guizhujiu sighed. Senior Alliance, do you want to hear the truth or a lie? Alliance said, a lie. Guizhujiu was immediately in high spirits. Senior Alliance was chatting like this and it didn't hurt their feelings. She didn't need to be hit by her master. So she raised both her thumbs and praised loudly. Senior's fist technique is amazing, amazing. It's as good as Senior's appearance. Alliance didn't care at all. It was still nice to hear. He smiled and asked, Zhujiu, do you want to learn sword technique? Uncle Alliance isn't bragging. My fist technique might not be as good as your master's, but my sword technique tsk. Guizhujiu shook her head. But Alliance asked, why? The little girl stepped on the spot. Her shoulders shook and the small bamboo box bounced up and down. I only have one master. 667. On the training field the children were sprawled on the ground again. Their faces were all bruised and swollen. It was definitely not comfortable to train one's muscles and bones at the beginning of learning martial arts. When it was time to suffer, one should enjoy happiness. When it was time to enjoy happiness, one should suffer. Since he was born in the Great Wall of Sword Qi, he had entered this cold shelter palace and learned martial arts. He had to adapt to hardships and learn a skill. Not all hardships in the world could be followed by happiness. The martial guts of a pure martial artist could only be extracted from the bitter guts. The hidden official in a long green robe was still calm and composed. He said, rest for 2 incense sticks time. Qin Pingon sat cross-legged and folded his hands, palms facing up. He closed his eyes and began to rest. All the children struggled to get up and formed a circle. Their sitting posture was exactly the same as the young hidden official. They closed their eyes and slowly adjusted their breathing. Qin Pingon opened his eyes and commented on everyone's punches. He said that he would not favor Jiang Yun because he came from a rich family in Taishan Street and had the strongest martial arts foundation. He would not scold him when he was tired of punching. He would not neglect Zhang Pan because he had the weakest physique and was the slowest to learn martial arts in Copper Coin Alley. He would not praise Zhang Pan when he punched well. He would also not deliberately reduce the strength of Sun Tian and the tomboy from Yuhu Street because they were young girls. All in all, Qin Pingon wanted all the children to remember a principle. Pure martial artists had to be their enemies first. Learning martial arts, one must be a man first. Those who teach martial arts, regardless of whether they have the title of master or teacher, still need to teach people first. Teaching people is not an empty talk. Even if it is a bookkeeper in a rural school, he may bow his head and say some flattering words to a rich man, or he may cast a sidelong glance or sneer at a poor child, and then the child will silently see it and remember it in his heart. In the end, it will kill the hundreds and thousands of sages' teachings in the book. There was logic in both the books and the books. Everyone was a teacher. Qin Pingon did not say anything else. According to the rules, it was the children's turn to ask questions. Su Gong, the kid from Twilight Alley, was the first to ask, Mr. Qin, a straight line of punches is definitely the fastest. If the purpose of practicing the walking stance is to strengthen the bones and strengthen the body, why are there so many punches? Qin Pingon raised his hand and punched out. He suddenly punched out and stopped abruptly. Su Gong, what you mean is that punching in a straight line is the fastest way to touch the enemy, right? Su Gong began to doubt himself. Jiang Yun chuckled and said, One punch and you'll be down. Who in the Great Wall of Sword Qi didn't know that the young hidden official was the most protective of women? Otherwise, how could he have the nickname of knocking down the second shopkeeper with one punch? As for why he was so ruthless towards Wild World's Lu Bai, it must be because that female sword cultivator was not as good-looking as Yu Zhuanfu. However, Jiang Yun suddenly recalled the scene of Yu Zhuanfu being held down and slammed against the wall. He sighed and felt that he might have wronged the second shopkeeper. Su Gong panicked. He did not mean that. He would not dare to disrespect Mr. Chen even if he was beaten to death. He did not dare and did not want to. In Su Gong's mind, Mr. Chen's image was like a god, flawless. The children chatted with their two good friends in private. They admired Mr. Chen to the bone. Therefore, when Guizhuju was telling the story, the three of them were the ones who believed it the most. Su Gong, who came from Twilight Alley, knew that he was not a child of a large clan like Jiang Yun. Since he did not have Jiang Yun's talent and background, he, Zhang Pan, and Tang Chu would often secretly practice the walking stance at night. They would often meet that tomboy Yuan Zhouhua. However, going too far was as bad as not going far enough. These fellows trained so hard that they almost damaged their vitality. From beginning to end, Qin Pingon maintained the same punching posture. Then he raised his left hand, using his right arm as a path, pointing and pointing. Starting from the right fist, he moved on to the wrist, the forearm, the shoulder, the spine, and finally the waist, pointing out the acupoints one by one. He explained in detail the path of pure Zhenqi flow in this straight-line punch. Every tendon, every bone, and every muscle's minute changes were explained to the children in detail. During this time, in accordance with the changes of the fist and palm, he dissected the back of the elbow and the front of the fist, pushing the elbow forward, hitting the shoulder, and so on. He explained in detail the mysteries within, how to exert the force and why to exert the force. After Qin Pingon withdrew his fist, he rested his hands on his knees and smiled. Therefore, the fist moves are inferior, the fist intent is in the middle, and the fist technique is in the sky. For the first time, Jiang Yun did not expose him. He frowned and said, "The fist moves are inferior? But I feel that the fist stance and fist stance should be derived from the fist moves. It's very important." Qin Pingon smiled and raised his fist. With a twist of his wrist, he changed his fist into a palm. His palm was less than an inch from the ground. He landed on the ground in an instant and violently slapped the ground. The ground shook and all the children bounced up at almost the same time. They were all at different heights from the ground and their figures were all over the place. Then, as if they had been crushed, they landed on the ground with a thud. All of them had difficulty breathing and felt as if they were suffocating. Their backs were bent and no one could straighten their backs. The fist moves are inferior only in terms of position and order. It's not that it's not important. On the contrary, all fist techniques have to start from the bottom. Layer after layer of fist stances, layer after layer of fist stances, layer after layer of fist stances. Only then can our fist technique reach the sky. Qin Pingon withdrew the formless fist intent and all the children immediately felt relieved. Qin Pingon said to Yuan Zhaohua and Zhang Pan, "When learning fist techniques, one must always be attentive and careful. This is the theory of fist techniques. As the saying goes, the master leads the way, but the disciple has to be careful. Yuan Zhaohua, Zhang Pan, the two of you did well just now. This means that you were also practicing your stance when you were resting. Although your height is not low, your sitting posture is the most stable. Although Jiang Yun's height is the lowest, his sitting posture is scattered." Jiang Yun rolled his eyes. He was already used to the sarcastic remarks of the King hidden official. Zhang Pan, who had a shy personality, was excited. The tomboy's gaze was firm and she pursed her lips tightly. After learning fist techniques, the little girl changed greatly. A few years ago at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, she met the second shopkeeper who had yet to become a hidden official for the first time. She was a little girl with a much more cheerful personality. Qin Pingon's gaze swept across everyone. He leaned forward slightly and said slowly to everyone, "Learning fist techniques is not as simple as punching in the martial arts arena. Breathing, walking, eating, and occasionally seeing birds. You might feel tired at first, but you will get used to it. The human body is a small world with countless treasures. They will all belong to you. Unless you have to fight someone to the death in the future, no one will be able to snatch them away." Qin Pingon narrowed his eyes and said, "Then here comes the question. When your fist technique reaches a high level, once you decide to punch and fight someone to the death openly, what will happen?" Jiang Yun shouted. Defeat with one punch. Qin Pingon smiled and said, Kid, you haven't had enough fun yet, have you? Jiang Yun crossed his arms in front of his chest and said seriously, Hidden official, I'm not joking this time. When a martial artist punches, he has to act like he's number one in the world. Anyway, the martial arts realm that I'm pursuing is to scare my enemies half to death before I even throw a punch. Qin Pingon smiled and stood up. Alright, then I'll teach you. Now that you mention it, I really do remember a fist technique. At that time I was a level 6 against a level 10. Now you're using a level 3 against my level 7. There's a difference of 4 levels. Don't say I'm bullying you. Jiang Yun immediately stood up. Qin Pingon pointed to the wall of the martial arts practice field. Go stand at the corner of the wall. Jiang Yun swaggered over, his back to the crowd. The child was actually baring his teeth, wishing he could give himself a big slap. He could only silently tell himself that even if he lost, he couldn't lose face. Qin Pingon walked to the other side of the martial arts arena and suddenly changed his mind. Everyone go over together. Stand side by side. Don't lean your back against the wall. Stay 3 steps away from the wall. In the future, these children wouldn't follow the prescribed order and only encounter enemies of the same level or only 1 or 2 levels higher. Whether it was himself or by Mama, teaching them fist techniques could help the children temper their muscles and bones bit by bit, sharpen their martial arts step by step. However, there was no such good thing on the path of cultivation. No one was willing to be anyone's whetstone. Most of them wanted to step on stepping stones step by step to climb to the top of the mountain. Qin Pingon had once demonstrated to them the aura, stance and spirit of punching at the peak of level 3 to 7. Bai Mama had also personally practiced punching at level 8, level 9 and level 10. However, the children, including Jiang Yun, all felt that Bai Momo, who had fallen from the 10th realm to the 9th realm, had a higher realm. However, when it came to the vague meaning of the punch, they always felt that the young hidden official was more fascinating. However, the previous martial arts practice was really just a practice. The children were just spectators. Today, Qin Pingon wanted the children to stand in the position of his enemy and personally experience that punch. Back then in the North Continent, Senior Guyu had blocked his path. He had asked about punching him. The punch came without warning and he was unprepared to receive it. Guyu's sudden punch came suddenly. At that time, Qin Pingon could only helplessly wait for death. After Qin Pingon stopped, he calmed his heart and condensed his qi, completely forgetting himself. There was no one in front of him. Jiang Yun, who was facing off against Qin Pingon from afar, had fine beads of sweat on his forehead. He subconsciously reminded everyone, let's all grit our teeth and stand firm. No one can retreat. No one can stick their backs to the wall. Even if you're scared to the point of peeing your pants, you must stand still. The little girl from Yuhu Street, Sun Tian, said with a trembling voice, I'm scared now. Sun Tian was the same as Jiang Yun at first. She was the child who least wanted to learn martial arts. This was because she had a younger sister named Sun Zhao, who was a sword cultivator. Yuan Zhaohua said in a low voice, then focus on your stance and don't think about anything else. Qin Pingon was not in a hurry to punch. This was even more torturous for the children standing at the foot of the wall. Since they would be stabbed sooner or later, it was better to give them a quick death than to slowly sharpen the knife and scare them. Alliance said, Guizhujio, your master is teaching others martial arts. In fact, he's also practicing martial arts and cultivating his heart. This is a good habit. Practicing martial arts in a snail's shell is not a completely derogatory term. The martial arts that Qin Pingon had learned were too complex. He needed to use this opportunity to reflect on them and refine them. Occasionally he would not think about anything and would come here to calm his heart, just like how ordinary people use sleep as a form of rest. Teaching martial arts, practicing martial arts, cultivating the heart and occasionally going to the Winter Palace to avoid the cold. Seemed like one thing, but it was actually doing 3 things. He was teaching martial arts to the group of martial artists at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. More importantly, he was trying his best to give all the children a relatively stable path of cultivation. For a hidden official who had to be responsible for the direction of the war, this was a real distraction. But in the end he did not lose out. Guizhujio had already put down her bookcase and placed it by her feet. Then she had been imitating her master's punches. She had not been idle from beginning to end. When she heard Senior Alliance's words, she retracted her fist and stood still. She said, Master has so much knowledge. I'll learn it one by one. Grandma Bai stood at the side and said softly, Young master, with this punch I think many children will collapse on the spot. Alliance said with a smile, It's a good thing to be able to truly understand the strength of the fist. At that time Senior Guyu, as the ancestor of the mountain-shaking fist manual, saw him, a pure martial artist from another continent. Coincidentally, the foundation of martial arts was in the mountain-shaking fist. Guyu, a martial artist of the 10th realm, delivered a punch at the peak of the 9th realm. Qin Pingon took a step forward without making a sound. He moved forward with the 6-step stance. In the blink of an eye he was as fast as lightning. The entire training field began to shake and ripple. Fist intent was abundant in all directions. Sun Wu, a child who hoped to use her stance to resist the fear in her heart, was immediately beaten back to her original state after the training field shook. Her stance was unstable, her state of mind was even more chaotic, and her face was full of shock. After Jiang Yun felt the fist intent that covered the sky, he gave a light shout and stepped out heavily. He opened his fist stance and used his own fist intent to resist the fist intent of the universe. Seeing that Sun Wu was about to fall to the ground, Jiang Yun gritted his teeth and moved sideways. His face was full of pain, but he still blocked in front of Sun Wu. After all, she was a little girl. As a big man he had to protect her. Su Gong and Yuan Zhaohua shouted almost at the same time, 6-step stance. All the children had a tacit understanding. Almost at the same time they advanced instead of retreating. They wanted to fight the stance with the stance. The strong wind blew and the fist intent pressed down on them. It was not something they could achieve just by retreating. At most they took 2 steps before everyone staggered back. It was unknown how Sun Tian managed to muster up a bit of courage. He actually avoided Jiang Yun and chose to face the punch himself. In the blink of an eye, everyone, including Jiang Yun, had their backs against the wall. Their faces were pale and their backs were drenched in sweat. Some of the physically weak children had already fallen to the ground. Qin Pingon stood in the middle of the training field with one hand behind his back and the other clenched against his abdomen. He leisurely exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. He hurriedly turned his head and wiped the blood from his nose. It was not easy for him to deliver such a powerful punch with his current physique, even if he only managed to deliver half a punch. Qin Pingon turned his head and smiled. Everyone get up. Today's training will end here. None of the children regained their senses. They were a little dazed. Qin Pingon was silent for a moment, then suddenly laughed. After this punch I have to say that I have a good eye for choosing martial seats. If you ever meet a martial artist of the same generation when you travel the Jianghu, you can say that the person who taught you was Bai Lianshuang, a martial artist of the 10th realm of the Sword Qi City. The person who fed you was Qin Pingon, and the person who watched from the side was Swordsman Alliance. After bidding farewell to Grandma Bai, Qin Pingon and Alliance took Guizhujio and left the Winter Palace on foot. Alliance said, Zhujio, when your master mentioned the person who watched the fight, he only mentioned me and forgot about you. Are you sad? Guizhujio said with a puzzled expression, Master said it. Senior Alliance, didn't you hear it? Alliance was stunned. Why didn't I hear it? Guizhujio said seriously, I said it in my heart on behalf of Master. Alliance praised, Zhujio, your heart of the sword is amazing. Qin Pingon smiled. Alliance, how about the 18-stop sword qi? Can you teach it to my disciple? Alliance said helplessly, I said I would teach you, but Zhujio doesn't want it. Alliance ran his fingers through his hair. But Zhujio said that my appearance and fist technique are good. She said these words from the bottom of her heart. Uncle Alliance is shameless enough to teach her this secret art. But there's no rush. I'll be a guest at the Gua mansion later. Guizhujio and Qin Pingon looked at each other and smiled. Master, you know. Master, I know. Guizhujio didn't dare to stay for long. She had sneaked out by climbing over the wall today. He had to go home. After bidding farewell to her master and Senior Alliance, the little girl held the mountain traveling staff and carried the small bamboo chest. She ran. Alliance and Qin Pingon went to the wine shop in the stacked mountains. Alliance asked, after Sword Immortal Tao Wen died, did you get more immortal coins with your battle merits? Qin Pingon didn't hide anything and said, I took some out too. The wine shop acted as the banker. All the immortal coins that Qin Pingon earned from the drunkards and gamblers at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, as well as the income from selling the seals and fans through the Yen family shop, were all returned to the Great Wall of Sword Qi in the name of Sword Immortal Tao Wen's inheritance. Of course, it wasn't that Tao Wen wanted Qin Pingon to do so. Qin Pingon had planned to do so from the start. This was also the reason why Tao Wen was willing to entrust his funeral to the young secluded official. To catch the eye of a sword immortal, one could never rely on how much money one earned or how many beautiful words one said. Alliance asked again, that much immortal coins isn't a small sum. You just casually left it on the table in the courtyard and let the sword immortals take it. Are you not worried? Is the secluded official's lineage keeping an eye on that area? The battle had come to an end for the time being. The cultivation of the sword was of utmost importance. The world's sword immortals were notoriously unreasonable when it came to spending money. This was also why the Great Wall of Sword Qi had so many poor sword immortals. The higher the grade of the intrinsic flying sword, and the higher the realm of the sword immortal, no one dared to say that they had too much money except for the few tycoons in Immemorial Street. Only when they weren't at a bottleneck in their cultivation would sword immortals have some spare money on hand. They could drink and bet freely. Therefore it was possible that most sword immortals would go to Tao Wen's residence to withdraw money and only take what they lacked. However, there were bound to be some sword immortals who secretly took more immortal coins. Qin Pingon shook his head and said, no one is keeping an eye on that area. Tao Wen doesn't care about this, so I don't care either. It's not a business deal, so there's no need to be so calculative. Alliance nodded and said, you should think that way. Relax a little. Qin Pingon took off the white jade hairpin that was pinned in his hair bun. Alliance took it and immersed his mind in it. Then he laughed involuntarily. What an old scholar. Even I was fooled back then. Qin Pingon didn't even bother to use telepathy and said directly, in the previous battle with Li Zhen, I relied on this hairpin to turn the situation around. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to defeat Li Zhen as I wasn't a sword immortal back then. The white jade hairpin had already been unsealed, so Alliance naturally had a clear view of it. Qin Pingon said, the flow of time is the opposite of many blessed paradises. It's about a month in the mountains and a year in the world. The white jade hairpin was an extremely strange blessed paradise. Its territory wasn't large and could at most accommodate 100 people. The spiritual energy was also average and couldn't be considered a blessed land. To be more precise, it wasn't suitable for cultivators to cultivate. Alliance sighed and said, the old scholar has given a lot of thought to this. For the sake of his disciple Qi Jingchun, the old scholar could be said to have given a lot of thought. Taking refuge here, he could just treat it as a study room and read in peace. After hundreds of years, the world would change. Perhaps the next time he returned to the vast world, it would be a different scene. The old scholar's original intention was very likely to have been to delay until the wasteland attacked the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Then the Confucian school would have opened up the fifth passage to the world and a new vast world would have been created. With a bigger chessboard, there would be more places for his disciple Qi Jingchun to have a foothold and there would be more hope. When the old scholar left the merit forest, he might have already made a plan. He was willing to use the merit of opening up a new world in exchange for Qi Jingchun's foothold in the human world. Qin Pingon slowly said, Mister, if you're like this, then how can I treat my own disciples and students half-heartedly? Senior Marshal Brother Mao once said that the most dangerous thing in the world was teaching and educating people. Because you never know when your words will be remembered by a certain student for the rest of their lives. Alliance returned the white jade hairpin to Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon put it back in his hair. 8 characters in Xiaozhuan, gentleman gentle as jade. Alliance held the back of his head with both hands and basked in the warm sun. A young man beside him was wearing a green robe and a white jade hairpin. He wore a pair of cloth shoes and had a blade-strengthening gourd at his waist. Qin Pingon suddenly asked, Alliance, did you get injured in 2 consecutive battles? Alliance had left the city twice. The first time was fine. Even the sword immortals on the city wall could roughly see the situation. However, the second time he returned to the battlefield, one of the sovereign-level demons attacked with all his might and isolated the world. Qin Pingon could not help but be worried. Unexpectedly, Alliance shook his head and said, I didn't get injured. I only used some of my trump cards. The next time I go to the battlefield I will definitely be targeted. Just like your 2 flying swords' innate divine powers, if outsiders don't know, it will be the key to victory. Once they know, it will be difficult for it to work next time. After all, it wasn't as if we were roaming the vast expanse world and constantly running into unfamiliar faces. The battlefield of the Great Wall of Sword Qi could be said to be huge, but it could also be said to be small. I was already familiar with those great demons, so I was well aware of their general movements. We are also fighting against the entire wasteland. The problem is that they do not lack magic treasures or weapons. Even if they don't have them, they can borrow them. Qin Pingon said in surprise, "You didn't get injured?" Alliance smiled and said, "Let me show you my skills. After that you will know why I was able to escape unscathed." Qin Pingon looked around. "Forget about it on the streets." Alliance grumbled, "There is no one around and we are staring at each other. What's the point of showing off?" Qin Pingon nodded and said, "If you dare to show off, I dare to learn." Alliance stopped and lightly stomped on the ground with the tip of his foot. Qin Pingon did not understand and stopped as well, waiting to see. Suddenly, on the second floor of a restaurant not far away, someone shouted angrily, "Son of a b***, return the money. I have seen bankers scamming people, but I have never seen a banker like you who runs away after losing money." Instantly the customers all around cheered loudly. Chopsticks knocked on bowls, palms slammed on the table, and boos sounded everywhere. Qin Pingon held his hands in his sleeves with a calm expression. It was a small scene. Alliance stretched his neck and scolded back, "I am not returning the money. I am helping you save money. Saving money is saving wine. You still have the face to scold me?" The old sword cultivator was speechless. Anxious, the old sword cultivator wanted to spit on that B*****'s face. Unexpectedly, Alliance stomped his foot lightly. A golden word appeared at the tip of his foot. Then the words connected into a small circle and appeared at Alliance's feet. They were all teachings of the sage. The first circle was a sentence from the Confucian school's most sage teacher. Then it was the Daoist school's explanation of the great Tao of Yin and Yang. After that, there were the Confucian classics about heaven, earth, and man. Then there was an even bigger circle. Different articles and poems circulated through the 4 seasons. The 5 elements. The 24 hours. The 24 solar terms. The fundamental knowledge of the 72 sages in the Confucian temples of China. Circle after circle of golden words, from the inside to the outside, layer upon layer, countless. The 3 sects, the 100 schools of thought, the scriptures and classics, the opening or closing words of the scriptures and classics, the generosity of hundreds and thousands of poets, virtuous and virtuous people, famous ministers and generals, sword immortals and heroes, were all manifested in words. Qin Pingon lowered his head and looked. The golden words appeared too quickly and the meaning of each sentence was too great. Even Qin Pingon felt that it was too much for his eyes to take in. In the blink of an eye, the entire city was filled with densely packed golden words. Qin Pingon even saw many beautiful sentences that he had once engraved on bamboo slips. He saw many words in Buddhist scriptures and legalist classics, as well as the words that Li Shixing had drawn on the bamboo walls. Alliance's thoughts moved slightly and the phenomenon disappeared. He smiled and said, "I just need to learn the general idea. After all, no one can become another person and there's no need to do so. I Alliance am Alliance, Xiaoqi is Xiaoqi, and you Qin Pingon are Qin Pingon." Qin Pingon nodded. Alliance then turned to look at the second floor. "What were you yelling about just now?" The old sword cultivator said sincerely, "Alliance, do you want to drink? It's my treat." Alliance said, "What kind of person do you think I, Alliance, am? Am I the kind of person who owes money and asks for wine?" However, his eyes were fixed on the old sword cultivator, and he had no intention of leaving. "No way." The old sword cultivator said righteously, and one of his hands shook vigorously. A friend hurriedly threw a pot of wine over and the old sword cultivator caught it. The old sword cultivator held the wine pot with both hands, and gently threw it out of the restaurant. "Brother Alliance, we haven't seen each other for a long time and I've missed you. When I'm free, I'll set up a big table at the second manager's wine shop, and drink to our heart's content." After Qin Pingon and Alliance, who had gotten a pot of wine for free, left. At the restaurant, the old sword cultivator sat down and smiled while stroking his beard. "In the entire Great Wall of Sword Qi, who can collect debts like me and make Alliance put on such a big show to avoid paying his debts? You guys have benefited from it, so I won't pay for it today. Who's going to pay the bill?" Alliance walked on the road, drinking that pot of immortal wine that no one could stop. He suddenly said, "That big matter, have you told little Ning about it?" Qin Pingon nodded and said, "I've told her the cause and effect in full detail. I feel that the closer you are to someone, the more you should explain things clearly." Alliance smiled and said, "No wonder you're not the only one in the line of the literary sage. There's a reason for that." Qin Pingon smiled and didn't reply. When they reached the wine shop, business was booming and it was far better than other places. Even though there were many tables, there were still no empty seats. There were many people squatting and drinking by the roadside. Alliance and Qin Pingon squatted and drank by the roadside. In front of them was a bowl of noodles and a small plate of pickled vegetables. It was noisy all around. The big and small drunkards who came to this shop to drink were all big-hearted. If they weren't, they probably wouldn't be returning customers, so they didn't take Alliance and the young hidden official too seriously and didn't treat them as outsiders. Alliance held the wine bowl in his hand and picked up some vegetables with his chopsticks. He shuddered. It was so *king salty. He quickly rolled up a large portion of Yangchun noodles with his chopsticks. Hearing some people bragging about the good wine and dishes here, many people who had just been pulled here to drink felt that the taste of the wine was really good. Alliance was puzzled. Nowadays, people didn't take money to act as shills? Qin Pingon held the wine bowl with both hands and took small sips. After drinking a mouthful of wine, he looked at the bustling street. Back and forth, walking and stopping in a leisurely and hurried manner. The people around him might leave tomorrow. The people who came from afar might return home tomorrow. 668. Lin Junbai did not expect Pang Yuanji to be such a blabbermouth. The other sword cultivators of the hidden officials all knew that he was leaving. At dawn, Lin Junbai simply packed his bag. He first strolled around the summer palace, then returned to the main hall and looked at the tables. To a cultivator who did not know the weather, a few years passed in the blink of an eye. Yet Lin Junbai felt like he had a huge dream here. He was reluctant to wake up from it. Lin Junbai shook his head and collected his thoughts. He only felt that it was not bad to leave without saying goodbye. He did not expect the sword cultivators to arrive on their swords. Other than the young hidden officials, everyone else was present. Even Guizhuzhou came with a gong and drum. Lin Junbai straightened his clothes and bowed to everyone in thanks. It was a rule to drink wine to send off friends at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The group went to the second manager's wine shop to drink. Early in the morning there were still seats available. Everyone drank a little. The farewell wine was usually not too much. Lin Junbai asked the head manager for a nameplate. The young man in white, who was already an Oris core sword cultivator, wrote, "Lin Junbai drank this wine and broke through 3 realms in 3 years. He hung it on the wall personally." The wooden nameplates seemed to belong to the same group as the sword cultivators. Gu Jianlong said something fair. Junbai's words are full of the hidden official's style. The word, only, is too wonderful for words. In the end, Lin Junbai raised his wine bowl and drank it all. He smiled. "I've spent a lot of time with all of you in the orchid room." Lin Junbai said to Guizhuzhou, "When I return to my hometown in the future, if I travel outside again, I must have a bamboo box and a bamboo cane." In the end, everyone stood up and clasped their fists. They did not send Lin Junbai off. Guizhuzhou was a little regretful that the gong and drum were not used. The young man in white, who was carrying a small bag, left the wine shop alone and headed for the gate leading to the inverted mountain. It was located between the city and the mirage. It was further away from the city than the old gate guarded by Nuguan of the Saber Room. It was also more lively. Nowadays, the trade between Spring Banner House and Howren Heaven's 8 Continents Ferry was getting smoother. Qin Chunan of the South Whirlpool Continent, the Yu family of Yu Zhuanfu, Zhou Xian of the Sword Immortal Wuxia, the new sect master of the Jade Gui sect of the Tongyi continent Jiang Shangzhen, a few large sects of the North continent and many foreign sword immortals had made connections in their respective continents. Therefore, the worst-case scenario that the young secluded official and the sword immortal Choumiao were worried about didn't happen. The Confucian Temple of the Central Plains didn't support the new structure created by the 8 Provinces Ferry, but they didn't oppose it either. Lin Junbai's bag was filled with ordinary items. There was an exquisite by sword deity imprint manual, a jade bamboo folding fan bought from the Yen family's shop, and some small gifts from friends like Pang Yuanji. Lin Junbai was genuinely happy. If their relationship wasn't that good, They would be overly courteous with their gifts. If they were truly friends, they would be more casual. Along the way, Lin Junbai saw the young secluded official who didn't cover his face at the gate. There was also a middle-aged woman standing beside him. There seemed to be a natural fragrance of plants around her. The woman must have used a camouflage technique to hide her true appearance. There were only a handful of people in the Great Wall of Sword Qi who needed to do so. Sword immortals didn't care about it, sword cultivators didn't need to. Of course, the secluded official was an exception. If he wanted to be ruthless, he would even cover his face with a woman's skin. According to Gu Jianlong, the young secluded official who went to the battlefield disguised himself as a woman and attacked with a slender figure. If Gu Zhujiu heard this, it was equivalent to the secluded official hearing it. Therefore Gu Jianlong was crippled for a month. Lin Junbai easily guessed the woman's identity. She was the behind-the-scenes owner of the Plum Blossom Garden, one of the 4 major private residences in the inverted hanging mountain. She was Madame Xianyan. Not only was Madame Xianyan not affected by the incident at the border, but she had also somehow turned to Lu Ji's side. This upper 5 realms beauty, who could be said to be widely known in the world, had made up for her mistakes by doing good deeds. All the property in the Plum Blossom Garden had been confiscated by the Summer Palace. If it was a honey trap, it would work on anyone except for the young hidden official. It would not work on him at all. As for the twists and turns of the incident in the Plum Blossom Garden, the young secluded official didn't elaborate and no one was willing to ask. Qin Pingon said that he was on his way to the Spring Banner House, so it was on the way. Lin Junbai naturally had no objections. Now that the secluded official traveled between the inverted hanging mountain and the Great Wall of Sword Qi, he didn't need to deliberately conceal himself. He would pretend not to know what he should know. It was best not to know what he shouldn't know. With the current vigilance of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, if anyone had the intention to know, it would be a big trouble. The secluded official's lineage had great power. They didn't need to explain why or how they could kill people with flying swords. Even if it was the rich and powerful mansions on Taixiang Street and Yushu Street, as long as they were suspected and were targeted by the Summer Palace, the secluded official's lineage would be able to control their flying swords as if they were in an uninhabited land. In the past 2 years, based on the intelligence reports that only the hidden officials knew, there had been many hunts and assassinations. Lin Junbai had personally participated in 2 encirclements, both of which were targeted at the merchants, at the Mirage. Not a single drop of water leaked out, and it was like cutting melons and vegetables. One of the incidents involved a highly respected old nascent soul cultivator. The latter had been operating in the Mirage Pavilion for many years. He disguised himself well and was very popular. The secluded official's lineage didn't want to explain the reason, so half of the Mirage Pavilion almost rebelled on the spot. In the end, 6 sword immortals in the city, including Gao Kuei, flew on their flying swords together. The young secluded official didn't say a word from the beginning to the end. Under everyone's gaze, he stood outside the pavilion with his hands behind his sleeves. He only turned and left when Chou Miao dragged the corpse out. On that day, 23 shops in the Mirage Pavilion were closed. The Great Wall of Sword Qi didn't stop them at all, allowing them to move to the inverted hanging mountain. However, the next day all the shops were replaced with new shopkeepers. The secluded official's lineage's sword cultivator attacked, from Chou Miao to Dong Bude, and then to Guizhujiu, who was still a young girl. However, many dirty matters couldn't be resolved just by attacking. Lin Junbai remembered that the young secluded official had stayed at the sword workshop for more than 10 days. When he returned to the Summer Refuge Palace, he didn't tell the sword cultivators what had happened. He only said that he had resolved a rather big problem. Sometimes Lin Junbai would let his imagination run wild. If they were the secluded official's lineage, and this Summer Refuge Palace was a sect that had taken root in the vast world, what would happen? The young secluded official would be the Mountain Lord. Sword Immortal Chou Miao would be the judge. Sword Immortal Mi Yu would be in charge of the genealogy, and Wei Wenlong would be in charge of the money. The rest of the sword cultivators would practice their swordsmanship in peace. At the same time, each of them would be in charge of a peak and a lineage. They would take in disciples according to their preferences. It would definitely be a spectacular sight. At most, in less than 100 years, the entire vast world would look askance at them. It was a pity that this was Lin Junbai's wishful thinking. Madame Huayan was silent along the way. She only took a few more glances at the youth. That border, had once mentioned this little junior brother and thought highly of him. When they arrived at Inverted Hanging Mountain, Lin Junbai followed his teacher's instructions in the secret letter. He went to the Yuanzhou residence to meet an old friend of his teacher. After that he would take a cross-continent ship back to the central divine continent tonight. At the entrance of the Yuanzhou residence, Qin Pingon took out a wooden box from among the items close to him. He said, "This contains the relics of an old friend who drank wine at the wine shop. Cherish it well. It might be useful in the future. I only hope that you are worthy of the relics inside. Don't let me make a mistake and give it to the wrong person." Lin Junbai took the wooden box with both hands. He guessed that it was filled with the nameplates taken from the walls of the wine shop. This parting gift was extremely valuable. As long as Lin Junbai had the heart, he could immediately convert it into incense, reputation, and even actual benefits once he returned to the central divine continent. Lin Junbai said in a low voice, "Secluded official, rest assured. Junbai will act with propriety in the future." Qin Pingon said softly, "One matter is another matter. Let's focus on the matter and not the person. When we return to the Shaoyuan dynasty, I hope you can study and cultivate. Let's not make any mistakes. Once you enter the crowd, the innocent will easily be corrupted. Junbai, you have to think carefully." Lin Junbai took a step back and bowed. "Junbai bids farewell, secluded official." Qin Pingon returned the bow with a fist salute. Qin Pingon and Madame Huayan went to the Spring Banner House. Lin Junbai looked at their backs and suddenly shouted, "A gentleman who loves wealth must obtain it in a proper way. Junbai has never seen such a straightforward person like Mr. Qin when it comes to business." Qin Pingon did not turn around. He waved his hand. Lin Junbai watched the two leave. They approached the Spring Banner House. Madame Huayan smiled sweetly and said telepathically to the young secluded official, "Lin Junbai has left. Where will the rest of the secluded officials' sword cultivators go? Are they going to run away too?" Qin Pingon laughed and asked, "Run away?" Madame Huayan turned to look at the young secluded official with an apologetic expression. However, she said unrepentantly, "Perhaps there was a mistake in the wording. That's what I meant. Anyone who leaves the Great Wall of Sword Qi alive has to run away too. Of course, Mr. Liu is an exception." Addressing a woman as Mr. was a great form of respect in the vast world. Qin Pingon said, "Madame Huayan, you can even run away from the entire plum blossom garden. How dare you call us, the secluded officials, foreigners?" Madame Huayan changed her tone. "To be honest, I am quite impressed by these young people's methods and boldness. When they return to the vast world, they will all be heroes and great people. The reason why I am making sarcastic remarks is because I am envious. These young people are sword cultivators and have great prospects. Every time I look at them, I feel jealous." After entering the Spring Banner House, Qin Pingon said, "Do you know why I asked you to go to the Inverted Hanging Mountain?" Madame Huayan's eyes were full of resentment. She bit her lip and said, "How could I have guessed? The secluded official has a high position and power. Whatever he says is the truth." Qin Pingon said straightforwardly, "Find a few people and move the entire plum blossom garden to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. If it is useful, the Summer Palace will remember your merit." Madame Huayan complained, "The secluded official won't even let go of an empty plum blossom garden? But bullying a woman like me is not appropriate, is it? Can't you let me have something to remember? When I reach the South Saw continent in the future, I have to do my part to let Mr. Liu have a quiet place to cultivate." Qin Pingon said, "With or without that eye-catching plum blossom garden, Lu Ji will take the initiative to help you cut off your past grudges and let you cultivate in peace. You don't have to do anything unnecessary. As long as you can reach the immortal realm, you will have the power to protect yourself in the vast world. Even if Lu Ji is not by your side, no one will dare to underestimate you. All the academies will treat you with respect." Madame Huayan complained, "There will be no more flowers and moonlight, only daily necessities. I am a sad soul of the human world." Qin Pingon said, "Those who know themselves will not blame others." Madame Huayan rolled her eyes. She was naturally charming and flirtatious. When Mr. Qin is being reasonable, he is the most unromantic. Qin Pingon frowned and said, "Am I close to you?" Madame Huayan pretended to be pitiful. "Madame Xia of the wine shop in the city, are you close to Mr. Qin?" Qin Pingon could not help but laugh. He had been tricked by Alliance and tavern keeper Xia. Madame Huayan restrained her expression and became curious. She said, I only heard that Madame Xia was once a nascent soul sword cultivator. Later on, her Dao was cut off, her flying sword was broken, and her sword heart was shattered. Why did she look at you differently? Is there a reason? Mr. Chen's appearance should not have made Madame Xia fall in love at first sight. If Mr. Chen is willing to talk about it, I will be willing to move the plum blossom garden. Qin Pingon turned a deaf ear. He had never seen such a boring spirit of the upper 5 realms. Wei Wenlong was the only one in the room. Xiao Yunyan, Miyu Yanming and Nailan Sihuan were discussing business with a group of ferry managers in the meeting hall. In the next room, there were a few disciples of Xiao Yunyan from Chun Qianzhai helping to settle the accounts. Madame Huayan removed the camouflage spell and leaned against the door in a lazy posture. She faced the sky with no makeup. Naturally, she was at a disadvantage. Unfortunately, Wei Wenlong gave up after a glance. There was no ripple in his heart. The woman was beautiful, but she was not as cute as the account book. After Qin Pingon sat down, he randomly pulled out a book from the mountain of account books. As he flipped through the account books, he asked Wei Wenlong about the recent business situation. Madame Huayan had nothing to do, and it was not appropriate for her to sit down and flip through the account books. She could only sit on the threshold with her back to the room, leaning forward and resting her chin on her hands. After Wei Wenlong answered the young hidden official's question, he inadvertently glanced at Madame Huayan's back on the threshold and could not move his eyes away. It turned out that there was another scenery beyond the account books. Qin Pingon caught a glimpse of Wei Wenlong's strange behavior and did not disturb this guy's enjoyment of the scenery. Anyway, Wei Wenlong was a bachelor. It did not matter if he took a few more glances. Maybe he would be enlightened. However, Qin Pingon had only flipped through 2 pages of the account book before Wei Wenlong came back to his senses. He seemed to think that the account book on the table was more interesting. Miyu returned alone from the meeting hall, cursing and swearing all the way. He was really hurt by that bunch of money-minded ferry stewards. He did not expect to be pleasantly surprised. When he saw Madame Ruyan, he immediately felt the wind under his feet and his spirits were rejuvenated. Unexpectedly, Madame Huayan had already stood up, keeping him at arm's length. She did not give Miyu a chance to get close to her. She said to Qin Pingon, if you trust me, I will move the plum blossom garden myself. Qin Pingon nodded. Madame Huayan disappeared in a flash. Miyu stood at the door, gently waving his hand to fan the breeze. He smiled at Wei Wenlong. Silly goose, have you seen enough of the scenery? If I were you, I would have sincerely asked Madame Huayan if she needed to use her hands as a small bench. Wei Wenlong was speechless. Qin Pingon got up and walked with Miyu in the spring banner house. There would be 2 groups of merchants coming together today. Qin Pingon planned to sit in on the second meeting and wait for the first group of ferry managers to disperse before he went to the meeting hall. Miyu said something unexpected. Madame Huayan of the Plum Blossom Garden is also a woman with a hard life. That's why she hates people like me the most. Qin Pingon did not hang up the Haoyang blade strengthening gourd. Since Miyu and Miyu were the 2 sword immortals, Qin Pingon would not go over the top. Miyu suddenly said, I have been afraid to return to the Great Wall of Sword Qi because I don't know what to say. Qin Pingon knew that this infamous pure jade realm sword immortal in the Great Wall of Sword Qi was aware of his brother Miyu's plan. Miyu was silent for a moment, but I still have to go. I can't hide from it. Qin Pingon then took out the blade strengthening gourd and handed it to Miyu. Miyu glanced at it and shook his head. My brother gave it to you. Why are you giving it to me? Hidden official, you should keep it. My brother will be less worried. Anyway, my natal flying sword no longer needs the blade strengthening gourd to nourish it. Miyu had previously been a sword shio of the hidden official's lineage. He had gone into battle with the other sword shio and fought with all his strength. However, Miyu had never dared to truly forget about life and death. The reason was very simple. Once he was in a desperate situation, the person who would save him would be his elder brother who would die first. Qin Pingon kicked Miyu, then go quickly. Miyu left the Spring Banner building. The first ferry in the Spring Banner building. After the managers left, Xiao Yunyan and the other 2 had to see the guests off. Qin Pingon then stepped into the empty hall. When Xiao Yunyan, Yanming and Nailan Seihuan returned, Qin Pingon did not sit on the main seat. Instead, he sat on Miyu's seat. He was closer to Yanming and Nailan Seihuan. Xiao Yunyan casually sat on the opposite seat. Nayland Saihuan reported the progress of the 8 continents ferry in detail. Regarding the immortal money of the Pure Snow continent, the Pure Snow continent's Lu clan had not made a clear statement. When Nayland Saihuan mentioned this, she was worried. Then she looked a little resentful. Why don't we just rob the Yuanzhuan residence? So what if it's not the Plum Blossom Garden or the Spring Banner building? We can just tear it down. Those pavilions, terraces, towers, pillars and stone slabs are all immortal money. Anyway, the Lu clan has no intention of moving away. If people leave, the building will be empty. It's almost ownerless. At worst, we can let the Southern Basket Fairy Jiang Gaotai send a message to the Pure Snow Continent's Lu clan. Take it as us owing them a favor. In the future we can let Sword Immortal Xianxia help us repay them. Xiao Yunyan smiled bitterly. What a whimsical idea. There was only one thing. Was Sword Immortal Xianxia someone that anyone could persuade? Unexpectedly, Qin Pingon said, "There's no hurry. We will definitely tear it down. The Pure Snow Continent's Lu clan is probably waiting for us to tear down the Yuanzhuan residence. They're sitting at home waiting for us to deliver this favor to them. However, friends are friends and business is business. We also need to think about what Xianxia and the other Sword Immortals should get in return for helping us. Do we need the Pill Workshop to give us something, or do we need the Summer Abode to give us some spoils of war? When the time comes, the 3 of you can help us come up with something. When the time comes, we don't need to ask the Summer Abode." Yenzhua asked, "Does Fuping Sword Lake's Luo Kai's purchase of the Cloud Pavilion mean that we can have another ferry route? Connecting with the Tongyi Continent's Jade Grey sect? The Tongyi Continent is rich in resources. If we can let the old Dragon City ferry to the inverted hanging mountain, we might be able to get 20% more resources." Qin Pingon shook his head and said, "We can only stop here." Jiang Shangzhen sent the immortal money as the head of the Jiang clan. This in itself is a statement. Although Jiang Shangzhen was now the new head of the Jade Grey sect, the Tongyi Continent's newest descendant realm Sun Yuan would never agree to this. Moreover, Jiang Shangzhen wouldn't be so crazy. If Jiang Shangzhen really dared to overrule the public, he might immediately lose his position as head of the sect. Sun Yuan would definitely do it. Perhaps even the head of the Jiang clan would have to be replaced, and the blessed land of the Cloud Cave would have to be replaced. To all of the immortal masters of the Imperial Library, it was a great principle that could not be avoided. Wild cultivators had their pros and cons, while immortal masters of the register had their own pros and cons. Madame Huayan suddenly appeared outside the door with a bonsai in her hand. Inside the bonsai there were pavilions, terraces and pavilions. The small bonsai was the entire Plum Blossom Garden. It was very different from Qin Pingon's impression of moving a house with a lot of people. This was probably the so-called, a pure place in the world, a small cluster of mountains on the palm of one's hand. Madame Huayan stood at the door and gently threw the bonsai to the young hidden official. She smiled and asked, "Does it have anything to do with the officials?" Xiao Yunyan and the others were confused. Qin Pingon kept the bonsai and said, "Actually, I'm not sure either. You can ask Lu Ji." Xiao Yunyan waited for the swaying Madame Huayan to leave before he joked. In this way, among the 4 private houses in the inverted hanging mountain, only the Water Essence Palace of the Rain Dragon sect doesn't belong to us. Yan Ming's expression was indifferent as he said casually, "Since you like to watch the show and make sarcastic remarks, you can watch and talk as much as you want." Nayland Saihuan looked outside the gate and recalled the faces of the Water Fairy Palace and Rain Dragon sect cultivators. She sneered and said, "There are so many innocent cultivators. If we don't save them, our Great Wall of Sword Qi will definitely be scolded in the future. We're not sword cultivators and not worthy of being sword immortals. If Master Hidden Official doesn't stop me, I'll go to the Water Essence Palace and persuade them to move their sect early and enjoy life elsewhere. Losing some money is better than losing their lives." Qin Pingon didn't interfere. Xiao Yunyan stood up to welcome the second group of ferry managers. Nayland Saihuan found that the young hidden official had disappeared. Even though she knew that the other party was close, Nayland Saihuan, a nascent soul sword cultivator, didn't notice it at all. She couldn't even catch a trace of Qi ripple. The meeting that followed took 3 hours. Most of it was wrangling between the two sides. Xiao Yunyan played the good cop, Nayland Saihuan played the bad cop and Yen Bian played the side. Qin Pingon had been standing behind Miyu's chair, quietly watching the bargaining between the two sides. The narrower the small world of the sparrow in the cage, the stricter the rules of the small world. When Qin Pingon closed the innate supernatural power of the flying sword, even Nailan Saihuan, a nascent soul sword cultivator, didn't notice. Except for the 4 troublesome ghosts, as long as the chi trainers on the mountain were below the upper 5 states, they could use Pine Needle, Cough Thunder, or Mind Talisman, as well as the physique of a warrior to control the wind and the sword to close the distance between the two sides in an instant. They could use the sparrow in the cage, gather the sparrow in the cage face to face and end it with a punch. One of the fairy stewards, who had not been able to attend the first meeting of the Spring Banner House, was so annoyed by the argument that he slapped the tea table beside him, causing the teacups to jump. He said angrily, "How can you do business like this? Haggling like crazy. Even if Master Hidden Official is sitting here face to face, I'll still say the same thing. You can buy the materials of my ferry or not. If Spring Banner House continues to bargain, it's equivalent to killing people. If you annoy me, I don't dare to do anything to you. I'm afraid of you sword immortals, okay? I'll just stab myself first and recuperate here. Then I'll answer to Spring Banner House and my own sect." Yan Ming rubbed his temples. Actually, there was room for negotiation. According to the price offered by Spring Banner House, the other party could still make a lot of money. It was purely the other party's fault. This was the fun of business. Yan Ming didn't hate them. After all, business was business. It was just that these old foxes came again and again. Everyone was the same. It was tiring. Nailan Saihuan smiled playfully. Then more than 10 fairy managers looked in the same direction. A slender figure appeared out of thin air. Everyone stood up instantly. There was a young man opposite them with his hands crossed and placed on the top of the chair. He smiled and said, "One knife is not enough. I have 2. Remember to return them to me after you're done." Although Nailan Saihuan had always been resentful of the young hidden official, she had to admit that sometimes, Qin Pingon's words were indeed more refreshing. The fairy manager who had met the young hidden official previously had already respectfully introduced himself. He then cupped his fists and said, "Greetings, hidden official." The manager who was clamoring to stab himself was speechless as if he had been struck by lightning. Qin Pingon didn't really make things difficult for the manager. Instead, he took the initiative to give him a share of the profits and then left the hall. This time, after leaving Spring Banner House and returning to the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Qin Pingon didn't take the long route as usual. Instead, he walked through the earliest door. It was still the little Daoist boy who was reading on the futon. He didn't even raise his head when he saw Qin Pingon. The man holding the sword on the other side of the door didn't show up. Qin Pingon also didn't greet the familiar sword immortal named Zhang Lu. 669. Qin Pingon found Alliance in a wine shop at the corner of the street. Alliance was having an arm around a man's shoulder. "Why are you so sad? So what if Nailan Saihuan has your heart? Can she have your body?" "Impossible, Nailan Saihuan doesn't have that ability." The man didn't feel any better, but he wanted to drink even more. He stretched out his hand and picked up the wine pot on the table. When it was empty, Alliance quickly ordered another pot. He heard booze coming from all directions. He saw Madame Xie twisting her waist and walking out of the counter. Her eyes were full of love as she looked outside the wine shop. Alliance turned his head and saw Qin Pingon. "In the Great Wall of Sword Qi, scholars like us are still the most precious. We are welcomed everywhere we go." After Qin Pingon sat down, he smiled and said, "Alliance, I invite you to the Ning residence for a meal. I will personally cook." Madame Xie put a pot of wine on the table but didn't sit down. Alliance nodded and agreed to Qin Pingon's invitation. At this moment, he raised his head and looked at the woman. Alliance's eyes were hazy with drunkenness. He looked left and right and said, "Sister Xia, what's wrong? I can't even see your face." The woman sneered and said, "Are you going to say that every time you get drunk, you can see 2 inverted mountains? There's nothing new to say. Alliance, you are old. Look through the second manager's Ghost Sword Immortal Seal Manual more. That's what a scholar should say." Alliance was a little sad that Sister Xia liked the new and hated the old. After the two left, Qin Pingon walked a distance away and said, "When I was looking through the old files in the Summer Palace, it only said that Xie Yuan was seriously injured. Since then, this Madame Xie has been selling wine for a living." Alliance shook off the smell of alcohol and patted his cheeks. "It's not right to call her Madame Xie. She's not married. Xie Yuan was born in the Willow Alley. She was very talented in swordsmanship. She stood out at a young age. She was younger than Yu Qing and Mi Hu. She was a sword cultivator of the same generation as Nayland Saihuan. Together with the girl Qing Quan and Zhao Ji loved, they were the most outstanding young girls in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Alliance sighed. It was drizzling and the world was hazy. The handsome scholar suddenly saw a lady walking with an umbrella. She was dressed in green and holding the umbrella was like a blooming flower. She was like a willow in the spring rain. She was extremely beautiful. Qin Pingon said, "If you remove the handsome scholar and leave the woman alone, the picture will be really beautiful." Alliance laughed. "If you didn't see it with your own eyes, would you know about such a beautiful scene?" Alliance continued. Xie Yuan exchanged a natal flying sword with the junior sister of sword Immortal Si Qin on the battlefield. Both of them shattered. She couldn't retreat in time due to her serious injuries. Si Qin arrived and stabbed her again. If she didn't meet with this disaster, it would be easy for Xie Yuan to reach the upper 5 realms. Therefore, Xie Yuan has an irreconcilable feud with Wenhai Zhoumi. You beat Jiaxin Zilia by half to death. Xie Yuan is naturally grateful to you. Alliance gloated. For this kind of thing when you meet you can just say thank you. There's no need to make an exception. Qin Pingon understood that Alliance wouldn't invite him to a wine shop for a drink for no reason. It turned out that he wanted to help Xie Yuan resolve the knot in her heart. Of course, Alliance also drank for nothing. When they arrived at the Ning residence, Qin Pingon went to the kitchen to cook. Grandma Bai helped and the two chatted about trivial matters. Alliance was in the side room of Qin Pingon's residence. He flipped through the famous by Sword Immortal's seal manual. There were many blank fans and plain seals on the table. However, it seemed that he wouldn't be using the brush to cut them. Ning Yao sat at the side and asked, "What's the matter with the outer sky demon? Could it be that the Beko Keikyung building couldn't completely suppress it?" The origin of the outer sky demon had never been given a definite explanation in the world. As for the sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, they didn't care at all. Alliance only gave a general idea. It's all because of us cultivators. We can't clean up our own mess. We can only deceive ourselves and let it go. Year after year there were floods everywhere. Qing Ming Tian could only use the stupidest method, which was to build dams to block the floods. Building dams to constrict the water, causing it to rise higher and higher. Over time, it became a dangerous situation where one's head was flooded and one was suspended high in the sky. It was not entirely the fault of the stupid cow nose and white jade capital. Every Qi refinement warrior was responsible for tracing the source of the problem. According to the senior brother of Daoist II, he has been working hard to find a way to cure the root cause. Daoist II and Lu Chen have their own countermeasures. However, Daoist II is too deliberate and cruel. It's very easy. Lu Chen's method is too casual. I guess even Daoist ancestor doesn't like it. More hope is placed on the eldest disciple. The 3 sect masters of the Beko Keikyung building were the 3 sect masters under Daoist ancestor in the world. However, the title of Daoist ancestor was given by the Daoist sect. Of course, the 100 schools of thought would not acknowledge it. Alliance smiled. "Don't blame me for being vague. I didn't mean to keep you in suspense. It's just that the speaker has no intention but the listener has the heart. Once a cultivator has the heart, it's usually a big obstacle. Especially this outer sky demon. The more talented you are, the more helpless you are to deal with it. Of course, nothing is absolute. There are always exceptions. You're an exception. However, it's not appropriate to tell you. It's better to let nature take its course." Ning Yao nodded. The reason why she asked about the outer sky demon was because she was worried about Qin Pingon's Aurous core and nascent soul in the future. As for herself, she didn't seem to have any hidden worries. It was not difficult for her to break through the Aurous core and nascent soul realm. Alliance revealed another heavenly secret. The Daoists in the world of Qing Ming are busy. It's not easy. It's a different battlefield from the Great Wall of Sword Aura, but the degree of tragedy is similar. The Buddhist kingdom in the west is similar. Under the 9 springs the ghosts gather like the sea. Who do you think is to blame? Ning Yao said, "People." Alliance said, "Learning to read in life begins with worries. Then when a person cultivates, of course, there will be more worries and more hidden dangers." Ning Yao was puzzled. "Alliance, you should talk to Qin Pingon about this. He can answer. Alliance smiled. I won't add more burden to him. Ning Yao, you'll forget after you hear it. That's why it's right to talk to you. Alliance twisted a jade-like seal in his palms. There were no engravings on it. He said slowly, when it comes to cultivation, it's ultimately suppressed by the Tao of heaven and earth. In addition, on the path of cultivation one has to be used to not losing. One can only take and not give. One can only accept and not let go. Of course there will be endless troubles. The sages of the past climbed mountains to cultivate. They drank poison to quench their thirst. They had to drink. We, the younger generation, are just greedy for wine. In our thinking, the people of the past and the present are really two different people. That's why there's such a saying. The people of the past were externalized but not internalized. The people of the present are internalized but not internalized. These are the words that the old people can't help but scold from the bottom of their hearts when they're really angry. However, deep in their hearts, the old people actually hope that the young people in the future can prove that their angry words are wrong. Alliance put the seal back in its original position and said with a smile, no matter what, words have to be recognized, books have to be read, Tao has to be cultivated, the road has to be walked, and food has to be eaten. Ning Yao said, don't persuade Qin Pingon to drink. Alliance stood up and said, just drink, just drink. I promise I won't drink too much. But I have to drink. If the wine seller doesn't drink, then he must be the shopkeeper. Blackheart, I have to help the second shopkeeper prove his innocence. Today at the Ning mansion there were 4 people at the table eating together. They were all home-cooked dishes. Qin Pingon could only drink a bowl of wine. Alliance didn't stand on ceremony. He sat at the head of the table and asked with a smile, since he's your senior brother, he hasn't been to the Ning mansion? Qin Pingon said helplessly. He mentioned it. Senior brother said that teacher hasn't been to the Ning mansion before. As a student he came first and put on airs. What's the matter? After asking and answering during the sword practice on the city wall, senior brother used a lot of force. He probably blamed me for being unreasonable. Alliance took a sip of wine and shook his head. You're also stupid. Don't you know that when the time comes, you'll vacate the head of the table for the old scholar? Old Xiu will be sitting in advance. As a student, how dare he not sit with him? Even if teacher isn't by your side, you have to keep him in your heart. Qin Pingon felt that it made sense and felt deeply regretful. With his senior brother's temper, he believed that as long as he mentioned teacher, it would be useful whether he was there or not. Alliance was indeed experienced. He was still lacking in skills. Nanny Bai complained, son-in-law is an honest person. He's not as scheming as you, Alliance. Alliance quickly raised his bowl. Miss Bai, I'll punish myself with a cup. You drink with brother Alliance. Bai Lianshuang glared at Alliance and ignored him. She only helped Ning Yao and Qin Pingon get some food. She was an old woman. Was it appropriate for her to call someone Miss in front of Miss and son-in-law? Alliance looked at the white-haired old woman and couldn't help but feel a little sad. He remembered that when he first met Bai Lianshuang, she was still a slim and graceful young lady. Women were purely martial artists. Compared to female qi refinement warriors, they were at a disadvantage. It was hard to tell the real age of the female sword cultivators in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. When Nalin Yexing, who was in charge of the Ning mansion, saw the young lady Bai Lianshuang for the first time, he didn't look old. He looked like a man in his early 40s. But later, Bai Lianshuang turned from a young lady to a young lady with white hair. Nalin Yexing also fell from the Immortal realm to the Jade Pudding realm. His appearance suddenly looked old. In fact, when Nalin Yexing looked like a middle-aged man, in Alliance's words, Brother Nalin, you have some good looks. In the vast world you'll be in high demand. When Bai Lianshuang was young, she was very beautiful. Although she was born as a maid of the Yao family, in the Great Wall of Sword Qi where many sword cultivators and martial artists were rare, she didn't have to worry about marriage. But Bai Lianshuang's vision was very high and her martial arts aptitude was very good. She didn't take a fancy to any sword immortal man. Year after year the young lady became an old lady and the old lady became an old lady. Alliance said with a smile, Miss Bai, you probably don't know. Nalin Yexing and Jiang Yun's grandfather, the one called Jiang Ji and nicknamed Shizi, are about the same age as you. There are also several drunkards who are still single. When they saw you in the early years, they were all scared to death and didn't dare to talk. But when they met in private they all scolded each other for being shameless. Jiang Ji especially liked to scold Nalan Yeshing for being old and shameless. How old is a senior? Nalan Yeshing's ability to scold is really terrible. But fortunately he's good at fighting. I once saw him sneak into the Jiang mansion in the middle of the night when Jiang Ji was asleep. He first knocked Jiang Ji out with a stick and then hit his face a few times. He wouldn't leave until the stick was broken. Every time Jiang Ji woke up he didn't know why his face was swollen and bruised. Later on he even bought several exorcism talisman with me. The old woman laughed. But from the corner of her eyes she saw an empty seat near the door. Ning Yao was a little worried and looked at Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon shook his head gently, indicating that she shouldn't worry. There were some words that Qin Pingon was just a junior after all. Bai Mama was an elder in the family, so it was not appropriate for him to say. It was more appropriate for Alliance to say it. Alliance and Bai Lianshuang talked about some old stories. Bai Mama didn't talk much and just listened. She really didn't know many people and things related to her, because she didn't pay attention to them before. Perhaps it was because she was destined to be in this mountain. Qin Pingon found that Ning Yao was also listening very seriously, so he was a little helpless. Alliance suddenly asked, Qin Pingon, in your hometown there are few girls of your age who you miss or like? Qin Pingon said without hesitation, no. I'm too young. I don't understand these things. Besides, I went to the dragon kiln to be an apprentice. According to the old rules in my hometown, girls are not allowed to go near the kiln. Liang said, that's not right. I heard from Li Huai that there's a family next door in Mud Bottle Alley. There's a little girl there and she's very pretty. This is the so-called childhood sweetheart in the book. How bad could their relationship be? Li Huai said that you get up early every day to help fetch water. He also said that there's a hole in the wall of your house. You only need to open a window. Every day your ass. Qin Pingon cursed in his heart, but he said, Lu Xianyang likes her but I don't. Also, when Li Huai saw you Alliance, he never went to the Mud Bottle Alley. When he fetched water from Li Huai's house he never went to the Iron Lock Well. It's too far away. There are 2 walls in my house. One side is next to Song Jisen's house, and the other side is next to Song Jisen's house. Whoever believes Li Huai's nonsense is an idiot. Ning Yao said, I've seen her. She's pretty. It's just that she's not tall. If she doesn't stand on her tiptoes while looking at Qin Pingon's courtyard, I can only see half her head. Alliance rubbed his chin. Obviously he wanted to talk more. Qin Pingon raised his wine bowl and drank it. After drinking I'll eat. During this meal, Alliance bragged about his past deeds in the Jianghu. He talked about the interesting mountain gods and water immortals he met. He said that he once met a ghostly scholar who was fat from eating. He really knew how to eat books and could really improve his cultivation. He was also lucky enough to attend a banquet in the mountains called the 100-Flower God Banquet. There he met a little girl who was hiding and crying. Turned out that she was a little banana spirit. She was complaining about the scholars in the world, saying that there were very few banana spirit poems in the world. Because of this, her realm was not high and she was not liked by her sisters. Alliance was filled with righteous indignation. He cursed the scholars with the little girl. Then Alliance was full of ideas. He wrote a few poems on the spot and wrote them on a leaf. He planned to give them to the little girl. In the end, the little girl did not accept a single leaf or poem. She ran away and cried even harder for some reason. Alliance also said that he once saw the mirror's flower, moon in the water with a few skeletons in the mountain tombs. He said that he recognized the fairy in the painting, but no one believed him. He once saw a mountain woman who was as cold as ice on a small bridge in the market. When she saw that there was no one around, the corners of her dress fluttered in the wind. She was very cute. He also once met a group of gossipy female ghosts on a mountain path that was overgrown with weeds. It scared him to death. He also once met a lonely little girl in a dilapidated tomb. She was muddle-headed. When she saw him she shouted that he was a ghost and ran around randomly. She sank into the ground and jumped out again. However, no matter how hard she tried, she could not leave the surroundings of the tomb. Alliance could only explain to the little girl that he was a good ghost and did not harm people. In the end, the little girl gradually regained her consciousness. She felt sad for Alliance and asked him how long it had been since he last saw the sun. Later on, before Alliance left, he built a small nest for the little girl. It was not a big place, but it could hide the wind and gather water and see the sun. At this point, the man who had been in high spirits finally stopped smiling. He drank a big mouthful of wine. Later on, when I passed by again, I went to look for the little girl. I wanted to know if she had grown up. I could not see her. When I asked, I found out that there was an immortal master passing by. He did not ask for the reason and just casually killed demons and devils. I remember when the little girl said goodbye to me happily. She said to me, "Haha, we are ghosts. In the future, I don't have to be afraid of ghosts anymore." Alliance picked up a peanut and put it in his mouth. He chewed carefully. If only I thought a little more, even a little more, for example, I would not have felt that a little ghost with such little cultivation in the wilderness would not care. Why did I have to bring her to a certain mountain god to settle down? Now that she had moved her nest, received some incense and obtained some stability, would the little girl not be as happy as she used to be? I thought too much about things that I should not have thought too much about. For example, the cultivators on the mountain were focused on Tao and never thought too much about things. There are many what-ifs in the world, but I did not think too much about it. Alliance murmured, "Many years have passed. I still want to know. When this little girl who had no one to rely on in life and death, when she completely left the world, would she actually still remember that swordsman and want to say a word to him? She wanted to say something. What would she say? I will never know." When Alliance said this, he looked at Qin Pingon. "I told you about the *T reason of not caring about it. You didn't listen to my advice. Very good. This is the Liju Cave Heaven bumpkin, I know. Everything in his eyes is important. You don't think that Alliance is a sword immortal. Why can't you let go of such a trivial matter and bring it up again at the table?" Alliance raised his wine bowl and drank it in one gulp. The parting of life and death of the strong was grand and magnificent, but the joys and sorrows of the weak were silent, and it was impossible to hear the whimpers of the weak. Ning Yao and Nanny Bai left the table first, saying that they wanted to go to the pavilion at Zhanglong Cliff together. Ning Yao asked Qin Pingon to accompany Alliance to drink more. Qin Pingon said that he would clean up the dishes later. After the two finished drinking, Qin Pingon sent Alliance to the gate. Qin Pingon suddenly remembered that Alliance seemed to have never had a proper place to stay in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. He only knew that every time Alliance finished drinking, he would leisurely ride on his sword and live in the private houses left behind by the sword immortals outside the city. He could also lie down and sleep on the city wall. Alliance said, "In the next half a year, since you can't go down to the city to fight, you should plan for yourself. You will be busy raising your sword, practicing your fist, and refining objects. There is Chou Miao at the Summer Palace. The sword immortals of the hidden officials can fill in the gaps even if a few young outsiders leave. They will continue to perform their duties. Spring Banner House and Yanming will not make any mistakes. Let me give you a suggestion. You can go to Old Deaf's prison a few more times. If you have nothing to do, you can personally experience the suppression of the immortal realm. It's a pity that the Ascendant Realm demon's head was cut off, otherwise the effect would be better. I will inform Old Deaf and help you keep an eye on things. There won't be any accidents. Your original supernatural power of the sparrow in the cage and the bottleneck of the seventh realm can be used to hone them." Qin Pingon wanted to say something but stopped. Alliance said, "I can't delay it any longer. There is no need to delay it any longer. Half a year is enough for you to arrange a retreat." Qin Pingon nodded. Alliance said with a smile, "I will be there for the next half a year." Alliance suddenly said, "You are a kind person. Your swordsmanship is high and your character is good. You have a kind face, thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a strong back. You have a dignified appearance." Qin Pingon was confused. He didn't know why Alliance's flattery was so stiff. Then Qin Pingon realized that he was on the city wall of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Near the thatched hut, there were either old sword immortals or great sword immortals. The tomboy Yuan Zhouhua had once given the top 10 sword immortals in the hearts of these children. They were Dong Senging, Alliance, the hidden official Qin Shi, Qi Tingji left and right, Nalan Shaowei, Old Deaf, and Lu Ji. At this moment, Qin Pingon's senior brother left and right were already in Tongye continent. They were replaced by Alliance, who had returned to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. As for the hidden official, he was still there. However, he had changed from Xiao Chua to Qin Pingon. For some reason, there were 10 people gathered on the city wall today. Old sword immortal Qin Pingon took the initiative to smile at the young hidden official. Qin Pingon cupped his fists in return. Qin Qingdo placed his hands behind his back and asked with a smile, "Lord Hidden Official, you are the only one here who isn't a sword immortal." Qin Pingon nodded helplessly. Nalan Xiaowei glanced at him and chuckled. Qin Pingon turned a blind eye to it. Alliance and Old Deaf put their arms around each other's shoulders and started muttering. Old Deaf lowered his head and stroked his beard with his fingers. He shot a few glances at the young hidden official before nodding vigorously. Qin Qingdou said, "Since we are done talking, let's disperse." Most of the sword immortals returned on their swords. Even Alliance didn't say anything as he strolled away with Old Deaf. Qin Pingon was stunned on the spot. "What?" Qin Qingdou waved his hand and said, "I pulled you over just to make up the numbers." Qin Pingon probed, "Sword Immortal boss, is there really nothing else for me to do?" Qin Qingdou shook his head with pity in his eyes. Qin Pingon had to take out the talisman boat and return to the city in confusion. Previously, on the north side of the city, he saw the Sword Immortal of Wind Snow Temple practicing swordsmanship. He greeted him and said that great Sword Immortal Wei Jin was basking in the sun. Wei Jin smiled and looked at the talisman boat with the same pity in his eyes as Sword Immortal boss. He was a little silly. When he returned to Ning Mansion, he only saw Nanny Bai in the pavilion. He didn't see Ning Yao. The old woman only smiled and said that she didn't know where Miss went. Qin Pingon had nothing to do for a while and didn't know what to do. So he went to the summer palace on his sword to find something to do. Ning Yao was sitting in her room and writing the word Qin seriously. After she finished writing, she lay on the table in a daze. On the table there were a few books next to the landscape travel book Qin Pingon gave her. Each page was filled with Qin Pingon's name and only his name. Today he wrote Qin, tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. He only wrote one word a day and Qin Pingon every 3 days. She was different from Qin Pingon. After Qin Pingon met her, he went through thousands of mountains and rivers and had stories of all sizes. After she and Qin Pingon reunited on the inverted mountain, her story seemed to be only about Qin Pingon.